Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second stream of the day, the most important one of the day. It is time for the W3Champions Finals Season 20. Last week we were here with the qualifier weekend, and that is now done. We got 8 amazing players and at least 2 amazing casters that I will present to you now. Mr. Carson over there in Canada West, how's it going?
Very well. Good to see you guys again. Happy to be casted with you guys again. Should be a fun weekend. We got 3 days of fantastic games, and to start off today, oh yeah, we got some great matches. Very excited. Very, very excited.
Incredibly handsome matches and an incredible co-caster in the middle of the pack. He survived the first week of the internship with flying colors. Mr. 8-Man is back.
Well, you welcome everybody, and of course you judge the caster not by how he's beginning, but why he's ending, how he's ending. So I hope we are going to have fun, 3 amazing days full of Warcraft 3, and this time we are going to have the best of very best, and I can't wait. The starting game is going to be Leon versus Tacio, and Mr. Neo, I checked them on W3Champions. They have a lot of games, they're high in ranking. It's going to be an amazing game.
And one of the most handsome games that we can imagine as well. Here's the bracket for you guys. These are the best players that we have invited for this tournament. We got Leon versus Tacio and Human versus Orc, as Mr. 8-Man already introduced. Afterwards, Hawk versus Sonik, an absolute Western classic. These guys battled each other in 2010 already, and they will probably battle each other in 2035 still. Very unpredictable outcome. Looking forward to that. A dream match of ours when we did the bracket drawing was Jens versus KraV, and we get Jens versus KraV. Absolute banger later tonight. And then Death Note versus Cash, plus the lower bracket. We're going to eliminate 2 of these wonderful players here tonight.
It'll be a sad day for 2 players, but yeah, everybody represented. We were a little bit afraid that we wouldn't have any undeads, but KraV was able to grind it out and make it through the qualifiers. And we have 2 orc players, which is very unfamiliar to me. Normally I'm searching, and I don't find any orcs, but we got none other than Cash and Tacio. So I'm happy to see everybody represented here today.
Mr. 8-Man, who's your... Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's for sure. As Mr. Carson said, every race is being represented. I hope that also every meta strategy is going to be represented. We can see like many different styles. And who I'm rooting for, Mr. Neo, I have one favorite matchup. It's going to be KraV versus Jens, because it's exotic versus exciting. So that's what I like to see.
Alrighty, then the players are ready. We are ready. Shall we just kick this off? Shall we just get this started?
Oh, I'm so excited. This is my favorite matchup, Human versus Orc. I love it so much, and these 2 players are very, very well matched. Although last time they played was in the PTR show match, and Leon was able to win 2-0 in a pretty strong way. He played Archmage, Dark Ranger 1 game, and solo Mountain King with a quick defend research, and 2-0 Tacio in like 15 minutes. It was very one-sided, but I have high hopes for Tacio, for the young gun. I think he can do it.
All right, then. Wait, ready if you are. Then we're going to show you, or we are showing you these wonderful people. We got some sound from Leon. Little bit of a stretch. Leon is ready. Waiting for Tacio's go. Gives us a grande. And Tacio is ready as well. Okay, then let's kick it off, everybody. No further ado. We got a tight schedule here tonight. The first match between 2 beloved members of the community. Carson, you said it's one of your favorite matchups. Shall you kick off the day with Mr. 8-Man then?
Lovely. Absolutely would be honored to. We're going to start on Tide Hunters, and then if we get into game number 3, we're either going to have Autumn Leaves or Northern Isles. Game number 2 will also be on one of those 2 for the loser picks. So pretty standard map pool between these 2. Oh, game on wrong screen.
Okay, so yes, Mr. Tacio is not moving his peasants, peons in 11 seconds, so Mr. Neo made a decision. He left the game, and we are going to have the regame.
Yes. Here, it's all about the few seconds, right? Sometimes the timing can work out when you're on time, but it doesn't work out if you're 2 seconds late. So we don't want a quarterfinal to be decided by a screen issue.
Yes, that's why Mr. Happy doesn't like to be in the lobby for 3-5 seconds too long, because he knows how important those seconds are in the Warcraft 3 games.
There we go. Changed on BNet, but didn't translate. Alrighty. GG, have fun. 3, 2, 1, go again.
Everything we just said, just repeat it. Just repeat it. Follow the script. Every word. Blah 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 blah. Start the game. Solly, Carson. These are going to be the maps of Tide Hunters, and go.
Let's go. Okay, we have the same spawns. On the top left, it's Mr. Tacio playing as Orc. On the bottom right, Mr. Tasty Leon. Have you know, Mr. Carson, that on this tournament, singing website, he has account name Tasty Leon, if I remember correctly.
I have seen that name floating around. I did always wonder where it originated. And unfortunately, your hopes were high for a different sort of strategy from the human side of things, but maybe we'll have to wait until later into the day for the beloved Paladin rifles, because we're going to have at least, an Archmage or a Mountain King here to start. But I think maybe we'll see some Paladin rifles. We were talking about it before the stream started. We saw Hawk playing it on ladder on KK, so maybe there's chances for him. Maybe we'll see it. And for TSC, of course, standard Farseer Headhunters looks like on his side of the map.
Mr. Carson, sorry to start the broadcast with deep question.
Yes.
But what do you think about 2 farms and 3 farms opener from human, from our perspective? Do you feel like you can do much more impact when your opponent has only 3 footman, or you think that it doesn't really matter at the start of the game?
Yeah, I think it's really map dependent. I think maps like Northern Isles, maybe Concealed Hill as well. Northern Isles is in the pool. These two farm tech could be really, really good.
Hero, Mr. Carson.
Oh yeah,
emergency.
Yeah, Mountain King. That is generally played with a fast expansion. You would expect, right? Which would mean he would go for 4 farms and go for that gold mine right away. But we saw Leon in the PTR show match play, as I mentioned earlier, a quick defend Mountain King pressure, and he absolutely destroyed TSC. He killed every headhunter and lost no units. This could be a really strong start, or it could be a complete disaster.
Yes, so definitely with MK we are going to see more than 2 farms before tech, because yes, you want to have those bolt surrounds, as you mentioned. You want to probably expand, and with level 3 you buy boots of speed and you just chase enemy units, and every bolt is a kill, even if you chase with only MK. So MK with the militia, we are starting with the Sea Giant camp, while Mr. Tacio is crossing the map with the standard Headhunter opener. He's not going to creep, he's going to harass. And we need to be very careful with bolt surrounds. How do you avoid them, Mr. Carson?
Yeah, there's sort of 2 ways you can play against Mountain King. Once you see it, of course, TSO doesn't know yet, but soon he'll be able to scout it. You can either build 2 headhunters and build 1 grunt and then just back up and creep yourself, saying, I'm not going to allow you to bolt surround, I'm just going to go creep myself. Or you can continue to produce headhunters and just accept the losses and continuously pressure the human. You're going to be trading a lot of economic damage for a lot of headhunter losses, but these are 2 valid ways to play. But of course, if Leon's playing 1 base, it's kind of hard exactly to know what to do because you have no expansion to harass.
Leon went to the marketplace to buy Ring of Protection +4. We know that in the next patch, Ring of Protection +4 will be nerfed to +3. So maybe that's why he wants to say bye-bye to this beautiful item. And MK with a lot of HP, as a strength hero with a lot of armor, can be a beast. And there is no expansion so far. It's going to be 1 base by Leon. Are you surprised, Mr. Carson?
I would generally be surprised if it were a different player, but I've seen Leon and Leon only do this sort of a build order. He'll probably go for defend very quickly as well. He's got 5 footmen almost. Yeah, it's a weird build, and we'll see if TSC has learned a thing or two since his last loss versus this.
Yeah, proxy creeping on the bottom of the map with militia is going to guaranteed level 2 for the MK. And another item, this Blade Master is MK is cosplaying a Blade Master, Circlet acquired. We may even see Boots of Speed. I think yes, Leon is thinking about this. He needs a little bit more gold and he'll be ready, and then he'll start chasing even harder.
It's such a big investment into items so far. 3 of the 4 in the inventory of the Mountain King have been purchased, and we see TSC going for grunts after 2 headhunters and going for spiked barricades, the Omega defensive build order. TSC knows how powerful this Mountain King is, and he just has to wait his time until he can get to tier 2 and maybe even get Spirit Walkers, but for now he just doesn't want to take losses.
Yes, he's hiding. He's hiding in his base, surrounded with burrows, surrounded with spikes. And so far it's working well. And yes, those items on MK are not going to pay off so for now. As we can see, Leon is dancing a little bit outside of the base. And he's going for the ground. Is he going to do a ground surround? We'll see about that. Looks like the first unit is going down in this game. He's trying to keep his footy alive. He can't really. And the ground escapes. No, second bolt. But it's costly. We need a lot of mana on this MK for the future games. But so far, so good.
Yeah, we see how volatile this can be, right? The Grunt was out of position for just 1 second, and Leon capitalized. Tacio got a better end of the trade than he would have, that he was going to get initially, forcing the second bolt. That's nice. There's only one more Storm Bolt available until mana regen. And again, Leon just bolts the Headhunter and just dives for it because he knows he can get the kill. As long as it's in range for the bolt, he could kill every single unit. This is the power of the Mountain King right here. But 2 losses, very acceptable for Tacio now that the MK is out of mana.
Yes, I'm really surprised that even though Orc is hiding inside of his base, he's still losing units, so maybe he should literally hide behind the gold mine. And I'm not even kidding, to get some burrow support. But yes, what is the follow-up? As we can see, Archmage second. What do you think about that? People always ask me, like, Soul, why not Blood Mage? Why those human players prefer to add Archmage to the combination? And are we going to see something crazy like Aura first?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because you think about how the Archmage plays in the early game against Orc. You kind of just run around and you don't get much done. You creep level 2, and then you go, if you're going for Rifle Caster, you sort of run around the map with a few footmen. You don't do much, but with the Mountain King, we see Leon able to pressure Tacio, able to get unit kills, and then after that, he could just transition still into a relatively normal army. He could go into Rifle Caster, but in this case, he's choosing to go for Double Sanctum, so yeah, it just means you have a better early game, and then just go into Standard, have the aura for your casters, and play Archmage second. I don't mind this at all from Leon.
Yeah, that makes sense. And also look at the MK. He's literally cosplaying Blade Master. He's trying to harass the Orc while his second hero is going to creep. And now I think when we are going to creep, the Archmage probably is going to be Water Elemental first. Level 3 on the MK. That's quite nice. And we have already nice regen scroll delivery, so this human army will get some HP. But look at this, Leon still wants to be aggressive, he still wants to pressure.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough once there is Spirit Link, which there is now. There's only one cast of Spirit Link available, but that Raider needs to be careful. The TC also, there's a Spirit Link, and I think Leon should be safe. He needs to be careful with the Raider right now. Clap, actually, on level 2. Very surprised by that, and the Mountain King surrounded.
This MK is a beast. I hope that all of those items that he acquired earlier are going to keep him alive, but it doesn't look like it. MK, that was his decision. He's going for the Farseer. Look at this MK, he's a beast. He looks like Hulk. You know, this Bruce Banner is like a scientist, but in one moment he gets angry.
Comes around, gets the ensnare. Can there be a surround? There's one more clap. Could try to slow him down with the clap. Does lock it in with the wolf to the 12 o'clock. He needs to get this Mountain King kill, but he claps his way out. Raider's still alive. Tacio is trying to micro that Raider with 2 HP to get another ensnare.
There is a spirit walk, but there is no blocks, and this MK survives Mission Impossible like Houdini. Disappears, poof. But yes, as we can see, ladies and gentlemen, I was like, why Leon bought this another ring of protection in the marketplace in the early game? And I think that now we can appreciate the bigger, the tougher MK, the better the game for you. And now both players are creeping.
Yeah, those items were well worth the purchase. Farseer is now here, harassing a little bit. Last hit potentially, but no, Mountain King is going to get it. Archmage going to get level 2 soon. This is a position where you could go Blizzard second if you wanted, but Water Elementals would be alright as well. There's no Shamans. Walkers aren't the greatest against Water Elementals. They're much better against like masses of slow, etc. Windrider coming out as well for Tacio. He seems to be aware that it is mass casters. And now I'm wondering, the only question I have in my mind from this point on is, will there be expansions for both or one of these players?
Yes, usually in this matchup, Orc likes to expand on tier 2 and Human not that often, but MK changes things. As we can see, both players are creeping for now. There is a lot of lumber on both of them. And yes, the peon on the top of the map already going to the expansion location. And yes, Mr. Tacio will start his town hall. Leon, on the other hand, still getting 50 supply. And Archmage is going shopping.
And the heal scroll was stolen earlier, so he wants to grab the next one available. And now both players have one heal scroll. I'm wondering, this could be a position where Leon could expand as well. Does he want to go for a timing? Mass Casters isn't necessarily the best timing army. They get a lot stronger when you're above 60 supplies, something around there with a lot of breakers in the front line. You don't tend to want to push until you're at that supply. The expansion coming up now is weird. I thought it was already being built, but the Torn Chieftain, greater mana and level 3 at the marketplace for Tacio. He seems very, very ready for a fight, but the Farseer is out of position currently.
It is true, and MK is in a great position, and I think we are going for the bolt surround. Let's see about that. There is some spot around the TC. Defensive stomp. Farseer is back, but he's on level 1, bringing heal scroll, which is going to be very crucial. Casters are repositioning to the back. Archmage doesn't care that much. Juicy stomp, but look at this. Militia is coming, and Militia is going to help a lot in this fight. It's a trait of the great humans to bring Militia into this middle of the map fights. And look at this. Tauren Chieftain is surrounded, and Orc needs to teleport out.
Both players with some heavy losses. Feels like Leon got the better end of that exchange, but really he might have taken more losses overall. Nice surrounds to sort of secure that Torn Chieftain out of position. And now, speaking of out of position, the Great Hall seems like it might be canceled unless Tacio reacts right away. I don't think he has time to. So this Great Hall will be canceled, but I think one base, it's okay for either player. It really comes down to hero levels and hero strength when it's both players on one base in this matchup.
This is very true, and there is nothing really to creep on the top of the map, so I think what Leon is going to do, he sees Tacio with the sentry ward, right? So he's kinda hiding a little bit, checking out the Orc position. And yes, he can pull Militia. Look at this, he's just thinking about Militia. It's hilarious. On his main, he was like calling Militia and putting them back to work immediately. And now he decided to pull them. He wants to fight. Let's go.
Chieftain needs to get in a good position. So much harder with Stomp than it is with Shockwave, but the Wind Rider's making up for that damage loss. They go into the back, Water Elemental's focusing on them. Dispelled by the Walkers. Mountain King got a good clap, but he has no mana left over. The Militia you mentioned is here. They're getting a lot of value, but could be stomped down. Has the heal scroll been used? Not yet. Just now. Big stomp, but there's a lot of breakers left over.
Supply elite for Orc, but Bolt is still there. Mr. Leon is trying to fight this out, but to my surprise, it's not looking that great for Mr. Leon. He's still trying, he's still trading. A lot of Orc units are low HP. Mana is gone on the most important heroes. And now we are just right-clicking.
No heal scroll available to shop. It's another 60 seconds for that. TC, careful. There is no bash, though, so he doesn't have to be too worried about that. Wind Rider slowed. There's no disenchant available, so that one will go down. Mountain King chasing. He's 5 men off a Stormbolt. Yeah, exactly. This might have to be a dodge.
Invul, is he going to fake it? He went for the Spirit Walker, and the Invul was forced. There's a nice success by Leon. He used his bolt on the unit that was in direction of the Tauren Chieftain, and Tacio lost this mind game. He kinda had to pump the Invul, but smart by Leon to anticipate that, and now he pulled the Militia, and he's just going to make shop in the middle of the map and start regenerating.
Yeah, I can't help but think how good Shockwave would have been in this game so far. Against Double Sanctum, normally you always go Shockwave. Even against Rifle Caster, a lot of players these days go for Shockwave, but maybe Tacio felt Stomp was necessary due to the early harass, and then was forced in this position, but now the game 42 supply against 46, still relatively even. It feels like Leon has gotten the upper hand of every exchange, but they've still been very close at the end of the day. Both players could win this game.
Yes, definitely, and yes, Militia is slowly running. There is not that many peasants to call to the Militia. We have new item on the TC. It's a good item for like long games, Ring of Regen. Taciok is repositioning. Taciok is getting ready for the fight. His expansion is slowly going up, so he doesn't mind really dancing here, but there is no TP on either player, so every fight can be very deadly. We need to keep eye on the Orc army movement. One Grunt will die, but the players looks like they're going to disengage.
Third Kodo coming out. The first one devoured the breaker from earlier, so if Taciok's able to get good eats here, this could be the entire front line gone, and then one Chain Lightning, one Stomp, and the casters are gone. The clap in the back is nowhere! Not a good start to the fight.
Maybe he has the same hotkey for Water Elemental as KraV. I don't know, but speaking about bad things, look at this Farseer position! Who is microing this Farseer? Is it me or is it Mr. Tacio? But Speed Scroll almost saved him down, but KraV connects. Not the best start of the fight, but the rest of the Orc army looks okay. And yes, Farseer is important, but not that important. TC is alive, that's what matters. It looks like Mr. Leon is just going to pressure.
Yeah, 2 of 3 Kodos have eaten. The third gonna eat now as well. If he can keep these Kodos alive, which it looks like he might be able to. The Mountain King getting very, very low. Water Elementals still only on level 1 because, of course, level 2 aura to help the casters in the Mountain King. Everything being focused down. Mountain King so tanky. These items have paid off a ton from the early game.
Yes, in the long game, so we have a lot of value from permanent items. And what is the most important expansion almost finished. So if Mr. Tacio can continue a little bit like that, he will start to get ahead and ahead and ahead. And look at this. Tacio can start healing, but shop in the middle of the map pays off as well. We have Scroll of Regen and Mr. Leon is going to change the direction of his attack. He's going to attack the Pios.
And there's heal scrolls and potion of vulnerability available in the shop. The peons, if they go down, it does hurt, but Decisive needs to probably wait for that Farseer. Needs to wait for the Kodos also to be close to devouring. You can't engage if you're not able to deal with the front line. So peons evacuate for now. Farseer is going to be out in about 15 seconds. Decisive is just waiting around right now. That's all he really can do. Does he want to give up this expansion? I think that would be a mistake, but he should definitely wait as long as he can before engaging.
Yes, this is the problem with the human, this type of human army. There is no normal damage, there is no siege damage. Those are 2 attack types, very good versus structures. And with magic damage, I mean there is some breaker damage, but it's quite small. But yes, he can't really kill the structures easily. And one breaker was out of position, but Mr. Tacio was busy. Now he got one a freebie, let's say. It's a pretty weird position. Expansion of the Orc is under pressure. We are swapping the items. We have double heal scroll. We have a scroll of speed. And it looks like Mr. Leon is not in the greatest position. Supply lead for Tacio. Militia is in the middle though. It's going to be the big fight. Maybe the last one.
Yeah, very close to level 5 on both the carry heroes, the Mountain King and the Torn Chieftain. Stomp hasn't landed, the Clap did. Stomp lands on something, but not the greatest. That's why Shockwave is a lot better sometimes. Dispel, Archmage being focused, but the shop is there for potions. The shop was not killed in the meantime. Speed scroll in. Kodos get devours, one of them at least does, but you gotta be careful with your heroes now for both players.
There was a very good Stomp and Speed Scroll as well, but now those items, the Speed Scroll is gone, mana is gone, the TC, while human can just buy the mana potion, but is it going to be enough? Tauren Chieftain has a healing potion, but that's about it. He's pulling back. MK is chasing him. Supply is looking better and better. We have double level up for Orc, but look at this. Tauren Chieftain got surrounded, but human is going to pay a big price because there is so much damage around. Mr. Leon wants to get the Tauren Chieftain, but the surround is breaking, and with Tauren Chieftain escaping, I think Leon make a huge mistake, and first game goes to the Orc. Mr. Tacio up 1-0, well played.
Damn, what an upset, isn't it? The high-seeded player losing map number 1. What a fight, what a tug of war, what an interesting approach. I have casted many Leon games in my life, and rarely have I seen a Mountain King opener. Maybe there is a reason for that. Decisive, nice to see that he can show his skills. Nobody should underestimate him, even though Leon is the bigger name. Doesn't mean that it's a foregone conclusion. Really, really sweet start to the W3Champions finals.
Yeah, definitely mistakes for both players, for sure. Maybe a little bit fumbly-bumbly on those heroes from Decisive, but at the end of the day, he had a very stable early game. He forced all the bolts and took minimal losses. You're always going to lose some stuff in the early game, but Leon, you need to translate that into a strong fight early at Tier 2. Without that, you sort of fall off, especially, when you're going late casters, you delay your tech, you overbuild footmen, stuff like that. I would have liked to maybe see Rifle Caster with that Mountain King first. But at the end of the day, very well played from both. A very close game from both. And now we go into what seems to be Autumn Leaves for map number 2.
Yes, this is the Leon map on Autumn Leaves. You can expand, you can creep level 3 nicely as well. If you want, you can play 2 farm tech because you have 2 green camps around you. So this is pretty good. And I don't know Leon that well. I know him a little bit, but I saw those mistakes, right? So he used club out of combat, and then he like overestimated this surround on the TC. Definitely flashy strategy. Definitely start of the game was amazing. The idea to buy items, I'm in love with this. +8 armor on the MK early. But yes, a little bit of problems with execution, and I wonder what is he going to prepare for game number 2. Do you think that he started with MK just to test things, or he really thought that on this very map it's better than Archmage? And we have huge gifted subs, Mr. Neo.
Oh, do we? Holy shit, Herr Wusel. Thank you. 10 gift subs. Apparently enjoying this content quite a bit. Thank you. That is lovely to see. And glad that you're enjoying everything we do after such a freaking long time. Okay, Knopf has arrived as well. Nice. GG, have fun. 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Knopf arrived, or you mean Mr. Tacio?
Well, Knopf has arrived as a caster. He reached out today saying, "Hey Neo, can I cast some games?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure. You wanna join us on the broadcast for those?" And he says, "Nah, I'm gonna do solo cast."
Based.
Oh.
Yeah, what an asshole. I still allowed him in.
No. First thing first, he's from Sweden, so he can't be an asshole, as you mentioned. Second of all, maybe he just wants to talk about the depth of Warcraft 3 while we are just talking Bayo-Yayo.
Maybe. Okay, I mean, you can check out what Knopf is brabbling there. It can't be better than this broadcast because it's the three of us, and what's better than that? Who's casting with me, boys?
I would leave it. Yeah, I would give it to Mr. Carson because, yes, Taysog is in a good shape and I just want to listen. Mr. Carson, show me.
All right. Yeah, Carson, tell me what we got.
Yeah, you mentioned we were talking about why the Mountain King first on Tidehunters. I think that was just a Tidehunters special. I think it was pretty strong for that map. You can get an easy level 2 by split creeping. You call the militia to the green camp. You could do something similar on this map. It is a small rush distance, but I've seen Leon pretty much only do that on Tidehunters. Would be surprised to see it on this map. So we're going to have Archmage this time around for Tacio. He does go for the barracks before the War Mill. This means 1 grunt into Headhunters, which is pretty good against not just Mountain King openers, if we're going to see it again, but also good against fast expansions, which could be the strongest play for Leon this time around.
Alrighty, yeah, here on Autumn Leaves, it feels like human players love Autumn Leaves for how brawly it is and how pushable it is. Let's see what Tacio is doing about it. I personally wouldn't mind to see a game 3, but that's just me. If you know you have to play Autumn Leaves, you probably know that human has some good cards in his hands, and you gotta scout early to figure out what he's doing.
Yeah, you can go for pretty much all the options as a human player. You have the safe expansion in the corners. You can go for 2 farm tech because it's a short rush distance on this map. You can also go for a quick level 3 because you have the shop into green into Expo creep route, which gets you level 2 water elementals very quickly. We might be seeing something like that from Leon as we see a 3rd farm with an early arcane tower. This tends to mean creeping for the human player, and the grunt opener for Tacio means creeping for him as well. He's at least going to take 1 camp before harassing.
Love to see it. And on the other side, a little bit of creeping as well. We're not storming over immediately. Ring of Protection once again in high fashion today. Tech as quickly as you can, I guess, with grunt into Headhunters. A little bit of stability, something to tank. And now we march across and we meet in the middle.
I'm surprised by this from Leon. I don't know what he's hoping to accomplish, especially he's already delayed his tech by going for an extra farm and going for an arcane tower. And now he's just fighting in the center when he invested into defenses at home. Wouldn't he better be to creep here on the edges of the map and try to get level 3? I don't know. We'll see what he ends up following this up with. Could be still going for a delayed expansion, but I'd be surprised. Right now, a little bit confused, and maybe Tacio is as well.
Yeah, maybe that's the strength of this strategy, you know? It's not that easy to read your opponent. Or... Oh, we pulled the Merc. Nice to have Dispel against Shadow Priest. Love to see it. Leon has been in some W3Champions finals before, and unfortunately always dropped a bit early. It seems like it's not his tournament really, even though the W3Champions finals before were very different from these. But now he got some stability in the middle, put some pressure on the Fastia, and takes control of the game.
Yeah, that priest pull is quite nice, but it's already out of mana. Dispelled some wolves and healed up a little bit, and just like that, although that's what Brilliant Aura can help with, of course. There was Militia called to try to creep the green to the left of Leon's base, but he called them back, was a little bit timid to do so. At least he got level 2. He doesn't need to creep too much more, at least with Militia, because they're not going to be able to get him to level 3. Tiasiog, very defensive. Not really much he can do, but he's probably just going to be happy as long as the Archmage isn't creeping right now. It's a speed for Leon.
Right on. The biggest threat is level 2 Water Elementals, and we are far, far, far away from that. Boots can be incredibly nice. Leon has been played against Tetsta this week in Dach Inferno, and there the Boots secured a lot of kills and also saved his butt a couple of times. So I can surely see why he's doing that again, especially against speedy wolves. But now you got a human in your base and you don't want that.
Yeah, defend online, but 2 grunts are very helpful against this. If you had only headhunters, you would wonder, how do you defend against these? But with the grunts, it's helpful. Pressure on the Archmage from the wolves. And Tiasiog in pretty good shape to defend this. There's not enough mana on the Shadow Priest to get rid of those wolves elegantly. And the Tauren Chieftain coming online. No losses yet, except for some mining time on those Lumber Peons.
Nicely done by Tiasiog, man. Lesser Orcs could easily lose peasants here, burrows here, buildings here, anything here. But no, we just draw the human out on the map away from the so important buildings as we get Spirit Lodge TC as a follow-up and as a hard counter to Water Elemental, if there's such a thing. But yeah, this is also the reason why oftentimes we see a level 3 Archmage, because level 1 Water Elementals don't cut it.
Yeah, absolutely. But for now, the Boots of Speed and the Circlet helping to cut it a little bit better with the trades. The Priest also healing up that Archmage. And now we have the tech coming online. No Blacksmith for Leon, so it will be double Sanctum again. So similar build to last game, but with earlier defend and with inverse heroes, but still will play out relatively similarly. We're going to see Tiasiog probably go for an early Great Hall for a 2 base economy, and then Leon either has to counter expand or hit a timing.
Looking good, looking good. Hello, Mr. Hurricane. Thank you for the sub. 7 months. Love to see it. So, Big Contain seems a bit afraid of high-level Orc heroes, rightfully so. With rush distances being so short, that works out that way. Shadow Priest also, thanks to the Brilliance Aura, getting some Dispel once again. Boom, more XP. But still far, far, far away from level 3, as he said. Footman maneuver to the back. Mountain King will bring the Regen Scroll, and then we unfold the Double Sanctum again, as he said.
Yes, very interesting play from Leon. He has his own distinct style. I don't know where he would have learned this from. Probably just from his own repetition on ladder, but this is very unique. It doesn't follow necessarily like the quote-unquote standard principles of this matchup, but it seems to work out okay in the end. You mentioned under-leveled Orc heroes, which is true now, and you know, Tiasiog has reverted back to creeping just a small green camp, not expanding as early as he'd like to, so maybe it's going to work out okay. Farseer in No Man's Land again. Is there going to be a hero surround? There is.
Beautiful Mountain King movement that is either a TC or a dead FS. Doesn't want to sacrifice the 325 gold item, but rather donate XP and the middle of the map to Leon, who is seemingly a little angry of the result on map 1 and is pretty dominant thus far.
Yeah, well played. The defend continues to get value. You love to see it used more than just that initial push into the Orc base, using it to creep up the Mountain King. And now he's got Fleece to heal up as well. This is really the power of human in the mid game, is you can take camps like this and be recovered by the time you're done the camp because of priest healing, because of Brilliance Aura, and the Orc has to invest into salves and spend gold on healing. So Leon is going to be happy with how this game is going so far, but Tiasiog still wants to go for that expansion and huge gifted subs. Oh my god, thank you.
What the hell is going on? Hurricane with 25. Are you freaking kidding me, man? First, we got here Woozle, and now we got Hurry. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Hope you have a wonderful weekend here. We have 3 days, pure Warcraft 3 action, DWCC qualifier, plus the W3Champions qualifier. An amazing community support by Hurry. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. And the TC is appreciating this creeping he's getting done. Will he not go for Stomp this time around? I sure hope for that. Leon gonna get close to level 3. Last hit. The Farseer. Did you get that?
We can
I'm
press
not sure.
F9, yes. Oh, wait a second. Was that on time? Not so sure.
It's bugged for me. It doesn't show the right creeps.
Same. It just stops after a certain amount, unfortunately. But chat will tell us in a second, for sure. Regardless, he gets his double level 3, gets his Sobi mask. That is ridiculous on this Mountain King.
This is the strongest that Leon has been. He was super underleveled last game because how aggressive he played. This game, he got a lot of creeping done. He has a very strong army. Tacio going for the expansion. Both players around 50 supply. This next fight is going to be an extremely important one. One water elemental is going to be purged, and that's going to give the TC level 3. And then we'll see who gets the better. And all Tacio has to do is not die in the next fight, and he'll be ahead.
We'll see, but the TC is not level 3. Stormbolt dodge, nice, but only level 1. Damage on the Shadow Priest is amazing. Stormbolt in the back as well, or clap rather. Now we got Chain Lightning available with very little mana. The Wyvern slowed immediately. Everybody knows how scary that thing is. Against defense though, not that much. Lightning Shield is the answer. And he wants to hug this TC. Is that the right idea? Stomp, heal, scroll as well. TP transfer to keep the bull safe. Grunt falling at least one more. But Tacio is alive with 50 food and Expo is at 50%.
A lot of things went really well for Tacio there. He saved the heal scroll. He got a devour with the Kodo. He had the TP left over because he didn't burn it for the level 1 Farseer. And the stomp at the start was fantastic. And it was able to get him a double mercenary kill. But Leon might still just find the expansion. Oh, we don't have that extra 5 seconds yet for the build time, or the, 5 seconds less. So it might be canceled because of that. Leon trying to get it. He moves his army in, but Tacio comes from behind.
Well, they came from behind. Let's see if there's any chance to stop this. I don't think so, man. He's just clicking through. Then there's a TP, worst case. Yeah, do you want to take this fight? Leon contemplating buying some time. There's Militia coming from the main.
No reason to take this fight. This is not a good fight for Leon. He's done what he needed to. He's delayed the expansion. He's stopped it. He's only going to take losses here, especially with the Mountain King being out of mana.
I agree. This is a bit odd. I mean, how long are you really out of mana when you have Brilliant Aura and Subimath? But this is the Berserker. Huge XP donation. Radar controls are lovely. The Wolves take care of the Breakers. 44 food on both sides. But yeah, as you said, Leon just losing so many units.
Yeah, the Wolves also getting max value. No Dispel from the Priest. You cannot underestimate the normal damage from these Wolves onto the Breakers. Heal Scroll finally used. Kodo kind of surrounded, but isn't devouring anything right now. Windrider gets microed to the back, gets a Breaker Devour with the Kodo, and also purges the slow. Leon just lost everything. This was not a fight he needed to take, Neo.
Not sure what that was. Gets another Headhunter. All right, just TP out and be happy with it. Tacio expands pretty much right in his face, even though it's nighttime. He might not be able to see it. Another Sorceress going down after a purge. He feeds the TC level 4.
Man, yeah, I don't know why Leon decided to take that fight. He felt very, very confident, but he could just back up and expand himself. He didn't need to call the Militia. He would have had a ton of lumber. He still does to expand, but now Tacio will certainly get that expansion up unless Leon's able to sort of sneak an Archmage there and summon a Water Elemental potentially. But there's not going to be potential to win a straight-up fight by Leon for a long time. He's got to go back to being passive and probably try to solo creep that Mountain King up to level 5 is his best play at this stage.
Hot damn. What series by Tacio. Considered a little bit the underdog. Chat said already, don't sleep on him. Of course, we'd never ever do that. But if he's 2-0ing Leon here, that's quite a statement towards the follow-up rounds. Hawk or Sonic would be waiting there tomorrow. Now what, Leon? You need to fight like a lion to force game 3.
It's going to continue creeping. Both players trying to find some value. Tacio, of course, has the disadvantage, you could say, at this stage in the game of needing to be more passive because he needs to defend his expansion still, whereas Leon always has that threat in his back pocket, so he can be more aggressive on the map, maybe go for a red camp, not the easiest creep camp with the army that he currently has, but maybe a necessary one. Also, the consumables available on the edges of the map from those orange camps, so maybe the Null Overseer could give greater mana, probably what we're looking for either player.
Okay, we go for the orange spot. The consumable is already gone. Oh no, it's not gone. Will be very helpful potentially. Healthstone invul. Yeah, Leon is gearing up for a fight, man. He knows that there's a threat the upper left-hand side. And phone assistant again went off. Maybe it's when I say Leon, it realizes it needs help. I don't know how to turn this off, Carson.
Alexa, play Omino, please.
No. Okay, I think we got this now.
Expansion's up in the upper left. We're going to see not a cancel this time, just continued creeping, but do not underestimate how strong the human army is. Orc has an advantage here in terms of supply, but breakers are very, very strong in high numbers.
Okay. Big mana potion, 4.5. Heal scrolls on both sides, 2 for Leon. Tacio, little lucky that Leon is not pulling through because he was on the opposite side of the map. No TP, just the speed scroll. Now he has some time to get into position. Trying to get to pay a visit to the shop that is more or less empty, except an Invo potion, which is very helpful on the TC, of course. Can the Great Hall be as great as advertised, or will it crumble once again?
This is a very tough position for Tacio. It hurts to give this up, but how do you engage? He's trying to go from behind. TC does have an invis pot. He could land a big stomp, but Leon seems to be prepared. He's got the greater heal. He's got the Healthstone as well. Both heroes are very safe. A TP in. Is the army out of position? I feel like a couple units aren't going to TP. Yeah, 4 units don't TP in.
Ooh,
oh no, Tacio.
Was he preparing a backstab? I don't know, man. Fascia is getting nuked immediately. He has nothing. So many potions on the TC, but that's a friend who doesn't like to share. Fascia bites the dust for the second time, and Leon gets a huge invite to game 3.
Oh no, that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Sometimes one loss can lose you, or one mistake can lose you a game, but that was quite a big mistake, to be fair. Focus fire on the Archmage, dodges the stomp with the potion of invulnerability, and not to mention has tons of consumables left over. I think Leon has taken this to game 3 against all odds, with an expansion at his back.
Unreal. Raiders falling quickly. Kodo as well. There's not much left. TC level 5. The lightning shield, of course, doing tons and tons of damage. But supply is even now. Archmage, you can't dodge this one. Archmage dead. Wait a minute, Carson. Is this mad cow disease bringing it back?
We're gonna probably have level 6 TC over time. Kodo goes down. Breaker's slowly being killed. One more Breaker kill, and we have Reincarnate. The Aura, of course, helping to catch up with these kills. And Farseer is coming back. Expansion, very importantly, still mining, and the armies are so low currently in supply that it's gonna be hard to deal with this expansion mining.
Ooh, heal scroll available. Invo potion in a bit. 700 gold. Are you kidding me? What is this game?
Oh man, Mountain King also very close to level 5. That is a huge level up with that Sylvie mask and that shop still available. Is the Archmage even that important here when you have the shop there to buy clarity? He's trying to deal with the peons. Important for Leon. Even if he has to TP out, if he can kill all 5 peons, that's going to give him enough time to recover. Archmage, where were you? Where'd you come from? Where are you going?
I don't know, Katnai. This might just be a dieback. The potion is on cooldown. Stomp a little bit too late to catch the Archmage, so he gets the priest instead. Holy shit, TC 5.9 still. He needs to kill this breaker. He needs, oh no, it's not enough for the reincarnate. Now he got it. Needs to skill it. Got it. Archmage in trouble. Switching the focus, but the potion is at the ready. No freaking way, dude. This is all mental. Fascia is back in a second as well. Leon Strong's 34 food kills a few more units, and now we have to talk about level 5 Mountain King. Speed scroll doesn't help that shaman. What are we witnessing here?
Very, very messy exchange between the two of them. It need not be this difficult, Tacio, but he decided to go for that town portal. Very, very unfortunate. Now he's holding on by the skin of his teeth. I mean, it's still possible with the heroes that he has, but this Mountain King isn't getting any weaker.
No, really. Fascia, by the way, level 3. How ridiculous, dude. The friend you have that had to repeat the first grade 3 times. KraV is amazing. We have heal scrolls against it though. Body block, reincarnate should be ready. Triggering the ultimate, but then the TC comes back with full mana. I'm trying to find the time to thank Hurricane for the insane $100 dono on top of the 25 subs. You, sir, are a gem, and I hope as entertained as we are.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Archmage, by the way, level 5 for level 3 water elementals. A lot of cases you'd go level 3 aura, but what better a spot to have huge summons than right now? They're purged away, but eventually the shamans will be out of mana. Slow on everything. TC getting some kills. The auto attacks alone from the Storm Chieftain are dealing with the breakers right now. Stomp lands. TC still has reincarnate. Oh, Farseer, careful!
Level 4 dances away. Archmage has nothing except the TP. Invo potion on the FS. The TC can die, of course, as we mentioned. Ensnare. He wants this old man. He wants the horse gone. Damage. Right click. Last second TP. But that means, wait a minute. Farseer. Maybe. Oh my god, the clap. Archmage is safe. Rest of the army's still there now. I have no idea what's going on anymore.
Yeah, Archmage went out of range, or the army went out of range with the TP. I was going to say Lightning Shield on a caster could have actually killed the Archmage after the TP, but he gets out of range. Farseer dead. He's forcing the reincarnate. I don't know if that's the right play, but you got to do it eventually. You can't just keep the TC auto-attacking all day. So Leon's going to commit to it. Archmage tries to run back in, but doesn't want to. And importantly, expansion still mining, albeit with one peon right now.
Well, he can soon slide the gold mine peons over, right? From the main, as the main is about to expire. Stormbolt TC still alive with that quite a bit of a waste of mana. Now he gets the ultimate finally triggered. 4 minutes on a cooldown. Mountain King has a clarity, but won't be able to use it really. Stop. Wait. Oh, he gets out of there. Dude, if Leon loses the MK, it's over.
Yeah, he's got no consumables. He had so many at one point, and there's Purge, maybe? No, there is no Purge. There's just a single ensnare. He chooses to go for the Priest over the heroes there. So Priest gonna go down. Mountain King can buy a mana pot. Maybe clean up these shamans. Mountain King close to level 6. He might get it. One more kill and he'll get it.
Okay. Here we go for Cosmodan, but the shop is gone. No more mana for that. Can you kill the TC in the next 3 minutes? Is this Archmage gonna survive? It has to. Shaman still a nice source of damage versus Water Elemental and a nice source of XP, of course. That Farseer is back in 10 seconds with maybe the third kill. He can't even surround anymore. He doesn't have enough units for that. Archmage trapped. This might be the end of the road in the winner bracket for Leon. Level 7 on the TC. Ridiculous game. GG. Well played. Less than 3. And Tacio wins his first W3Champions finals game.
Whew. That was, I mean, classic Orc versus Human, really, at the end of the day. Like, that's, sometimes they be like that. The human player tries to break the expansion, and both players lose their entire army because that's how good TC and Mountain King are. They just kill your whole army with their spells, and then you're down to just heroes. It's, it oftentimes comes down to games like that, but Tacio almost threw it.
Mr. 8-Man, isn't it amazing when there's no Pally rifle, but Archmage play?
Definitely, Warcraft 3 has to offer a lot of cool strategies, and that was the case. We saw the power of TC level 6 running on red HP, and I sent already an invitation for Mr. Tacio. Maybe he will join us for the interview. He said second, so he's probably coming. And yes, that was beautiful Warcraft 3, so close fights. They took so much time, but they were very, very cool. And I need to handle Mr. Tacio 1 second.
No problem, no problem. Maybe he can. We can figure it out how to pronounce his name correctly. But yeah, I'm curious if he expected the win here himself. We will, with that result, see Leon later today against either Hawk or Sonik, depending on who drops down to the lower bracket there. And of course, later on as well, KraV, Jens, Death Note Cash, that lower bracket. But Leon, again, man, W3Champions finals just aren't his.
Yeah, he's got a long lower bracket run, potentially. He could definitely make a good run for it there. I'm interested to see Tacio Going to be facing the winner of Hawk vs Sonic, like you mentioned, and we just saw Hawk playing Pally Rifle on ladder. I wonder, does he know how good Tacio is against Pally Rifle? Will he dare try it against him? That could be the one situation we could actually see it in this tournament. So that's a very exciting thought. But first, he's got to make it through Sonic, which is going to be difficult as well.
Feels like
Yes,
Tacio.
Mr. Tacio is ready, I think.
Yes. You two take over the interview again?
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Then you have time with the winner, Tacio. GG.
Yo, GG's. Yo.
Mr. Tacio, congratulations. What do you think is like more hard to play against, MK first or Archmage first?
I'm not sure. Usually Archmage. Maybe I'm not the best player against MK, but I would say Archmage is more solid. I would say like I used to struggle against it, but Bizarre before the match told me that Walkers are good against it. So I was thinking about going double Beastery Raiders if I face MK. But yeah, Bizarre saved my ass out there. So Lithuanian backs me up. So
Oh,
yeah.
that's perfect. And what about you? What is your personal opinion here? Stomp versus Shockwave? Because we saw that you prefer to play Stomp even versus mass casters. And of course, Stomp doesn't work versus Breakers. And to get in touch with the casters with Stomp, it's harder than with Shockwave. So can you elaborate a little bit? Because on pro level, we see that yes, both options are valuable.
Yeah, maybe I'm not really that used to Shockwave yet, and it's more of a sign of laming, and yeah, like it might be hard to go into the caster line, but it still can't work if you remain patient. And in these early fights, I would say Stomp can be good, as it was on AL, where I dodged the invul, and then I got into the caster line. So yeah, it might be tricky, and I tried to switch it up, but now I felt like it's a better choice. I don't have a clear opinion that one is better than the other. I think I scouted his base a little later, so I wasn't really sure if it's casters or rifles, even though I was quite sure. But still, yeah, I don't have a clear answer here. Both are good options. Yeah.
Yes, both options are valuable, I guess. And yes, you showed us that in your hands, Stomp is very valuable, and you got so many juicy Stomps. Congratulations. Well, last question about me. Can you go through your thought process about the teleport on Autumn Leaves when you kind of...
You had to do it, Saul. You had to do it.
No, but he
Mamma mia,
waited
grande Madonna.
yeah, he waited for a long time, because yes, human army versus buildings is not that strong. So he waited. Instead of just fighting straight away, you decided to teleport on top of the human, and some units were left behind. Was it on purpose, or was it just a mistake? Can you elaborate?
No, it wasn't on purpose, 100%. Like I saw that the shop was blocking the way, so the only way for me is to like go around then. But it's really easy for him to go to the other side of the shop, if you say, and then it's a terrible position for me. So I was thinking that I will TP on top, and then I stomp immediately, speed scroll, and then I don't allow him to land the first clap, and then I'm sort of fine. And also that way I'm sort of like landing a good stomp by default if he doesn't move properly. So it was like, I know, like that choke seemed worse than TPing, but I thought I had an invul on Farseer, and he's suddenly in the middle, and yeah, like it was like at that moment when I TP'd, I thought it was like a giga throw, but yeah, like these stomps were good out there. And I think his army was not surrounding my Farseer, so it took like quite a bit of time, and he really invested a lot into it. But I had like, I don't know, 62 supply or something already. Like the worst part there was that I used the speed scroll to save a Farseer, and that like yes, he used the clap, so speed scroll wasn't wasted, but still it wasn't the best. So but yeah, like I had, I think, more supply there, so that's what saved me. But yeah, it wasn't like, it would have been a better TP if I had an invul, I would say, and it's still better than fighting in that choke. But yeah, it turned out not the best. But yeah, lucky me, I guess.
Yeah, perfect. Congratulations, and Mr. Carson.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, do you play anyone else that plays these sort of styles, like this Mountain King one base play, or like on Autumn Leaves, it was like 3 farm with a tower into like level 1 aggression. Is there any other human players that play this style, or is this really unique to Leon? Because I feel like I haven't seen people play this.
Mhm.
And are you prepared for these styles when you play Leon, or are these a surprise for you?
I actually watched quite a lot of replays of Leon, so it wasn't a surprise. I also, from time to time, turn on his stream in the morning. So I saw that he does this MK thing. So I was thinking like what I would do if I face it. But yeah, this style of his with fast defense footies is not usual in ladder, especially in W3Champions. I think Fortitude is doing it sometimes. I also checked a couple of replays, but yeah, so yeah, it would have been a surprise truly, but now it wasn't that much. Therefore, I went for faster grunts instead of more of the headhunters,
Yep.
and that's why I went for the grunt opener in the Autumn Leaves. Since if I didn't know, I would go for standard headhunters, but since he's not a pally rifle player, therefore I went for grunt since he's doing this footman defense fast. So maybe I showed my strats too early, but yeah. But yeah, that's the thought process.
Yeah. You're going to be playing the winner of Hawk or Sonic. Do you have a preference between these two? They're both very, very unique players, especially on the Sonic side of things. Do you have a preference of matchup here, and do you have a preference of player here?
I know I'm definitely worse against Elf, but Hawk, I think we all can agree that he's a little bit stronger than Sonic, with all due respect. So I would say both of these are equally difficult. So yeah, and like in general, I shouldn't probably choose the opponent since I am probably the underdog in this tournament. So yeah, any player will be a difficult match for sure.
For sure. Well played. GG's. Nice to see you in the upper bracket semifinal already, and we'll see you, I suppose, tomorrow for your next match.
Yep. Thank you. Have a nice stream. See ya.
Thank you.
What a lovely lad. What a successful lad. What a great orc gamer.
Oh, yeah. Love to see it. Love to see orc players not getting destroyed 2-0, because that is what happened last time these two played. It was 2-0 for Leon. Very similar strategies as well. It was on PTR, of course, so a bit different, but he played the Mountain King first, won with it, and then he won with Dark Ranger Archmage the next game. So I was a little bit worried for TS Young today, but he showed up ready to game.
And definitely shout out to Leon for playing something colorful. He decided to go for MK first, and it was looking good. And in the second game, yes, I agree with you, Mr. Carson, that I did not understand this plan. But maybe Mr. Leon in the next rounds will show us the way. So congrats for him as well. Nice performance, very close games. And Sonic versus Hawk is coming soon, right?
Yes, sir. I am tinkering with Sonic's camera, but he's an absolute showman, so we need to have him on camera, of course. There he is. What an absolute legend, this guy. It's like he has a hat on. No, he doesn't have a hat on. I'm not too sure. It's a blindfold. It's a blindfold.
It's Demon Hunter
It's
cosplay.
a Demon Hunter cosplay. Sonic is such a legend, man. Yes, okay, I got it set up for him. No, game is up as well. Sonic, that's a legend. Do we know if we get Hawk's camera as well?
Yes, he's asking if the camera works. So Mr. Neo,
Let me see. Yep, perfect. Perfect.
Dude, that's
Cameras.
so funny, because I've cast a lot of Sonic recently, obviously, because I do the weekly cup every week, and I've criticized Sonic a lot for playing way too much Firelord or Tavern Heroes or Beastmaster and stuff like that. I feel like every time he plays an off-meta strategy, not Demon Hunter, he just loses. So I've criticized him a ton by saying, just play Demon Hunter, just play Demon Hunter. Every game he plays Demon Hunter, he wins. Every game he plays a different hero, he loses. And now with the cosplay, I hope he's going to play to his strengths, which is Demon Hunter first, which is just standard play. He's so good when he does that.
All right, then we take a look at the servers. This looks fine. Do we have maps already?
Yep.
Ah, you said, is it? Oh, SG. Okay. Shallow. Brave.
Yeah, I was desperately trying to do vetoes while interviewing TSEOG. I'm like typing
yeah,
and talking, what do you think about the Mountain King?
Got it.
Actually, I have a question for you, Mr. Carson. I didn't want to be that rude in the interview with Mr. Tacio, but what do you think about denying TC level 6? Because, you know, denying the units is all about experience, right? And here on level 6 gives so much, and those TC was running on low HP forever. So I was really thinking about denying him. What do you think about that?
Could be potentially good. Sometimes with Reincarnate, you can go for that play, but then it's a little bit risky because there's always the Breaker Stormbolts around. So it's risky, but, you know, maybe it's so hard in these situations, though, right? Because there's so many heads-up plays happening back-to-back.
Alrighty. Is it now me and you, Mr. 8-Man, for our second game of the day?
I'm ready, Mr. Neo. Welcome, everybody. And we are on the Shallow Grave. It's a very interesting map. And we have a desync, so it's probably the ping equalizer. Sometimes the even player conditions have a drawback.
Yep, that's right. Hawk was asking for the EQ, so of course we wanted to give it to him.
Is EQ equals to DQ, disqualifying couple?
Yeah.
Of course not. This can happen from time to time. Should be fine. We just rehost. Otherwise, well, if it happens again, then we do without equalizer. Maybe.
Yes, for the viewers, they don't know, W3Champions has a feature, ping equalizer, but, you know, very rarely, but sometimes there is a desync because ping equalizer artificially makes additional ping for one of players, and sometimes it can go wrong. So it happened in Mr. Grabby tournament, Grabby Invitational number 1. It happened now here, but it was the start of the game, so I guess no problem. And I sent the game name to Mr. Hawk, so hopefully he will be here soon. And now he has no ping.
Ay, and you're in the player slot, Soul. Do you want to play Pally Rifle versus Sonic?
I already did on Warcraft in Back to Warcraft Weekly.
And?
That's the problem with having friends in the caster part. They want to see you suffer, and I think Mr. Carson really enjoyed this.
Carson.
I saw you beat Foggy on ladder one time. I enjoyed you winning that game.
It was Offris. Offris doesn't count, sir.
I count it. I take that to the bank. I download the replay. I take a screenshot of the victory screen. I print it out by 480 by 260. I post it on my wall, framed. I show it to everyone at my house.
Yes, so I imagine you will invite me for Christmas or something to Canada, and you're like, your aunt will ask, "Oh, is it this boy that won versus Foggy?" Oh, right.
Yeah, of course.
I
told my whole family
about you. Yes.
Well, guys, let's see where this goes. Christmas at Carson's. I wouldn't mind a little stint to Canada, but we'll see if Carson remembers at the end of the year. I will always remember legendary matches between Hawk and Sonic, and hopefully this is one as well. Let's go.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this time there is no problems with ping equalizer. On the top left there is Mr. Sonik. He's not going for some crazy Tavern Hero opener. His Ancient of War is in position for Renegade Wizard camp, and on the bottom right we have Mr. Hawk. His altar tells me that he's going to creep Mercenary camp, so no fast expansion.
Love to see Mercenary camp. Love to see Shallow Grave. One of my personal favorite maps to watch. This, of course, determines who claims match points on map 2. Sonic, always super wild and aggressive. In the big tournaments, can always lead for surprises, and we got a Warden play.
Yeah, Mr. Neo, so this blindfold was to basically show us that, yes, he's not only going to play Demon Hunter, he wants to play Warden, and Warden brings always crazy games. Warden can be very annoying with Shadow Strike, and when you are being annoying versus human, you get the Siege Engine treatment as a revenge.
Alrighty, we're slightly behind schedule, and if this game continues the way these matches have worked in the past, then we might end this past midnight, but who cares? More Warcraft is always more good. Sonic with the scout figures out where the altar is pointing towards. That means some lightning shield creep here. Wonder how Hawk will respond to this.
Well, that's a good question. Usually it's expansion and slowly trying to survive. before the tanks, before the paladin. Of course, there is a lot of options. He may play rifle caster. We will see about that. The game is still young, and on the top of the map there's going to be a pool on the Mer camp, and is the pool going to work? Second Ancient of War of Mr. Sonik is going to be cancelled. Nicely done by Hawk. Good scout.
Then no double Ancient of War creeping, no Huntress Hall all in against a possible human expansion. Plan B that we sometimes see. Archmage got the Shadow Priest for a little bit of healing, which he might need because this Footman looking juicy for that Warden.
It's very good item on the Archmage. Big healing potion may be actually a deal breaker, because this Warden would like to harass. As we can see with Warden, Sonik is not picking any spell. He doesn't have Fan of Nice. Okay, he went for the Fan of Nice now, so no Shadow Strike. He's trying to do some economic damage, and 2 workers are dead. Now he is blocked in the base, so Blink is the option. No Shadow Strike. This Archmage is safe. I wonder, is because of the big healing potion? Maybe.
Yeah, makes sense, right? I mean, more mobility is always good. Archmage not the uber fastest, Footman not that fast. Warden wants to cause some trouble. Hawk can surround if he wants to, so then always having a plan to get out is nice. Hiding in the night now. Spamming for the shadow, for the Berserker. Yep, and Sonik got it.
Yes, but Berserker got surrounded, so Mr. Sonik is burning the TP, but Ancient of War, the second one, is already waiting for him, so fast healing. And he'll go to creep, but both players with very late tech. Sonik delayed his tech not to go for crazy hunts, just to go for crazy creeping, and he will get level 3. Maybe not from this camp, actually we'll see about that. But yes, very soon. Human, on the other hand, is not taking as well, because Human is going to expand.
Okay, interesting setup here with the super long tier 1 by Sonik. We'll see how that goes. We got 2 more subs. Thank you, Krota, absolute Warcraft YouTube legend, for the 15-month, and Sanya for the 10-month. Love it, love it, love it. Sonik needs a big item here and big XP. Scroll of the Beast, alright. But not that great as a big mana potion or a Wand of Mana Stealing would be. Dude, Sonik is just staying on tier 1. What the hell is happening?
Well, that's a very good question. Staying on tier 1 can mean only one thing: aggression. There is no counter expansion. Sonik is maybe going to surprise his opponent. He will try to deal as much damage as he can to the expansion. He's pulling his army. Maybe Sonik will just counter expand now. So he'll harass with the Warden, and the rest of the army is going to creep. And we'll just expand on the spot. That's the only explanation that I see. And let's check on the Warden how much damage she can deal.
Well, that's a lot of killed workers already. We have to be careful that the Warden doesn't use all her mana before the blink. Nice staff action. There's no disable. And both players maneuver around each other really well. And yes, I think you're right, Saul, with probably an expansion on the spot here at the left-hand side. Warden gets a little bit of extra damage. We got the resources, and then a sweet 2-base play.
So Sonik is making Human versus Night Elf similar to Human versus Undead. In Human versus Undead we see so many, like, so long tier 1 versus tier 1 uptime, Expo versus Expo. Interesting choice by Sonik. It actually makes sense, so I like to see it. And Mr. Neo, Arcane Tower in the main base of Human is not ready, and it means dead peasants.
Doesn't even need to blink in because it's no wall off. Hawk getting a bit overwhelmed here. That's a lot of workers down already and more to come. Warden, spin to win. Another triple kill.
Yeah, level 4 is very important because the mana cost of Blink drops by a lot. So this Warden is very fast, very swift, can blink nicely. And I think Warden is going to... she's hiding. Okay, spotted by Hawk, and he's like, okay, I want your Merc.
Oh man, so
Hawk is blocking nicely, but yes, Warden is connecting. But the question is, can expansion of Sonik survive? Human can power build, while Night Elf can't. Expansion is always fragile. We have a lot of Mercs at the expansion. Sonik is in a good position. I think he's going to hold this, but who knows? Hawk is going there.
Sonik is level 4.3 at the 7-minute mark. That's insane. That's 1 level per minute. Fan of Knives is super destructive. Sonik is plowing through this human... Can we even call it army? It's ridiculous. This is a tough task for Hawk. It's a horrible day for the humans so far.
Yes. How do we call the human units then? Not the army, maybe human like... How do you call those people that recreate, you know, the historical events, maybe? So it's not the real knights. They're just actors or whatever. So yes.
It's cosplayers, yep.
Yes, so human army, human units are cosplaying an army, ladies and gentlemen. Muddy is here. Muddy is not cosplaying anybody. Muddy is here, and we are close to the lab, so we can use reveal. Sonik, what are you going to do versus this Archmage? Are we surrounding? What's going to happen now?
How good is he at memory? There's a little bit of a door here. Muddy is more interested in the water elemental. In the meantime, the tree is up, and Hawk is losing another footman, level 4.7. Can we reach level 5 before the 10-minute mark? It's not looking that bad.
Well, Mr. Neo, let me tell you, Sonik is looking great in this game, but Hawk is good in those big fights. So maybe he will find a way. But yes, if you allow Nidelf to expand that easy, and if Warden is level 4.6 or something, it's scary. So Mr. Hawk needs to do something. I don't know. Maybe when he'll go for second hero, maybe with MK Bolt, we can find something. And look at this. Ancient of War of Sonik is already in position. Another Ancient of War is patiently waiting at the Goblin Merchant on the top right. Sonik has a plan. Sonik plan is level 5 Warden, and level 5 Warden will give a lot of dead peasants. He gets level 5. He got the big mana stone. Is he even going to ignore this Archmage or maybe kill him? The heal potion forced. Run, human, run.
Ooh, poor Archmage. He got the boots, should be fine. The potion, of course, amazing. Against all this piercing damage, Hawk never went for the fend. That is surely an oversight. Can he reach the shop? Yep, but he's not tier 2 yet. Needs to hide, and Sonik just finds new targets in the back of the second base. No more mana. Will he consume the mana stone? I'd say yes. Wait a second.
Mr. Nino, you know Sonik well. Can you tell me one thing? By knowing him well, do you think he went Blink level 3 instead of Fan of Nice level 3 just for memes?
I didn't see that yet, but I mean, he's Davai, right? Davai is like forward, and with Blink level 1, you can go forward more fast, so it fits.
Well, definitely looks like a misclick, but that's quite funny. Of course, Blink level 3 is amazing. It's very fast and it costs almost nothing. But yes, this is a big problem if you can't spend your mana efficiently. But Sonik is ahead, and I hope he's going to retrain soon.
Level 5.5. What a speed run this is. Sonic's base is also always interesting. I've never seen a Tree of Life next to a Hunter's Hall, next to an Ancient of Lore at the Expo. I'm not too sure if that's some special anti-tank building placement, but it's certainly creative.
An interesting choice by Sonik, actually. Besides the Blink level 3, on level 5, we have Demon Hunter instead of Panda. Usually in this combination we see Panda as a second hero for the Night Elves. Why? Because Warden will lame and second hero will creep, and Panda is an amazing second hero to creep to high level. You have Mass AoE with Breath of Fire and Warden Fan of Knives later, and Sonik used Fan of Knives to attack one peasant. He's trying to cancel the workshops.
Oh, the Sonic, the Demon Hunter is getting a Stormbolt and is biting the dust. Oh no, he wanted that Archmage. He might even get it, or at least the Town Portal, but Hawk is playing nicely around it. Is this game completely falling apart for Sonic?
Well, I would say that it's looking okay still. Warden is back. Warden will kill the MK. Maybe not. He forced the TP first. MK actually went down. Demon Hunter was just on level 1. He will be back soon. And those Water Elementals actually going to fit some nice experience to the Warden. It's not going to be level 6, but very, very close.
Oh, Berserker. Run, 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 run. Reju from the bear. Lovely. Yep, 5. So close. 12-minute ultimate, no problem. I do worry about Sonik though, because Hawk has reached tier 2 and the workshops are up and he has not much against tanks.
Well, Nature Blessing is ready. He's slowly making the Ancient of War at the expansion. You know, he will uproot them and attack the tanks later. Demon Hunter is going back to his job, which is of course creeping. And Warden is going back to his duty, to her duty, even though it's harsh job to just slay peasant after peasant, it has to be done.
Exactly. Can't let Hawk unfold. Needs one more kill. Got an anti-magic, got a mana potion, so this could be an instant avatar. Hopefully he doesn't feed that away. He also sees the production.
Anti-magic.
Yep.
Anti-magic helps a lot versus Arcane Tower, because look at the mana. Mana is not dropping. We have level 6. Are we summoning the avatar? We'll see about that. Sonik knows what to do. He's repositioning nicely. And yes, Warden is going away for now.
Seems like Carson has a break for another 20 minutes, everybody. This is, oh man, this Demon Hunter choice still pains me. I mean, against the Mountain King, it's kind of nice, but anyway. Sylvie Mask for the Warden will be lovely, but it really, really hurt Sonic to not have picked Fan of Knives level 3 as well.
This is crazy. This, like, I don't know, going for Demon Hunter, not picking Mana Burn level 3, just evasion, you know? You may say, oh, evasion gives you 10% more dodge change, but we want to burn the mana from the opponent, and with this AoE spell is even more important. For the first time, tanks on the left are connecting, but look at this, 2 bears, 2 Ancient of War already uprooted, and those tanks are not doing too much, but on the top right, Mr. Hawk is creeping, and he's slowly coming back to this game.
Alrighty, both players have traveled the world together for over 10 years. They know each other inside out, as much as you can know Sonic inside out, I guess. Hawk not getting killed here by an Ogre Lord like I was once. Finds a nice item. More movement speed and attack speed. Always beneficial. But now, the Avatar of Vengeance finally has arrived.
Yes, who is laming who, says Mr. Sonic. He's in the human base, and there is a lot of corpses here. What about the rest of the army? Army of the Night Elf is chasing the tanks. And yes, the game will continue. Human in this position would like to go for third base, but it's going to be really, really hard when laming is that good.
Mr. Apeman, can you tell me maybe why the mana items are on the Demon Hunter and not on the Warden?
Well, Mr. Neo, let's not start asking questions here, because then we need to go back to Fan of Knives, and I would like to enrage the Twitch chat a little bit. Mr. Sonic in this game did not pick 2 books plus 2 agility, so his Demon Hunter could be plus 4 agility. He left them on both labs. And yes, Mr. Sonic is in the full zone. He is making misclicks, but he's like, okay, I will just play amazingly, and these misclicks doesn't even matter.
Amazing! Yeah, he did a lot of damage to Hawk this far. His heroes combined level 10.6 is ridiculous. Bears around, this lore needs some help. 4 tanks, upgrades aren't that great yet. Still, production coming ahead.
Human base, just show the main human base.
Oh man, yeah, you don't even have to say anything. This is wonderful.
Well, tanks are not connecting. Army of the human, the fighting army, has 2 knights, 2 breakers, almost dead paladin. And yes, the game is looking worse. Sonic is even scouting the expansion on the top right. It's like, hey, Hawk, where is your base? Because without base number 3, you are just dead, smiley face.
Mountain King dead as well. It has to be mentioned that he scouts with his main hero, which he didn't need for the defense because he's that damn strong. Gets another kill.
At this point, it's just a comedy. It's not even a tragedy.
Well, if you're a human fan or a Hawk fan, it is surely a tragedy.
Okay, we have 2 bears in the main human base because they were chasing the tanks and Warden to the rescue, but there is no staff of preservation, so 1 bear dies, but the rest of the Night Elf army is coming for the vengeance. We have a lot of mana on the Dryads, Water Elementals will be purged, tanks are dying, Sonic looks amazing, level 7 Warden is here! Finally, we unlock Fan of Knives level 3.
Or we go Shadow Strike level 1, but nope. No. Spellbreaker steals the redo but is not allowed to. Warden can do whatever she wants, and Sonic takes map number 1.
What can you say? What can you say? It was a little silly at times, but you gotta, if you look at the first 7-8 minutes of this game, it was pretty much perfect from Sonic. A well-deserved victory. The Dema Hunter was a little weird. The Blink level 3 was a little bit weird, but I mean, still, those are conscious decisions. Those are Sonic saying, I want to do these things. This is what I believe to be the best choice. And mechanically, early game wise, it was perfect. You know, whether or not the decisions are correct that he makes, he does it with confidence and he plays it very, very well.
Right.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the Sonic camera and I can't stop laughing. So, Mr. Neo, take it away, please.
Is he is just one of a kind, man. What can we say? He is a showman, and you never know if he's presenting himself in the best shape, but he's on, man. It's one of the biggest tournaments that we have in the Western scene, and oh boy, did he tear Hawk apart from the very, very beginning. From the very, very beginning. He was super dominant with this, man. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Even super unusual, man. What can we say about Sonic? It's just amazing.
Yeah.
Mr. Carson, I have a short question. In your old theory-craft universe, is there a place when Blink level 3 makes sense?
No, only in panic situations. Only in panic situations where you're like, oh, I don't have enough mana to get out of this surround, so I need to skill Blink level 3 to get out, or, you know, I need to kill this hero but don't have enough mana for an actual damage spell, so I'm going to use Blink to catch up and kill. Only in, like, clutch situations, not in, like, a macro overarching situation is this ever better.
Makes sense. Game is loading. Mr. Neo, who is casting?
You two. I take a break. I'm old. I need rest.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Neo. Mr. Carson, welcome. This game was amazing. Game number 1, so crazy to see Sonic in a good shape, and I was a little bit surprised that, you know, Hawk was that outplayed. And in this game, it's not going to be Tavern Hero. On the top left, we have Mr. Sonic playing as a Night Elf. On the bottom right, Mr. Hawk. And Altar is on the right. So yes, Tide Hunter is a very good expansion map, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very good expansion map for sure, and maybe less strong for the Warden, although it's still possible. You gotta give credit to Sonic here. Played that whole game with a blindfold on as well. Like, you think he'll take the blindfold off if he loses a map, or is he gonna keep it on the whole time?
Well, that's definitely a very good outfit to have. I remember 3 years ago when I was just a 4v4 player, I was watching those clips of Sonic giving interview with very interesting outfits. But yes, for now, let's check. And it's Warden again. Mamma mia, I'm excited.
All right, Warden. Second Age to War will go down to the Knoll Overseer camp to the south of Sonic's base, and then it can also creep the Green camp. So it's not a terrible map for Warden. It's not as good as Shallow Grave. Shallow Grave is maybe one of the better Warden maps, with Terranus Stand not being in the pool and Echo Isles not being very common anymore. So, you know, I think it'll work out in the end. I'm glad to see Sonic sticking to something that he seems to be playing very, very well. The Fire Lord, again, I'll say it, was just not working for me when Sonic was playing it, so I'm glad to see we're back to, you know, kind of what he's been so good at for a long time.
Yeah, definitely Sonic showed us this very long tier 1. Maybe it was because of the Mercs, right? He wanted to get double Troll Berserkers. But I wonder if this game is going to be the same. We see some modern Night Elf going for the shop instead of second Ancient of War. As you can see, we have a shop close to the green Murlocs. So this is going to be a different game. Warden got the item plus 5 cloves, and what is Hawk doing? Hawk is creeping the lab first.
Yeah, Wisp is there to scout it, so the Warden is going to go across, trying to detonate the Water Elemental. Delaying at least, that's all Sonic's trying to do right now. Does get the detonator on the Water Elemental, that'll mean level 2 for the Warden a lot quicker than otherwise. Buys a Surfer from the shop. Golem will go to Hawk, gets a belt, not terrible, especially if there's Shadow Strike in the future. How many peasants are going to be lost here?
That's a great question. So far, Sonic is deciding about first spell. Is it going to be Shadow Strike? Yes, it's Shadow Strike in this game. And Warden is contemplating for now. Level 2 versus level 2. So far, the game looks okay for both. And as you mentioned, this Archmage is not going to die that quickly. Extra strength means more HP and also more HP regen, which is nice. Sonik for now is disengaging.
Yeah, Sonik just tries to zone those peasants as long as he possibly can. Of course, even if you don't get kills, if you're able to keep them away from the mining lumber at home, it's still good for you as the Night Elf player. There's potential for a last hit with Shadow Strike. It's easier said than done, but he chooses to use the mana instead on the Archmage. Going to take a while and a lot of mana to be able to kill that hero, and looking for another peasant at the lab. Does successfully get it, so that's 2 kills for Sonik.
In the meantime, on the top left, as we can see, the shop is helping to creep. Not even about the damage, but he's soaking a lot of experience. And shop is important for Warden players, right? Later for the Nidals to spam the clarities. So it's a good investment. And is Hawk going to be aggressive now? Because he's heading into the middle of the map, maybe to go to the Nidal base.
And Hawk is teching as well. Calls Militia to creep the Sea Giant camp, which will get him level 3. And yeah, this shop is great for that green camp. Very difficult to creep the Null Overseer with this shop. You need 3 Wisps to repair to do it. Sonik kills the item, the Mantle. Unfortunate that he had to do that. Would have loved that on the Warden. Archer's being pressured. This looks like a difficult hold for Sonik, I'll be honest. With only level 2, how does Sonik get out of this one?
Yeah, and another Shadow Strike is on the Archmage, and this Archmage is laughing, Mr. Carson. I can hear it, Kappa, because like with this extra regen, these Shadow Strikes are not that threatening, and yes, it's impossible to be level 3 Warden in this situation, so it's always like that, but Sonik is not losing his Wisps. Sonik base is okay, so I would say that it still looks good for the Night Elf player, because I have seen much worse game when level 3 Archmage was just pressuring a lot of dead Wisps, a lot of detonations. So far, Sonik is holding, but what is going to happen next? That's the question. Sonik knows it's 1 base versus 1 base, he's coming back with Warden. Now is a very important moment.
Yeah, Archers running away. There is 6 of them. The Sonic Classic uproots the Ancient of War. One Archer could go down, but again, as long as the Wisps, as long as the tech isn't being delayed, the Archer losses are okay. Hunter's Hall is going to be cancelled. The tier 2 is still a little ways away, but that is a big find for Hawk, and there's more water elementals available. 1 Wisp detonates, but doesn't land on the Archmage, so there's another summon available in a second. Warden comes back, but is Sonic just dying? Saul?
I don't think that he's dying now, but his early and mid game is not looking that sweet. He's still far away from level 3 on his Warden. The only good news is that Human is on 1 base, but it means aggression. It means that we may even see Naga second for the Night Elf, right? Just to defend Warden in the very, very critical position. Sonik is holding for now. Of course, 1 base versus 1 base is okay for the Night Elf, even more than okay. But yes, we need to survive this. And so far, aggression is done. Hunter's Hall needs to be remade. But it's still... My question is, what kind of second hero are we going to see? And look at this! Paladin second for Mr. Hawk. Todd is a big fan of Paladin second versus Shadow Strike just to keep the Archmage alive. And what is Sonik going to do? The rifles! The rifles are dying in the middle.
Yeah, I'd say that's a mistake from Hawk. I like to keep those first 2 riflemen back at home, and then only bring the riflemen out once your second hero is out, once they're safe, of course, with the Paladin second. Yeah, it's a great choice against Shadow Strike, and especially because he knows the Warden is not going to have the chance to retrain, and if he did retrain, Phantom Knives wouldn't get as much value in this sort of a game, so Paladin is a fantastic choice. Sonik finally gets that Ancient of... or the Hunter's Hall up for Ancient Lores, but it's going to be a long time before he has any drives or bears.
Yes, both players with some losses. The timing of Human is not going to be that sharp, right? Because a lot of militia time for creeping, and TP will be forced, maybe, let's see about that. The Paladin is running to the rescue, but is it enough time? Archmage is on a very low HP, but Holy Light connects and proves to be a decent choice.
Yeah, very, very nice there. Saving that Archmage, pressuring the Warden quite a bit. It's almost daytime. I do worry for the amount of Moonwells that can regenerate that Warden up. There'll be bears eventually. There's a shop for clarities. Warden is only taking more and more damage, though, trying to buy time. But really, how is she going to recover with no mana, no health now?
Yes, the question is when Hawk is going to attack now. He has 38 supply, so maybe the answer is now. We'll see about that. He wants to creep jack the Demon Hunter. Demon Hunter with literally 0 experience, but He's slowly starting to work on the Paladin mana, and I thought this Ancient of Lore will survive maybe, but the repair will be forced. And no detonation. Now the first one went through. Sonik doesn't look too sweet in this situation. He's not going tier 3, and yes, we need bears at some point. And look at this, Hawk is pulling Militia now. He's not coming back. He's starting his push.
Hawk also forgetting a Rifleman back at home. Unfortunate. That is a lot of your damage being missed, but he's definitely favored in this fight regardless. Health Potion forced on the Demon Hunter. Staff of Preservation could be purchased, but right now, Sonik doing a whole lot of running around, not a lot of damage. Shadow Strike countered by the Holy Light. Demon Hunter is low. It's going to be tough again to heal him up. Oh, Priest now being focused. Is there a Holy Light? There isn't mana for us. Sonik getting some value here.
Yes, the right clicks on the Archmage just to force him back, but it doesn't work so far. And yes, Human can start. Demon Hunter died. Where?
You run into creeps on purpose? I mean, it would have been impossible to heal him up, so maybe that was the play, but I didn't see where it happened.
This Hawk is in the no hurry mode. He's not really pushing now. He understands that he dealt a lot of damage, and now we have Priest for the healing. Warden Dream is to just force TP on this Human army to buy a little bit more time, but Human is going going anywhere. The archers are dying. And so far, Hawk is holding this push. Look how fragile the Archmage is, but with Paladin, with the Priest, Archmage is holding, and Mr. Iron Sonic says, okay, you got me here.
Hawk's post-match a little bit different than Sonic's. No big celebration just yet, but Hawk stays alive.
Goodbye.
Well done. That was quite demolishing, eh? Both matches so far, pretty one-sided.
Yeah, that was a nice little reaction from Hawk, realizing the Warden not as strong here as it was on Shallow Grave. I think the Mercenaries, as Saul pointed out, is a very important point as to why the Warden's not as strong here. And also just the creeping in general. 2 Ancient Wars or 1 Ancient War and Ancient Wonders can't get as much value on this map. So Hawk with the perfect transition into the 1 base with the Paladin second, showing that the Warden's not going to work on every map against players of this caliber.
By the way, I have to say... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but please, Mr. Neo. Please.
No, I have to say, Mr. Apeman, I'm a little bit disappointed in you now, having you in comparison to Sonic. He's so dedicated to his hero, the Demon Hunter. Where's your hammer? Where's your rifle? Shouldn't you represent as well?
Mr. Neo, I will tell you that you are going to be even more disappointed now because I did not understand your question.
I mean, Sonic, he has a blindfold, right, for the Demon Hunter. He represents. So why don't you have a hammer or a rifle with you?
You have to cosplay.
Yeah.
So we need you to dress up like a paladin, maybe like the pirate paladin. Put a little eye patch on you.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I will think about cosplaying for the season 21 if my internship will continue for the next edition. What about that?
You heard it here first. You heard it here first, everybody.
Okay, I like it. I like it. How do we like Hammerfall, Carson, as a map for Sonic's Warden?
Could be strong. I think it's going to be hard for Hawk to resist fast expanding on this map. This is one of the stronger fast expo maps in the pool currently. So I think Warden could very much get enough space to get level 3 and be able to harass the peasants this time around.
Well. Then let's give Mr. Apeman a little bit of time to think about his cosplay. If I'm not mistaken, the order is that it's like our turn now, right?
Yeah.
Good. I don't want to trample on the intern here, who does a very, very good job, I have to say once again. Soul Apeman here on Twitch and on YouTube. This man needs 1,000,000 followers. If you ask me.
A Makrua cosplay, that would be interesting. That'd be very Human Centipede-esque, if I do say so myself.
It would be quite funny. I will chip in.
Maybe the movie Tusk. If you haven't seen it, I don't recommend it. But if you have seen it, you'll know what I'm talking about. Okay, hero choices. Demon Hunter this time around versus Archmage. Sonic reigns true with the cosplay.
Exactly. Demon Hunter for the first time. No shenanigans, no more. No Fire Lord, no Beastmaster. Just meta this time. For Sonic, it's meta to not be meta, and so you can't surprise your opponent to go meta. This is the 5D chess that I expect from Sonic.
Yeah, love to see it. And for Hawk, he was not able to resist pulling that Golem, so he is going to go for at least the expansion creep. Doesn't 100% mean it's going to be 2-base just yet, but it being Hawk, would definitely expect that. We'll see what Sonic does. Immolation first, as expected, for now, just to speed up the creeping, but that will also help with the harassing of peasants in the future. We'll see if Sonic finds this expansion and is going to be aggressive or is going to be passive. We'll be surprised by him being passive, but for now, it's creeping to level 2.
Yeah, Sonic being passive is not a thing. Got a ring as well. Wonderful. Enjoy the last days before it gets nerfed. Just like every other human unit or spell or hero or whatever there is for this faction. Hawk doesn't have the lumber just yet, but will have it in a bit. And the answer to this expansion play was always pressure, 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 and burn as much as you can.
Yeah, we'll see if the Demon Hunter is able to find his way over there. Of course, Hawk has the advantage of being able to build the Town Hall against the trees and then hide the peasants to the right currently of the Town Hall where they won't be easily burned. We can see the SimCity pretty much perfect. The Demon Hunter is going to come in. I think, how many archers? Like 2 archers. He could attack the Town Hall and actually cancel it. Does Sonic know the timing on this? He could literally cancel it.
Ooh. Let's go. 2 archers here as well. I unfortunately don't have the HP for the Town Hall anymore in this advanced observer overlay, but so far I see that this bar is going to the left-hand side, and that's not the direction that Hawk wants it to go.
Yeah, that is going to be a cancel. All those resources invested into power building now cancels, and now the peasants exposed. In the meantime, though, Moonwell's going down. Hawk doing some return damage. Sonic still on tier 1. It's going to be a long tier 1 game, just like map number 1. 1 Moonwell falls, and a second one now being pressured. Sonic, will he TP back? Is he happy with the damage he's done?
Well, Sonic is rebuilding these Moonwells in the middle of the map next to the shop, of course. Where else would you do it? This is a sick base build by Hawk here to not have it open. Looks unorthodox. The second Moonwell he can't save. Needs to get some damage in now.
Yeah, very supply blocked is Sonic, but the Moonwell is finishing that he rebuilt. Pressure in the meantime is good. Demon Hunter is very healthy, so he'll be able to defend this. And Moonwell now finishes for Sonic. He could tech, I suppose. Maybe he could build a Tree of Life if he wanted. I don't know where we go from here. I would be very confused if I was either of these players right now.
Dude, not even the players know where we go from here. I have no clue either. Chat will pretend that they have an idea, but let's be honest. Demon Hunter is chasing Footman. Relatively easy. The thing is about losing the Moonwells at this situation is they don't have the Knight to fill them up. Especially the second one here in the base that Sonic also rebuilt. I don't think if I caught him yet. Hawk is still tier 1, not teching. Still adamant that this expansion is a must.
Demon Hunter boots and staff now goes back in for the expansion. Archers in the middle are favored in the exchange. It feels like when the Demon Hunter is able there to assist them. There's actually 6 archers yet again. Sonic almost level 3 on the Demon Hunter. Hawk very, very far away actually on the Archmage from having level 2 water elementals. But for now, he's just making space for the Town Hall. But the Town Hall is yet to be built. Militia now run out at that expo. They'll start building that. There will be a second base for the human, but Sonic halfway through his tier 2 tech.
And again, the perfect timing, is it not? Like, he's moving across right when he gave that command, when Hawk gave that command. Working against the tower, working against the workers. Ooh, that's a risky creep spot, but since Hawk is moving back, he'll be fine.
And that'll get him level 3 as well. Not able to do too much as Sonic here, but he's making space for the creeping, as you point out correctly. There's level 3, so Hawk should know what's going on. Town Hall will come up eventually, but is there a shop for Hawk? Not yet. He's going to need to build that pretty soon. How much health is Sonic going to invest into here? He's got to be careful. He's only got a staff to get out.
Well, he just dribbles out. That was so close. Hawk with some nice positions here with Footman and repositions as well. In the meantime, we got the replenishment potion that the Demon Hunter desperately, desperately needs. Hunter Soul coming. Tech is almost done. Expo coming up. This is pretty much a 50-50 thing with tech advantage Sonic.
I'd say a chaotic game so far, but with very few mistakes from both players, honestly. They played relatively solid, and at the end of the day, we probably have a relatively even game on our hands. The expansion's done. The shop was power built for the human to be able to heal up a little bit. Hawk is really only missing level 3 Archmage, I would say, and Sonic missing maybe a second hero, maybe some lures, and a follow-up plan. Naga second, and pressure towards the Expo. Peasants are exposed there.
Okay, Water Elemental waters the plant. Ancient of War takes care of that. Burning Naga mana is of course not ideal. Archer so far is getting rid of some health. And Demon Hunter, he kind of has to... Oh, he canceled the staff! Expose, exposed!
Oh, whoops. And that's gonna be guaranteed a cancel now, unfortunately. The Demon Hunter probably wouldn't have been able to defend on his own, but he would have actually made it costly for Hawk, maybe killing a couple of footmen with those boots of speed, but now this is Tree of Life is donezo. It was 90% done, but is going to not return a lot of resources to Sonic as he delays the cancel to the last second. In the meantime, Militia defends the Town Hall for Hawk. Hawk took pretty much no damage in return.
Exactly. A couple of footmen, maybe thanks to the immolation, which is running pretty the entire time. We got footman splits we really like. Archmage in the main, only level 2, but there's a Water Elemental soon, and then Good Night Lore. Hawk, after taking quite some punches in game 1, is back in tremendous fashion.
And Naga finds kills though for Sonic, so he's going to get a couple of footmen. Militia again being called. The tech is underway for Hawk, but he's going to be very low on lumber when he does reach tier 2. Maybe potential for a shredder to be forced. In the main base of Sonic, he's losing a couple of wisps here and there, trying to get lures up. Demon Hunter comes back to defend, and it seems like Hawk is trying to stabilize, but he's low on footmen, and the Naga continues to pressure with the assistance of these archers.
Really not bad. He also doesn't have a blacksmith at the arrival of tier 2, which is a bit of an oversight, as he said. Then tanks kind of seem impossible, even though the setup would be nice. Demon Hunter Naga can't really do anything against that, but will you survive? Not sure. Downside for Sonic is he's not on the way to tier 3, and rifles can counter this Dryad play hard. And the Naga is surrounded by Militia!
Nicely done from Hawk. He doesn't often go for surrounds, but when he does, it's when you least expect it and locks it in. Very, very well done. Love to see that. Tier 2 is finished. We'll see if Hawk goes for a Tavern Hero. Would expect just a Blood Mage here would be the most standard, and that's exactly what he goes for. But again, lumber quite low because of this chaotic early game. Gonna struggle to get Sanctums up.
Right on. There's a Blood Mage coming. That's about it. Sonic still some time to recover a little bit. Archmage level 3 makes his way across. Footmen can't really be used either, as hurt as they are. Expo will finish, right?
About to be done. Goldmine can still be delayed by the Archmage. That is always a play available to Hawk. For now, trying to cancel this lore. This would be an insane cancel with just the Archmage and a Water Elemental, but very much possible. Demon Hunter trying to help out as well. Oh, double detonate. That might actually just barely save it, and he does. Nicely done from Sonic, hurting his lumber economy even further, but he's got enough wisps at home.
Do you ever have enough wisps? I don't know. It calls for a shredder. Not sure if Sonic is if his lumber economy is that important to him. I think number one value is the damage meter. And now we got a Blood Mage, and that takes all the fuel away. Like, you know, you've probably been one of these boys who stole gasoline with a straw from other people's cars. That's exactly what this
No, I've never done that,
No. Maybe boats for you instead of cars.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Filthy thief.
Yeah, you know, it's boring here in Canada. We got to do something in the cold winter months of the year, you know?
How about building a snowman, dude?
True. That'd be a little bit more innocent, wouldn't it?
Kinda.
But then your hands get cold, you know? I don't have thick enough mittens.
Canadian without thick mittens.
True. We have a thick wall this expansion. The Sanctums are up, but honestly, 11-minute production for Hawk is pretty terrible. This is oftentimes where we'll see human 70 supply pushing the Night Elf expansion is around this point in the game, but Hawk obviously has been delayed by quite a bit.
Yeah, the good thing for Hawk is though that Sonic's tech is also absolutely terrible, has only started now. So if you talk about normal pushing, like nothing's normal here in this game when you have Sonic and Hawk facing each other. So Hawk still has some time as he's super far ahead in supply.
63. A lot of that in peasants, it feels like. How many lumber peasants does Hawk have? He's got like, I guess he's got 11 or 12, which is pretty standard.
16.
Oh, geez. It's 16 lumber peasants.
Yep. You got 26
oh my,
in total.
Yeah, that is way too many. Way too many. Maybe a third base in his future. So yeah, the 64 supply is really not that strong as we see the Demon Hunter surviving attacks from the entire army right now.
Brave Dryad tried to kill that Zork, but yeah, and it's only tier 2 for Hawk with 3 production buildings, no second racks. He's still muscling up an attack. Sonic trying to get ready with an Ancient, with an AP, with Moonwells, and the first Bears, but for a long time they'll only be able to cast Roar and Region.
Yeah, I do worry for Sonic here. This is going to look like a super classic human push against Night Elf when Night Elf really struggles to hold on. You might have one Bear by the end of the game, but 72 against 47 and no tier 3 done just yet. Level 2 on the Blood Mage, a very important upgrade. Double heal scroll. And the base build is extremely good at the expansion. Very fortified for Sonic, but I don't think the wall is big enough to deal with this big of a human army.
Tacio is waiting in the winner bracket semifinal tomorrow. Leon is waiting in the lower bracket and right after this one. So will this AP and this wall of wisps be able to hold?
Trying to repair the Ancient of War. Sonic doing a pretty great job so far. Getting a couple of kills, detonating.
Love how he keeps the
supply.
Bear back for that reju, but he doesn't have an anti-magic potion. He doesn't have too much Dispel anymore. This Blood Mage is gonna be very, very annoying.
Now he goes back to grab the orb, which is of course great in these positions, just poking the poison damage. And honestly, the supply is 57 versus 71 right now. It's pretty even because you mentioned the 16 lumber peasants. Very ineffective 70 supply. Sonic is looking closer and closer to holding right now.
With an orb, tower number 1 cancelled. Demon Hunter HP worries me a little bit. We don't have Master Bears yet. Oh, Sonic, I praised you for keeping the bears in the back. Now he puts them forward with a little bit of a staff. And Sonic losing Wisps now, no more repair. We also have to worry about his lumber a bit. Second try with the towers.
Arcane Tower on its way. Priest mana is getting rather low. There's not a lot of Dispel anymore to deal with that rejuve too elegantly. Anti-magic potion for the Demon Hunter is getting closer and closer to level 5. Towers not up yet. Sonic trying to defend here. Maybe the peasant kills could be the easy target, but he goes for the footman in the front.
Nice lumber mill, courtesy of Big Ben Pool, protecting these towers. Very low surface area. Bear, master training, but staffed out. Breaker's hard to deal with. Stealing the roar, stealing the reju. The rifles, of course, the hard counter to Dryads. Working well. Sonic, what's left in the tank?
Demon Hunter in the middle of everything. Staff will be off cooldown in 15 seconds. Demon Hunter has a potion of healing. Heal scroll used. That's both heal scrolls burned so far. Breaker dies, but it feels like all the Dryads have died as well. Reinforcements are coming in, but Sonic has to evacuate for now. Demon Hunter is going to have to be staffed out. 1 second for that, and it will be off cooldown. Demon Hunter staffed out, and Sonic needs to go back, but now with the Arcane Towers being up, with that Moonwell going down that was built earlier, looking more and more difficult for the Night Elf.
The AP again, mass repair against it. Demon Hunter is still at 50%. Not sure if there's any moon juice left. Not really. Bears holding on in the main. They're all slow or dry or hurt. Blood Mage level 3. This might be the end of the road for Sonic, but of course he's not giving this up without a fight. 20 food down, but Demon Hunter close to 5.
Finally die, but we just, should point out how important the structures were for Sonic to help him hold for this long. If he had nothing, it would have been a lot more difficult for this expert to hold on. The AP Ancient War did their job. Lots of bears in the front all of a sudden. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the detonates come through. Hawk forced back to the shop. Maybe he has to buy another heal scroll here, but he's got lots of mana on that Blood Mage to banish the bears away.
Bears trying to connect, but it's easier said than done. They're all so slow, and these dwarves are ready for some bear meat on the table. Hawk with the heal scroll, as you suggested. Beautiful timing for this. Sonic would love to have one too, but can't really get there. Maybe with the Naga he could. Maybe that's even necessary. Bears are falling one after the next. Good focus fire by Hawk, who turns this match point for Sonik probably into a winner bracket semi-final as the heel scroll saves the Blood Mage. He banishes himself and Sonik has to tap out. Hawk survives round 1.
Woo. Yeah, tough hold there. Just barely, right? A couple more maybe detonates, a couple more bears available. Maybe if the tech was like 30 seconds quicker, he could have held. It really comes down to inches in these sort of pushes. But Hawk, stable enough early game to make it work.
And that gives us Leon versus Sonik for survival in the lower bracket later today. Or right now, actually. Hard to pick a favorite there. Hopefully Leon can find his footing, but it's going to be heartbreaking to say goodbye for either one of those.
Yeah, very close series. After game number 1, I was like, oh my god, Sonik is doing so well, but game 2 didn't go that well for him. And in game number 3, very chaotic game. But Mr. Hawk victorious, and he's waiting in the interview waiting room, Mr. Neo.
Alrighty, then I wish you guys have fun with the interview. I will prepare everything for the upcoming game. Mr. Hawk, GG.
We can't hear Mr.
Hello?
Hawk.
Hello.
Maybe he's muted. 1 second.
Technical
So,
difficulty.
Mr. Carson.
Stay tuned.
Yes. Mr. Carson, ask me the question. We will then check the answers, if Hawk will give the same answer as I will.
What do you think about Pally rifles, Solid, man?
This new strategy for youngsters. I play only Archmage. I'm so good with Archmage. 20 years of muscle memory. This strategy is going to be nerfed to the ground anyway, so I didn't even practice this, and I'm winning, Mr. Interviewer.
I've transcribed that. It's written down. I got it. I'll see if I can copy and paste Hawk's answer to be the same.
Well, maybe as long as Hawk is fixing his audio, we have a couple of subs to thank for. Heiner Müller, 321, thank you for the 41. Whoopi with the 46. Kafik with the 99 month. So close for the big 100. Globetrotsky, 63 month. Bobby Bobbers with the 10. And Sanya, of course. You guys are also chipping in to the Matcherino for the W3Champions finals, which is phenomenal. 6,250. A wonderful, wonderful number, if you ask me. And of course, profile pictures are still up for grabs until the end of this weekend, and then never, ever, ever again. So grab them while they're hot.
Grab them while they're hot. Get your dead riflemen, or your alive riflemen, or your paladins. Everything's Pally rifle theme these days, which has been the point of much discussion recently. So be part of the discussion, everybody.
Now the big question: can we fix Hawk's audio or not?
Yeah, Mr. Hawk is on it. He's trying. I suggested like maybe he'll try for 1 more minute because yes, he's with us on the voice channel, but he can't really talk. So yes, Mr. Carson, do you have another question I can cosplay?
Is there any special preparation for Sonic? What would you do if you knew you're playing against Sonic? Would you play differently than other Night Elves, do you think?
I need to attend Mr. Hawk, so maybe Mr. Neo will take this question. I'll be back soon. 1 second.
Well, you know, I did a lot of preparation for that. I built myself a Wheel of Fortune, and I wrote down every single hero that is in the Altar of Elders and the Tavern, and every single unit, and then I spun the wheel 4 times, and that is then what I prepared for.
I actually still have one of these wheels from like 2015 or maybe like 2017. I used to do it sometimes on stream. I would just like Wheel of Strategies. It's somewhere in my saved tabs. From a long, long time ago. Maybe Sonic somehow got that link and uses it for his strategies.
We got another sub. Thank you, Mr. Random Bet Gamer, for gifting a sub to Mr. Long Jacket, creator of the wonderful, wonderful homepage, WC3.no. I still think it should be WC3.yes, but I cannot influence that. This is where you find, for example, the entire progress of every streamer that is participating in Grubby's tournament, where apparently we have a new MMR leader. Oh, no, it was just not updated. Sing Sing Turin and are the top 2. That, of course, next weekend.
Yeah, we'll be casting that over here as well. And yeah, it's been cool to keep up with all that. It's nice to see Tasteless grinding out a little bit. He's won so many games. He was like 0-12, 0-13, and now I'm looking at him 37-27. Nice to see the coaching from Terror has been paying off. Hell yeah.
Ooh, cruising towards the 1K. But I gotta say, the StarCraft boys struggling a little bit, huh? Dota dominating, Total War, Hearts of Iron, a game that I never heard before, to be honest. Red Panda, more variety than StarCraft. So, yeah, StarCraft, step it up, man.
Yeah, it's really high level this time around, actually. Definitely, I'd say an average bump of maybe 300 MMR across the board, maybe even higher. It's getting to the point where it's like, some of these players might beat me by the end of the tournament.
Yeah, I'm getting scared to ladder as well, knowing that I could face them. But yeah, Mr. Apeman, are we giving up on Hawk or?
He is not in here anymore. I think he's in a private call with Hawk.
Ay, ay, ay. Grande disaster. Well, worst case, we can get the vetoes done for Leon and Sonik. That would be up next. StarCraft easy game confirmed. Well, you know, there's this one StarCraft content creator that always brags, so StarCraft is the hardest game, yeah. Well, apparently Warcraft 3 is the real skill check. Mr. Apeman, do you have news for us as a sideline reporter?
Yes, I have the news, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Hawk tried every single option, and yes, we can't solve this particular technical difficulty. So, Mr. Neo, as they say, the show must go on.
That is correct. You solved this very well. We could call you Solve Apeman by now. I think we can move on to our next game indeed, because we have a very tight schedule. 6 matches here today with all best of 3s, the best gamers of the W3Champions platform. Carson, do we have a status quo on the vetoes?
Vetoes are underway, just waiting for Leon to start them, but they should be done relatively soon.
€5 by Stempel. Thank you for the show. Thank you for tuning in and supporting. So, maybe we have to address a little elephant in the room there, even though elephants are beautiful, beautiful people. Animals. This one thing, not so great. Because we promised you a couple of things when we said that we are doing these W3Champions finals again. We promised you 3 competitions. A couple of them we did last weekend for the qualifier. Then also this very big one for 3K for the rank 3 to 8 players on the ladder. And we kind of promised you we said that we want to put together a show match between the top 2 players of Season 20, those being Starbuck and Happy. Well, one player accepted, and it was all right, and the other player did not. So that was a bit of an issue if you want to do a show match. Then we tried to come up with another solution with the plan B, and it all didn't work out for this weekend. Whatever we tried wasn't really possible, whether that's willingness or schedule. It was kind of cursed. But, of course, we will reward Starbuck for the performance in Season 20 and the crazy stats he has now. So the budget that was supposed to be going towards the Happy Starbuck show match, we'll take that and create another competition with that centered around Starbuck. What that is and when that is, we'll let you know once it's done. We really, really, really tried, but, you know, sometimes it's just impossible. But should be fun anyway, whatever comes up.
Yeah, we're planning, we're taking ideas, we're trying to figure something out so that it's fair for everyone involved, and we can get some nice games out of it as well. You know, fortunately, we have a lot of games this weekend still, so adding that on top, you know, it would have been nice, but at least we'll have maybe a complete separate day with some fun stuff that we can do in a completely separate stream on a different weekend, maybe after the Grubby Invitational or something approaching that. We'll see.
But we can't end this weekend, these finals, without a show match. We promised a show match, and maybe it's not Starbuck versus Happy, but maybe we can come up with another show match.
Yeah, Lots of players out there. Just got to have the perfect match. It's always
Wow.
hard. There's so many show matches these days. It's hard to show people what they haven't already seen 100 times. It's really the difficult thing about show matches.
Well, about that, I kind of had an idea. Soul Apeman, you really, really, really like Pally rifles, right?
This is true, and it will never change.
Mr. Carson, you really don't like Pally rifles that much, right? You did a 3-hour show teaching people how to beat Pally rifle, right?
Yes, I did.
So how about the guy who populated Pally rifle faces the guy who wants to destroy Pally rifle?
Oh, so Lemons will play versus Carson. Perfect.
Very fun. Yeah, it could be done.
Yeah, good idea, Mr. Neo. What's the budget, though? Let's start negotiations.
That
I don't play for any less than $1,000 a game. All right.
Well, I got the 1,000 Monopoly money. We can put on the line.
Perfect. Canadian Tire money.
Canadian Tire money, yes.
That's a nice idea, but of course, the big show match with Mr. Starbuck will definitely happen, right? So, of course, I can be like, how do you say in English, Mr. Carson? What about if there is a big musician, you have smaller musicians as like the warm-up?
Opener.
Yes,
the
so
opener.
we are going to be the opener for the great show. I can, of course,
Yes.
participate with that, sir.
Very fun. We'll both need to play some more games. I think we've both been slacking on the practice. So
That's perfect. Okay. In which patch we are? Can we play it on the old patch or the new patch campaign?
I don't know. When's the patch going through? Do we have a confirmed date for that?
Yeah, Tuesday.
Tuesday. Oh my god. Oh, but we're getting heavy armor huntresses. That means they haven't changed anything.
Yep.
And we're getting witch doctors. Oh
Yep.
no.
Yep.
What's gonna happen?
It's gonna be fun.
Oh Jesus. Holy hell. That's crazy.
Yeah,
And that's for the
witch
grubby
doctors.
thing too.
Yeah, the witch
What?
doctors are very fun. I saw Knopf versus Grabby, Orc Mirror, a lot of witch doctors, a lot of demolishers, catapults. That was very fun as well. So I'm excited.
Very, very fun indeed. Yeah, there's gonna be lots to do strats we're gonna have to figure out. I don't know what Orkmir is gonna look like. We might actually be seeing Orkmir in this tournament, but it's not the most common matchup on this channel, of course. But that matchup is going to be a whole lot different. I'll say that much. We might get a lot more Woody Wood style of play.
Torrent Mirror. It's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so fun. I can't wait.
Okay, there is some organization stuff. The Vito is hopefully going to finish soon. So guys, if you don't know, the new patch is around the corner. If nothing will change, it will go live next week. And yes, there is some exciting new strategies that emerge. For example, Hunts for Night Elf. They are stronger now on tier 2. They have heavy armor with the Moonglaves upgrade. And also, for the Orc, we have Mass Witch Doctors. The Witch Doctor's ability can't be dispelled anymore. They are a little bit weaker. They have less HP. But if you spam them, the dispel is not going to work. So that's exciting. And some other races, they don't have that many exciting news.
Yeah, it's a terrifying change potentially. I am very scared. I'm very scared to see what happens, but it'll be entertaining for sure. It'll be entertaining. It'll force people to be a little bit more creative, which is always nice. I feel like people maybe stagnate a little bit, especially people that have been playing the game for such a long time, tend to get stuck in their ways. I know I do as well. You know, I think the way that we played the game in 2015 should be the way we play nowadays. So it's nice to be forced into being a little bit more creative sometimes.
Yeah, I'm still playing Ted Fiends for like 15 years straight, so I'm surely a bit behind the curve. I'll never be one of these pesky Cryptlord players ever again. So it seems like we have a little bit of a situation with Leon currently not around. The players were informed of the schedule, so he should know that this is happening. Hopefully Leon didn't mess up the schedule. Maybe it's just, you know, taking a shower, going for a walk, grabbing some food. And then it should
I knew that taking showers is a bad idea.
Yeah, not especially during a tournament.
All right, I'm just prepping KraV and Jens just in case. I think they're actually here. So maybe we'll see.
Yes.
Yeah, do we want to go with them? And then we have to inform Sonik, of course, that his game might be next, like after this one.
I would love to, because as I said, it's going to be a Chilean. This is how you say it in English, right? A person from Chile versus a Frenchman, and it's not exotic because they're from like different parts of the planet Earth. No, because their strategies are also not from this world. Mr. Jens with crazy keeper play. Of course, he doesn't need to play keeper, but he can. And Mr. KraV can play so many weird strats. He can play Gargs. He understands how to play Gargs versus Nidelf as well. And yes, it's going to be the most exotic game, I think.
All right, then I would say we take a little bit of a break to let the players know and set everything up. You guys at home get some time to support these finals at Matcherino, currently at 6,260. Nice number, but I like higher numbers even more. Thank you guys for the support so far. It's been absolutely outstanding. We should maybe show the profile pictures once again that you can get. Every W3Champions finals, you can go for profile pictures. Here they are. You can use the last moments of the Pally Rifles to support the Pally Rifles before everything about them is getting nerfed, including Devotion Aura, in case you haven't heard that yet. It's a secret nerf. With the Paladin, with the thumbs up rifle, or you position yourself anti-Pally Rifle and make them shut up with this Fire Lord, ignite them with this lovely Panda, or just show that they should all die with this dead Rifleman. W3C is the Mobot command, or the bot command. And now we let KraV know, and we let Jens know, and we set this up. Get ready for some craziness, everybody. This is a dream match in the making. See you in a bit. No. our discussions would never be leaked, Mr. Apeman. We're back from the break, and you guys are indeed buying the profile pictures. Thank you, Soft Ice Cream, for 2 purchases. Rigor Mortis as well. Wait for his Kratos with the 3. Kefa, Lucas earlier. Doomtrain, Yurko, Burak, Kunkorn. So many of you. Carsten is still taking a little break. We are still doing the vetoes. I informed Knopf as well that there's a little bit of a hiccup. We have sent out people to call Leon now as well. Otherwise, otherwise we have to give out a death win, which would be very, very, very unfortunate.
Yes, if somebody in the Twitch chat has in real life phone number of Mr. Leon, DM me on Discord, please.
Yes, or call him. That
Or
he
call
still
him immediately.
has work to do. Maybe he got so
Say Achtung.
triggered. Yeah, Achtung.
Achtung.
Mr. Carson, how far are we with the vetoes?
Very, very close. We're at the pick stage for the
Very
maps.
good. The first pick stage?
Yes.
Okay. What is the server? It should be like
US East?
US East, yes.
Maybe?
Probably.
So that's the real test for KraV server infrastructure. We have a guy from Chile, ladies and gentlemen, versus Mr. KraV, who is from France, and I'm expecting very nice ping.
Yeah, it's not that easy to connect anybody with South America, but should be fine. I mean, Jens is used to this. He's playing Chinese tournaments. He's in the DWCC qualifier tomorrow, where today we had some a very disappointing day for the Western players. Sheik eliminated, Foggy eliminated. Tomorrow this gotta be better. I got high hopes for Jens tomorrow.
Yeah, it'd be a sad day to see him eliminated, but it's great that he's getting that sort of level of practice, though. It's nice to see him competing with the best, and it's definitely been showing with how well he's played. Jens has been one of the more impressive players, definitely, from the sort of pool we have currently left in W3Champions.
Okay, Mr. Neo, Mr. Teko doesn't have the Leon phone number, so at this point, it's all in the, if Mr. Leon comes back, he comes back. But, ladies and gentlemen, the exotic game is coming, and I want to see some nice expansions from Mr. Jens.
Yeah, and also
one
from
map.
Mr.
I know that KraV is going to springtime. We know that much. KraV's loser map will be springtime. I can guarantee you that.
So, from all of the undeads, like in the past, by past I mean like 5 years ago maybe, who is like the best gargoyle player on high level versus night elves? Because KraV strikes me like a gargoyle player, but for example Happy, I saw him very, very rarely, and by very like 1 per 200 games, maybe on Concealed Hill, because you can creep the red drag with the gargs, but from your experience, gargoyles on high level are not that popular, right?
I agree. It was Happy on Echo Isles when we still had the heal scrolls in the undead shop before that was taken away, where he did play that with insane shop control. But since the heal scrolls have disappeared, more gargoyles have disappeared. So yeah, I would agree with KraV being the #1 gargoyle player.
And after him, Mr. Baron from the gym community. He's well known for his love for gargoyles versus night elves. And yes, definitely it can spark some weird games. You can even play solo Death Knight until like level 4 to get the aura. So that's pretty cool. And who knows, maybe in the next patch we are going to see more Frostworms with those gargoyles. We all know from team games, from FFA games, that Undead can prepare this flying ball of death with gargoyles, with Frostworms and destroyers. So I'm excited if the Frostworm change in the PTR is going to be big. The Frostworms
looks good. It looks really, really good.
Yeah, 2 buffs. The attack range was increased a little bit of Frostworms, and also they spread freezing effect on air units as well. So if they attack gyrocopters, they slow them down if they're close together, which can help versus anti-air solutions, similar versus Hypogryphs and Druid of the Talon.
Did you test that? Because I tested the AoE a little bit. And it's not that impressive, to be honest.
Well, I tested that it works,
Yes.
as Blizzard intended, and the rest is in the hands of pro gamers.
Okay,
because I'm not
fair.
even a pro tester, but definitely, if it can appear somewhere, maybe versus human, but I'm not sure.
Alrighty, so we do have the maps. That is wonderful. If we now get the player cameras, we are ready to go. KraV is in.
Yeah, we are. Did we get him?
Not yet. But KraV is in the lobby. 124 ping, looking good.
That's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
I guess Jens is going to be the one with a slightly higher ping, probably, but it's not too bad for KraV. I guess he is on the almost as west coast as Europe gets, so not too bad.
Well, there's still Spain and Portugal, but apart from that, yeah,
goes a little bit more out. Yeah, and Ireland as well, I guess.
There is also Ireland. Yep, that is a fact.
Yeah, that is a real place. Yeah, there's a lot of places in the world.
Quality content.
When you have too much time in between matches.
Yep, it is
Yeah.
a thing.
Thank God that, we can just sit in front of your computer, and with the fiber internet, you can connect with people around the world without leaving your room.
True.
I love it.
And then you don't have to shower either. It's even better.
Let's not talk about this. But yes, I'm
Too real for
representing
me,
the
IRL.
gamer culture here.
Alrighty, hopefully. Hopefully Jens will appear. Yep. So
Oh, yes.
this is already US East. Let's see if is US Central maybe better. Nope.
So, somebody in the Twitch chat have copper internet. I do remember when I had copper. No, it's like 10 megabits. So I couldn't download Diablo 3 for like
Oh
2
my God.
hours.
Can't even
That was
imagine.
pretty. And when I had these 2 Twitch streams open on my PC, that was lagging already. So
Yeah, we take it for granted a little bit these days because, it's never even a question of whether or not people can stream. I feel like nowadays, just everyone has good enough internet to stream. But back in the day, even maybe 5-6 years ago, but especially 10-12 years ago, it was like a luxury to have good enough internet to stream it higher than 240p.
yes, that's true. I will check on Mr. Jens' camera as well. Okay, he's checking setting it up. So maybe I'll tell you a little bit more about Jens. Okay, so
please.
I had the opportunity to interview him, to meet him during during Raraland in Dortmund 2024. And let me tell you, super nice guys, immediately, very friendly towards everybody. He enjoyed his trip, because from Chile to Dortmund is a long way. And yes, he was talking about that he liked to play Keeper, and in Night Elf Mirror he plays Keeper because he doesn't like to play, Demon Hunter versus Demon Hunter. He says that it's boring for him a little bit, and also when you play Demon Hunter, in this matchup, you need to have very, very sharp micro, all of those, positioning on the Demon Hunter, and because he gets high ping often, he can't really micro Demon Hunter that way. That's why he likes to play Keeper. Of course, I have seen him with crazy Demon Hunter movement. It's probably more problematic versus Chinese players than versus European players. But yes, definitely, he's a very special player and he's very fast. He used to play StarCraft 2 as well. And Mr. Neo,
Yes.
Mr. Jens, went for his first kebab in live in Dortmund.
Ooh.
I was the witness of this, and he said that he only knew the kebab from a Twitch chat spam. But maybe let's not go there.
We're ready, everybody.
Oh yes.
KraV already says he's ready. We got Jens up. He's ready. KraV maybe a little sick, blowing his nose. Second time today. Hopefully that's not an indicator. Sorry for the downtime, everybody. That wasn't planned, of course. KraV is super ready. Jens is typing, so he should be ready as well. Wonderful. GG. Have fun. 3, 2, 1. Go! This is the match that we've been looking forward to all freaking week. Jens, who was one of the first players to defeat Starbuck in this W3Champions season versus Starbuck's old 2-on-2 partner KraV, who is an absolute maniac. And it's a very, very rare thing in the Warcraft scene, but we have a first time ever.
Oh, I'm getting excited about that, and there is no ghoul pool, so this game is not going to be that crazy, and I presume that I'm casting this series, Mr. Neo, Mr. Carson, who is going to join me.
It's you two, I think.
It is us two. Mr. Apeman, could you introduce the players real quick? I'm tinkering with player cameras.
Mr. Neo, for you, everything on the top left. We have KraV. He was in the wildcard qualifier. It meant that he had to play very wild qualifier. Next day, he joined the close qualifier and he won the whole thing. That's why he's in a big league among the best, and he proved that he belongs here. He's on the top left. He's opening with ghouls. Probably going to be Death Knight, but we'll see about that. His opponent on the bottom right, starting with the Keeper, the trademark option for Mr. Jens, but the map is also amazing for that. Tide Hunters has been for a long time a Keeper map, easy expansion. You can pull the gold mine after creeping sea giant, and yes, standard opener so far by Mr. KraV, and yes, with his Keeper magic, with Keeper you have some options. You can don't even expand, you can just prepare Hans Alin versus opponent expansion. You can play one base with Bear Dryad as well, with Demon Hunter second. There is a lot of options, and definitely Mr. Jens knows them all. He's starting with the Sea Giant camp, nicely pulled. Scout confirms what Mr. KraV is doing.
I would say Mass Huntress not really a thing that Jens is doing, right? He's more of a defensive player. For Mass Hunts, maybe he has to be a bit more aggressive than he likes to be. But definitely a very potent player. Usually it's expansion, survive, 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 be awesome, win. That's the game strategy for Jens.
Yeah, you know, sometimes your Night Elf expansion will be cancelled too many times and you are still not taking and you are like, okay, I'm so behind, let's all in this. But I hope Mr. Jens is not going to be in this position. He's pulling the Murlocs, Murghouls to be exact, as you can see. Night Elf is doing this to stop them from casting spells. And actually he did not pull them fully. He wants to use Entangle to get the item. That's interesting.
Okay, then maybe no expansion, but Jens without an expansion is... Okay, there it is. I was about to say this cannot happen. Then KraV on the other side, what's he going to do? This...
Yeah, that's very interesting. There is no sacrificial skull on Mr. KraV. I thought that he's going for expansion 100%, but no. Then maybe that's why Mr. Jens decided to go for very hidden expansion, right? Because he knows that Undead will be aggressive, and look at this, Keeper harassment is here. He's going to try to force some cores, and he's going to slow down this mid-game level 2 Death Knight aggression. And as we can see, KraV is heading into the Night Elf base to kill Wisps, to maybe cancel the expansion. We'll see about that. So far, the game is looking okay for both players, and KraV is going to creep one giant sea turtle on the way.
Okay, is that a level up? Nope, but level 2.5 without many hits that he takes there. Can easily recover. We got Treants in the main. That's a little annoying. Just started the tech. Won't lead to any kills if KraV is conscious, but this will lead to more time for the tree at the bottom. The archers are in position. New Treants are in position to play around the cooldown. Creeps woken up as well. This is a very well-designed expansion play by Jens.
Yes, it's maybe slow, but it's consistent. He's not making any mistakes. His army is in a nice position. And the question is what KraV is going to do about it. Is he going to decide to counter-expand, or maybe he will just prepare the deadly tier 3 timing Entangle use on one of the ghouls, and Mr. KraV is not even going to coil it. What is that is that. Double claws on Keeper, they help a lot as well. A lot of damage, and expansion is ready. It's going to be uprooted and it's just going to slowly go to root
Yeah, I've seen these ghoul packs many times run around the map and kill the Tree of Life, but this defense looked tremendous, I gotta say. Designed exactly against this push. KraV lost a couple of skeletons there as well, but on the other side then Jens with detonates. Looking very good for the Chilean though, we have to say. Tech by KraV, halfway done. And is he just quote unquote playing a normal ghoul push? This is kind of what it looks like.
Yeah, remember Mr. Neo that Death Knight got level 3 with full mana, but KraV, Mr. Jens is doing a nice thing. He got the item. Big Invul is okay, as of course the archers are the main target here. We are going for the ghouls, and Mr. KraV paused the game a little bit. Coil bug. What is coil bug?
I have no idea what a coil bug is. What the hell?
Okay, let's go. Okay, maybe somebody in the Twitch chat knows when was the last time your coil was bugged. Myself, sometimes if I try to add a spell and I'm stuck in this like spell adding menu, I can't use my skills. Or maybe the hotkey didn't work for some time. But ladies and gentlemen, 2 archers are dead, but yes, that was the level 3 impact. Expansion is on the spot. And Mr. Jens needs to play even more defensively now.
Oh, surround looking fine, but he dribbles through. Ay. We got an explanation from Mr. Smurf in the chat. When you can't cast spells, have to deselect your hero and select it again. Okay, I wouldn't have noticed. I would think that, I don't know, lag or I missed the input or whatever it is.
It's the hidden bugs in Warcraft 3 so many years later, and we have an Acolyte by Mr. KraV. What does it mean? Is he going to counter-expand? I think so. There is Sacrificial Skull, but Jens knows already, maybe. The coil connects. Okay, he wasn't looking. And he's actually pulling back. That's interesting. KraV changed his mind because of the scout. And he's going to expand maybe on the top right. Yes, he changed his mind. Look at this. Jens is already scouting the bottom left expansion. I thought that he wasn't looking, but he actually did. And nice mind games by KraV to avoid the keeper.
Nice, but then Jens must know something's up. KraV also going 1 base gargoyles is not something you see every day. So he goes into the main. That's a classic moon play here. But now he also sees, you're not teching yet, you're not playing a timing. Something has to be up, but he's not stressed by that so much. Demon Hunter is out, starting to creep. Got the Shredder as well. Demon Hunter level 2, Rune Bracers. So far, I would give this game to Jens for sure.
Yeah, definitely it's very open, you know. KraV is going to counter-expand. Of course, start is amazing for the Night Elf, but remember, some archers died. And now what is very interesting for me as like a little bit of, you know, a medium-skilled player, what are we going to do versus those Gargs? Because KraV is a master of like sending one Garg on one Wisp, another Garg on another Wisp, like being annoying. And Mr. Jens, show me, what do you do versus this? KraV is just creeping on the middle of the map, and yes, one gargoyle harassment is not that deadly, and actually, maybe it's a bluff. Mr. Neo, do you see any more Gargs?
Not really. Resources are short though, with the acolytes that he has to build, with the haunted gold mine. But yeah, 1 Garg is really not too much. And with the Shredder, Wisp Harass is also not too effective. I'm not entirely sure. KraV needs to get a big push in, but with very few ghouls. It doesn't seem too promising either.
Yeah, but his expansion is almost done, so we can see a very long game. And Shredder, of course, is going to help with that. Jens is producing many Dryads. He sold 1 cloth to make spot in his Keeper inventory. And yes, Keeper is following 1 Garg. That's the answer. If there is only 1 Gargoyle, just follow him with your Keeper.
Okay, that's an easy answer so far. Keeper doesn't need more levels necessarily, except if you want to go for like Thorns, Aura, Hippos versus Gargoyles later on. And it will be more Gargs because we see another Crypt.
It's very interesting. And Demon Hunter is out of position. He's running back. We have Natural Blessing. Okay, So we have some additional time, but ghouls are connecting nicely. Keeper is trying to help with Entangle. And yes, it will be enough time. Expansion is safe for now. And yes, Demon Hunter level 3 will help a lot. We have double staff. That's what I love to see. Staff of teleportation, staff of preservation. Demon Hunter got the staff of teleportation. So yes, I spoke. Yes, Mr. Neo, I spoke with Mr. Jens in real life. And I was asking him about yes, how to play versus Undead here and there, or Order of Heroes. And he told me, Soul, at some point of the game versus Undead, your Demon Hunter is going to be a tank. You don't care about the damage of Demon Hunter, you just want to keep him alive. And yes, he's faithful to his words. This Demon Hunter is going to move between main base and the fight for many times with the double staff technologies.
The double staff technology couldn't have said it any better, Soul. That's right, all the Coil Nova is gonna end up on the Demon Hunter, but everything is reduced by a third, so lots of survivability. Maybe the main issue are still the Gargs. I'm really curious what Jens is doing about it. He's playing a lot of 4-4, he's been in these shoes before with his playstyle. He must have faced Gargs, as that's the natural counter to it. For now, it's only Dryads and lots of potions. He's getting ready for 80 food. It's a little supply block, and despite the Shredder, out of lumber.
Being out of lumber at this point is a good sign. It means he has nice macro. And also he's going tier 3, right? So he's going to transition into the burst soon. So far we don't see Ancient of Wind. So he's not producing the final army. And both players are just creeping. And I wonder what we can do about those Gargs. That's going to be quite interesting. And yes, Mr. Jens is keeping his lumber low. 69 lumber is the current value. And we have, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of creeping, but the bottom of the map is like where the creeping at, and so KraV can't really creep that nicely. So maybe he'll attack, let's see.
Okay, do we have the necessary numbers? Not really. What can he do? He's teching, we got a wagon. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if all of a sudden we got triple Temple of the Damned and he's switching into Necro Wagons. We've seen that a couple of times by KraV versus Night Elf. It's a crazy world out here sometimes when KraV is playing Warcraft. Demon Hunter, huge levels. Keeper will be nice levels. We can't say the same about the Lich. No resources really for any Zeppelins or Sappers. What's an...
Sappers, Mr. Neo. Let's go. Okay, 2 bears as well. This is a gift for Mr. KraV. And 2 Moonwells are dead, with a lot of Moon Juice. Demon Hunter full mana, full HP. He can't even drink from them.
Nice attack by KraV. Yeah, you always have to calculate that in. The bears survive, thankfully. And it's a little bit of a gift by KraV that he doesn't play Destroyers, because then the Reju can go
Great
through.
to see W3Champions tournaments are back.
Yeah, but remember that Sapper was costly, TP was costly as well, so even though the Moonwells died, you know, it's not the end of the world. Jens can just remake them easily. He has the lumber. He can spend his resources on upgrades. Bearmaster is around the corner. But yes, Mr. KraV is tier 3 finally. I mean, he's making tier 3 upgrades. He's going for Disease Cloud, for Cool Frenzy. But yes, numbers are working for Jens nicely, and he's in the middle. Is he going to attack now? He has the 70 supply.
And 2 heal scrolls, 2 invul potions, 1 big heal scroll, a staff, an orb, the bracers, everything. How fortified is KraV? Double spirit power. He built them nicely apart, so sappers aren't too effective here at this expansion. I've cast it earlier. Sheik versus Labyrinth, and he wanted to break an undead expansion as well, poor Sheik, and it didn't work. Let's see if Jens can do better.
Yeah, Jens is pushing, but look at this, there is Boneyard on the way, so I hope this fight is not going to be like a final, because I want to see a Frostworm in action. But yes, he's pulling back, he's going for even more upgrades. Entire map is crept almost, but the most important, the red camp on the top right is there. And when you have big armies, auras like Kodo Aura, Undead Aura, TC Aura, of course they are very, very, very important because they scale with how big your army is. And yes, KraV understands this, the last spot, last important spot, and maybe they're going to meet. over the Granite Golem.
And we have a TP. He can get out. Not that easy to treat back here. One of Illusion. Oh, that could be tricky, but the Worm isn't here just yet. Lots of poison. We got an Alchemist third. Acid Bomb treats everything. This is so nicely done by Jens. This should be the right spot for him. Demon Hunter in trouble. What will survive? Wow. Wow, Jens is so good.
Yes, the Undead Aura is here. The late game army composition is here as well. Huge upgrades. He's going for third armor upgrade. 1 free upgrades on all of those Dryads. Rejuvenation. Alchemist. Interesting choice. Alchemist is one of those heroes that scale very nicely on level 1. So you have this acid bomb and bam! Entire army has minus armor, which is great. Similar with like Pit Lord, with the Hall of Terror, you can reduce the damage output of the big armies. Expansion on the bottom left cancelled, but Gargoyles, fair enough. And I wonder what Jens is going to do. When you get 80 supply in Warcraft 3, you're like kinda, I don't want to break, I just want to fight and trade still efficiently. Let's see about that. He's getting into the fighting position. There are some nice items, there is double heal scroll. And this time I think Jens is not going to pull back easily.
Okay, can he pull through here? Disease Cloud is everywhere, as you said. The Worm is here, but not too well protected, not punished. Gargs arrived. It's going to be a huge fight. We get Illusions now. Lich level 3, but kinda all by himself to a degree. This is mega chaotic. Sol, do you know what's going on?
Well, my eyes are on the Frostworm or maybe Frostworms because Wand of Illusion was used and Mr. Jens is like, oh my god, mamma mia. 2 Frostworms, I better run back, or even 3. So ladies and gentlemen, yes, Wand of Illusion is one of those rare items that pro players buy in the late game from the marketplace, you know? Because yes, you can just make illusions of huge units like that, and it's not that easy for your opponent to check out immediately which one is which. Of course, we in the observer mode, we know. But yes, definitely, Mr. Jens, even though he had the supply advantage, even though he has nice hero levels, even though he had the upgrades, he was a little bit scared. Position was kinda And now he's like, okay, this is going to be a long game. I have all of the lumber. He's making double Ancient of Wind. Let's prepare for some drawing of the Talon in the Crow form as the ultimate anti-air.
Or we go into Hippos, because he can retrain with the Keeper to Thorns. And if Gargoyles attack Hippos with Thorns Aura against it, that is not good for the Gargs. We'll see. But yeah,
this is truant. Yes, killed his archers, Mr. Neo. You are right. He's preparing the ultimate anti-air army. Ladies and gentlemen, we are buckle up. It's going to be a long game.
Exactly. More time for Leon to come back. By the way, if anybody has a contact to Leon where he still has to do a match and we're not sure if he's aware. So if someone has the phone number or something, call Leon. We're looking for Leon. Demon Hunter, still a beast. Love the inventory for Jens all around. Usually, it's KraV in a situation like this where he has an army where his opponent is thinking like, what the hell am I doing with this? But KraV is challenged and needs to come up with answers.
A player's forces are under attack.
Yes, but at this point of the game, we are going to StarCraft 2 mode, right? Entire map is scrapped. Players are just thinking about making more expansions. And look at this, KraV is like, okay, you know what I need in my life? More Frostworms and double Temple of the Damned.
I knew it. Oh my god, can we please get the Frenzy technology on Frostworms?
We see Exhume Corpse upgrade in the Slaughterhouse. It means that mid-wagons are going to naturally accumulate corpses. So I think we are switching into the Necro Wagons, and you may say, Soul, is Necro Wagons versus Night Elf, can they work? Let me tell you, I have seen them. Happy versus Cow, Concealed Hill, long time ago. He made them work in this ultimate late game. And ladies and gentlemen, we are 19 minutes in and we are approaching ultimate late game. Huge armies, huge unit compositions, and yes, we need to wait a little bit because players need to be efficient, right? They just want to get this perfect tech, perfect upgrades, and then they will going to attack. Mr. Neo, sorry, one more point. You know what is funny? I saw a game of Happy on Northern Isles similar to this one, but without necromancers. They prepared for like literally 5 minutes these big armies. An entire fight lasted 30 seconds.
Well, this is hopefully a bit more exciting. It is very, very smart by KraV, right? Because as a Night Elf, you know that a Shredder will solve all your lumber problems. So you don't have any more wisps. We take a look. He has 10 wisps, and those wisps are in the gold mine. So if the undead is pushing you with necro wagons, usually the answer would be to blow up the wisps to get rid of them. But if you don't have extra wisp, then what do? Fairy dragons would be amazing. Wisp detonates would be amazing, but I'm not too sure if Jens knows what's up.
Yeah, you are right, Mr. Neo, by the way. Force Aura works on air units as well. So we are going to see huge air fights. Garks versus Hypogryphs. They all have nice upgrades. And look at this. Yes, with third Ancient of Wind, he wants to accumulate big bank and then produce free... I'm laughing. Look at this. Another ultimate late game unit. We have Chimera Roost in the mix.
This is the best, man. Chimeras do area of effect damage, heavy magic damage. If you keep them safe, that is tremendous. Of course, you have to compete with Frenzy Frostworms, everybody. I can't wait for this fight. Come on, speed it up. Warp 10, build the perfect army, go to 100 supply, and let them fight.
Yeah, by the way, speaking about min-maxing, Mr. Neo, the Boneyard was unsummoned.
Oh.
Mr. KraV is like, I made enough Frostworms. I'm not going to make more Frostworms in this game because my gold mines are going to expire. So let's get this additional value by unsummoning my Boneyard.
21 minutes in, that is the time where the gold mines shortly will disappear. We still got 1,000 here, but it's only 4 wisp right now. So KraV is a little bit ahead in that regard. Oh, I'm excited for this one. A dream unit composition. No banshees, of course. They would be very helpful against chimeras and the poison of the demon hunter, but that's about it. So yeah, Jens is prepared for the late game.
Jens is breaking the supply. He's 91. He made the first move. He also made an expansion on the bottom. I like this move. You may say, just uproot Tree of Eternity and walk there. Okay, but your Staff of Preservation doesn't work that well, right? Because when you use Staff, your units are going to be far away from Moonwells. And you need to heal them because you usually staff a low HP units. One brave Hypogryph on the top left is scouting this huge army, and this Hypogryph is like, oh my god, necromancers, gargoyles, that looks scary. One more insight about Mr. Jens, if I may.
Of course.
He spent a lot of time in exotic 4v4 mode. So let me tell you, Mr. Neo, when he sees 200 supply army, he smiles. Because he played versus armies like that for a long time. In 1v1, you know, it's pretty rare, especially if you play like Pala Rifle, to see huge armies. But let me tell you, if I would name one Night Elf that I know who is good on this huge supply, is Mr. Jens, and he was able to produce to 100. Okay, now he cancelled. He's making MG upgrades and fairy dragons. Is it a campaign? He's making every single unit.
Jens also played a lot of free-for-all and StarCraft, right? So he knows what to do with these 100 food. Upgrades also, 3-3.
Mr. Neo, it's happening.
It's coming, but the mountain giants aren't here yet, right? That's
yes,
a bit of an issue.
He didn't have enough time, you know?
Yeah. And not enough supply, needs to fight first.
Yeah, is this fight going to last 30 seconds? That's my question. Let's go.
Oh man, the wagons maybe a bit too far forward. This is so much about positioning. KraV's main base is empty. Same can be said for Jens, but it's still 2 base versus 1 base. 2 heal scrolls versus 3. Protection scrolls super important on the other side. We have Scroll of the Beast, but if you use the Scroll of the Beast and you attack with your gargoyles, of course you hurt yourself more. Against the Sonik.
Oh, the one bear was AFK. Nice gift with full mana. Okay. Mr. Jens is trying to reposition. The position is very important now because with huge armies, small mistake and the game is over. I think it's going to happen. Protection scroll means go!
Okay, bye-bye worm, but here's the anti-air. The fairy dragons aren't here yet. Wisps are coming in, need the big detonate. So far, it's looking tremendous for Jens. The fairy dragons are awesome in the back. Keeper level 5 doesn't even need the Thornsaur anymore as the Garks have mostly disappeared. The worm as well. KraV is falling apart. Jens, the late game monster, has to face the Necromancer still.
Yes, but he got a little bit of units on low HP, and Necromancers, even with low numbers, they can summon a lot. The supply doesn't lie. 81 supply for Jens, KraV with only 43. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that Jens is doing this, but remember, in the late game, undead heroes are amazing. We have Death Knight and Lich only in this game. I think Mr. Jens is doing this, but KraV is still dangerous. If you give me this game, you know, the control of the Night Elf, I would still lose, because the advantage is huge, but not game-breaking huge. And we can see the beautiful, beautiful chimeras. Even Shredder joins the party. Let's go.
Mountain Giant as well. By the way, 6 staff by Jens. That was an inch away from a Demon Hunter kill, but he had that Staff of Preservation ready. Exactly the moves you need here at the W3Champions finals. The chimeras are insane against all. Oh my god, the fairies as well. Damage is nuts, but the wagons also untouched. Mass repair now needs to hold on. Keeper in trouble. There might still somewhat of be of a chance for KraV with this kill. 3 down. Alchemist low. Demon Hunter tearing everything up. Oh my god. DK might fall soon. The Lich also. What's left for KraV? Not much. And now less. The taunt, the kill. And it should be GG soon. Jens, you can't break this man with high supply and high tech.
Yes, the chimeras, they cleared nicely. Look at the amount of corpses, Mr. Neo. A big history was painted here. But expansion was killed, as you mentioned. But yeah, 80 supply versus 39. KraV doesn't know how many units are real. He's just waiting for the last fight. He understands the power of Coil Nova in the late game, trading mana for units. But yes, Mr. Jens is ready. And he's even going for a corrosive breath in order to siege the undead. Not going to stop. Shredder is a fighting unit now. 80 supply, let's go.
Ooh, yeah, KraV is still mining for 2 minutes. This might give him a little bit of a chance for a comeback, but the Lich is missing dearly, or missed dearly. Corrosive isn't up yet, but do you need that when you have Mountain Giant? It's lobbering time, just like at WrestleMania tonight. No, tomorrow in the main event with CM Punk. Anyway, KraV might face a level 6 Demon Hunter soon. KraV might face Tranquility soon. And his base is now gone.
Well, Mr. Neo, he's just waiting for Lich to come back. He wants to make more more skeletons. And he will try to fight for the last time. That's his plan. And you know, supply doesn't lie, but maybe hero kill. Maybe Mr. Jens will panic, but this 4v4 experience, let me tell you. It's working for Mr. Jens. He is like, it's even about, you know, having the control groups. You need at least 3 control groups for army when you have a, you know, supply, that many supply. You want to like have your hypogriffs in the separate control group, I presume. So it requires experience, and Mr. Jens definitely has this experience.
And he also has a backup tree for when his tree gets cancelled again, or if he wants to go to the left-hand side. Occupy the south of Tidehunters, fitting for someone coming from South America. Just take it all over. Jens is gonna be mining soon. 80 food, strong heroes, Metamorph in range. KraV needs a miracle.
Yes, and those Necromancers, they maybe give him miracle that he wants. But Jens is not rushing this. Jens is like, I will have my expansion ready. I will produce another 100 supply worth of army. Okay, let's go.
Okay, Destroyer killed in seconds.
That's bad. We need this Destroyer now. Entangle. There is no answer to Entangle. And yes, with Entangle, hero kills are very possible. But of course, just A move can provide them. Skeletons are ready.
Oh, the Fairy Dragon's a little bit too late. Don't do the damage. We are the raised dead. No anti-air needed anymore. That's a lot of dead supply. But Metamorph is up, and now the Fairy's in a beautiful position. AoE damage everywhere. Alchemist in trouble. Staffed out once again. We got the ultimate for the Keeper of the Grove as well. Celebrate your victory, Jens. Give us Tranquillo. Doesn't give it the time. Jens takes the 1 and the 0 in a banger 30-minute match.
Well, that was amazing, and we saw the late game, ultra late game, ultimate late game, and hyper uber ultra late game. That was amazing.
Yeah, that was you guys weren't lying when you hyped this up last weekend. That was everything we expected and more. Almost every single unit. I think we just didn't see a Huntress or a Glaive Thrower. I think everything else was built by Jens. In fact, everything else was in that final army. I guess we didn't see a Talon either. Okay, it's 3 units we didn't see. But yeah, that was fantastic game number 1 there.
Can't ask for better Warcraft than this, dude. When we get high army Night Elf versus Undead, it is so much fun. Wouldn't even say that like Necros were the wrong call. It was just this one scouting hippo that gave him so much information and so much time as well. The Fairy Dragons, neck breaker for KraV.
What's map number 2 now? Like, that wasn't even the most macro-oriented map either. So, like, we could see even crazier games. I guess we go to, okay, springtime. Maybe actually a little bit more of a one-basey map, more so than Tidehunters at least. We don't have anything crazy like Shallow Grave or like Twisted Meadows, Turtle Rock, any of those crazy macro maps. But yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing more of the same in map 2.
Me neither. Me neither. We'll see if KraV needs a break or not. So far,
It was a short game, like break after this, Kappa.
a short, yeah, 30 minutes. I'm pretty sure. He's AFK right now. KraV AFK.
Hey, maybe he's thinking about the next what to do. And springtime is interesting. If you want crazy, springtime can offer you crazy. There is an expansion in the middle, the gold mine that is not protected by any creeps. So if you want, you can expand there early. That's definitely a case. And keeper skills, very strong by Mr. Jens. At the start, he lost like 2 or 3 archers to Death Knight pressure, but he held. And then counter expansion by Mr. KraV. They went into the late game, and we can agree that Jens so far looks very good in the late game.
What sort of army could KraV build, I wonder? Like, he seemed like he had, just similar to Jens, he had every unit as well. But I don't know what the best thing would have been. I guess the Frostworms maybe were like dud supply when there was enough anti-air. And maybe like more meat wagons, some abominations, maybe focusing more on a ground army. But it feels like they both went into like their ultimate late game armies, but it was just completely one-sided in Jens's favor. So interesting.
I mean, it was also the mid game, the follow-up, so hero levels on Undead, they were not that crazy. I think that overall army composition, if you like give it to the some like these matchup experts, they would say that it was okay. And why it was okay? Because Happy played like that sometimes with those necromancers in the late game. So if Happy did it few times in his life, it means that is a valid option, right?
No, KraV did this way before. KraV is the OG Necro versus Night Elf guy. I would have loved to see a Dreadlord for Vamp Aura and then just more Gargs. You might be able to do something here, but the Alchemist by Jens was pretty genius, countering that step then as well. And really
also, Jens should camp the marketplace until there is Vamp Aura item for him as well.
Yes.
And they should just make the ultimate Aura air battle,
Big true.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, by the way, we are still looking for Leon. If you are in touch with Leon, please call him. He has another match today. It would hurt to DQ him, but I mean, schedule is schedule. And he has until the end of this series to come back.
Think it like that Sarah McLachlan Christmas dog commercial.
I have no idea
where Leon is
talking about.
It's like Mr. Carson
infomercial. Maybe it's a North American thing. People in the chat will know. It's all right. It's my own fun. Don't worry, it's my own fun.
Okay, okay.
Hey, it
you do
sounded
you.
fun, so don't worry. I have a lot of side stories that nobody understands as well. Don't worry, sir.
Thank you, Sodium Supreme Forever, for the gifted sub. Reva as well. Great to see W3Champions tournaments back. Yes, sir. It's a lot of fun. And Coltane, you absolute sweetheart. Thank you for the 44.
Hey,
Le
KraV is in the lobby.
has arrived.
Ladies and gentlemen, so Mr. Neo, are you casting now with Mr.
I don't actually
Mr.
know. I forgot.
Regardless, it's me with one of you and then me with the other one. So either way, that's our rotation. So
Okay.
whoever goes next is fine.
Mr. Neo, take it away. I will be watching.
I love this matchup. I love these players. Carson, we wanted this when we draw the bracket. We got it. And now the game is delivering as well. It couldn't be any better.
Yeah, very, very exciting map number 1. I hope map 2 shows something very, very similar. I want to see a map 3, though, so hopefully KraV can craft the perfect army if we do go to the late game again.
We have to restart. Sorry. Overlay wasn't working. I need a restart.
All right.
That is the freedom
I
that
am
we
back
have.
from my break.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so we are leaving. Players are still in the game, Mr. Neo, so we need to let them know somehow.
Well,
Maybe
Will they get the message?
worst case, we use Flow TV if they don't leave.
Okay, I left, and I will message Mr. KraV.
Just
That is
not
like-
casting solo in the game.
You know, we are celebrating Warcraft 3 here, so they just want Warcraft.
Yeah, if they keep on playing, we use Flow TV, I'd say.
I mean, it's the most happy thing to do, right? Speaking of happy. Oh, all the casters left? Let's just play.
I don't even know. Maybe they're so in the zone they don't even see the notification.
Oh, there, we're good.
What?
They're good. They're good to read.
Okay. Now I have 10,000 ping to the server.
Karma.
Uh-oh.
What? Why? Now I have 10k ping. 1 sec. Of course that couldn't show up when we had this break. Can one of you guys host real quick? I have to do the ping optimizer technology
Yep.
thing.
Mr. Carson. take
Mr.
it.
Carson. It was springtime on US Central 3.
Gotcha.
Almost there, almost there, almost there.
Well, if it means something, my ping looks good. Mr. Carson ping looks good. And we are sending...
Yeah, US Central, very good for me. No spiking for me today.
Hampy, thank you for the 90 month. Tuning in after a long break, less than 3. Much love, Hampy.
Thank you, thank you.
All right,
Game
game.
again.
It's game up.
Yes,
Game name was set.
Mr. Carson is
Was there
experimenting with the game names.
No ping EQ, right?
No ping EQ, correct.
Gotcha.
Oh, better ping from 10,000 to 700.
It should
We are
get
going
better
into
in a
right
second.
direction.
It's working fine. It's working fine. It will be fine. It's just a display thing.
Yeah.
Copium.
Now Jens needs a second as well. The second game is cursed. Everybody's trying to stall time for Leon to come back.
True.
Yes. Once we are still waiting for Mr. Leon, if somebody knows him.
Yeah. And in case he doesn't come back, of course, we do have Cash and Death Note lined up for the next match.
Yes.
Another Orc versus Human, which I'm very, very excited for personally. It's cool to see Cash back in playing. He was always one of my favorite players when he was grinding back in the day. Honestly, he was considered to be one of the best European players for a while, probably within the top 3 for a long, long time in the good old days. So it's cool to see him. So that'll be our next match if Leon doesn't come back.
Yes, and to reminder, for if somebody from the pro players is listening, yes, and at the end of the day will be another loser bracket, so I hope nobody will forget about that.
Carson, is it really the good old times, or are the good times maybe now?
You never know when you're in them, Neo. You never know. That's the issue. That's the issue with this world. It's a cruel world. You always want what you don't have, and you always long for the past when the present is better.
So philosophical, so true, so base.
And then one day you die, and that's it.
Posse vibes,
Everybody dies.
Weekend, wonderful. Yeah, Carson is here for the posse vibes, by the way.
Yeah, that's me.
It's positive vibes. Mr. Carson has been watching a lot of Grabby recently, probably. Kappa.
All right, Jens. Is he at his computer? I don't know.
Nope, he
Maybe
is
he's
not.
looking for Leon.
In
It's a long
Chile?
way.
I mean, there's a lot of Germans in Southern America for some reason, but I'm not sure if you can find Leon there now.
It's lovely. I need to decide on which topic I want to discuss. The one that Mr. Neo just mentioned on the Carson philosophy of dying in real life. But maybe let's focus on the Warcraft League, guys.
True. Yeah, will it again be a macro game from Jens? I suppose is the question. Will it be Keeper or Demon Hunter? You don't really see him play Warden. You mentioned the whole ping thing. Doesn't like to play Warden on obviously too high of ping, which is always a reality for Jens. I would expect Keeper.
If I can tell you one thing about Jens, I was like looking at him in real life, and in his eyes, I haven't seen Warden. I think he doesn't love this hero. Like in Lemme's eyes, when you look into Lemme's eyes, you see Paladin, you see rifles, you see Blood Mage immediately, but with Jens, I don't have this read, so I will be very, very surprised if I would see Warden.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be Demon Hunter, I'd say. Keeper is also, of course, a possibility. There's this shared love from Jens, I think, towards DH with Immolation and Keeper with Entangled Treants. Both suit him well.
Okay, we have questions from the Twitch chat, Mr. Neo. What have you seen in Narbu eyes?
A trash can.
Like Oscar the Grouch, like Sesame Street.
That's
I like that. That's a very comforting, wholesome look.
That's my middle name because of the guy from Sesame Street. My father knew immediately.
Really?
Yeah.
Very nice, very nice.
Okay, Mr. Carson, do you have a middle name?
Yes, it's Jared, and I don't know why.
Jared.
My middle name is Kamil. It's like a Polish name, and I don't know why. But I had a friend named Kamil, and I like him.
I thought you were saying caramel. I was like, that's kind of rad.
That's
To be honest, you know, Michael is my first name. It's very easy to know because, you know, it's like a popular name. But the second one, I have no idea. When I will have casting break in this series, I will research how to say this in English.
I know that name from Kamil Stoch. Very famous. Ski jumper.
Ski jumper, yes.
Oh, Jens is back. Ready, nice. So KraV is still there. That's very good. Leon is still missing. If anybody knows where Leon is, let us know, please. Both players are ready. Kick it off, Carson. You're in Twitch.
Oh, yeah,
chat.
right. It's me.
Have
Yeah,
fun,
it's
guys.
you,
I'm
brother.
researching Kamil.
Oh, man.
I was like, yeah, right up the host.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Jared. Yeah, sorry. Unusual situation for all of us here. Lengthy breaks. We kind of forgot we have a tournament going on. We're still looking for Leon, by the way. But KraV, 0. Jens, 1. We had enough downtime. Let's go. Let's kick some ass.
Let's do it. Springtime map number 2. Of course, Jens up 1-0, but not without a ton of adversity on Tidehunters. That was about as late game gets without it coming down to, you know, just one hero versus one hero in some weird situations. That was huge armies, very diverse armies as well. I hope to see more of the same, but maybe with KraV coming out ahead this time so we get a map number 3.
Yes, sir. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a middle expansion here now. I mean, it's KraV, it's springtime. What else is supposed to happen?
Yeah, there's lots of ability for KraV to do some crazy stuff on this map. You mentioned the middle expansion. We've also seen, Nerubian tower rushes. We saw Gargs last game. You can play Gargs on one base as well. There's plenty of room for KraV to do some weird stuff to try to throw Jens off his game, because we saw on Tidehunters, if you just play a macro game, which, that was a relatively straight up 2-base game, it just went super late. Jens is so comfortable in that position.
Carson sees a map with gargoyles, worms, necromancers versus dryads, bears, chimeras, fairy dragons, mountain giants, with an alchemist third, and calls it a very straightforward game.
Straightforward macro. I mean, for these two, we see crazier from KraV. Let's be honest.
That's right. I was mostly curious about the hero choice for Jens. It is a Demon Hunter, so keeper reserved for Tidehunters. Ancient of War in an interesting spot towards the Expo immediately. That's something nobody really does, I think.
Yeah, not very common at all. Normally you'll see it either towards the mercenary camp or towards, of course, the standard green camp, but the expansion first can only mean one thing, that he wants an early expansion. And of course, the earlier you build it, the less likely it is to be canceled, especially if KraV is also going to go for his expansion right away. But we'll see where the Death Knight and the Ghouls go towards at the start of the game. Sells TP? No Blight Skull yet, but we'll see if KraV is aggressive or passive.
That surprises me. Shows me that he wants to play regular one base up until tier 2, and then we'll see. I mean, in the last game, his expansion came a bit later as well. He sees the Demon Hunter now. Wonder if that gives him an idea, but with the Acolyte falling, probably not.
KraV is going to take the first green camp, and then there'll probably be an exchange in the center. Oh, I think Jens actually might have denied a creep there. Yeah, he did deny one of them. Unfortunate. Uncharacteristic for Jens. But there's the Tree of Life. We'll see. Where will KraV go? The center camp is a nice way to secure level 2, but if he creeps that and fights over it, he might be too delayed to cancel the Tree of Life, potentially.
Is that tree maybe a wrong read? That he thinks that KraV is expanding as well, and that's his counter? Because if KraV puts the pedal to the metal now and just goes with straight up ghouls across the map, that's gonna be a cancel for sure.
Yeah, it's up to Jens to maybe be positioned well enough to at least make KraV pay for it. If KraV wants to get that cancel, he has to sacrifice some ghoul lives, and maybe Jens is willing to make that sacrifice. Skeleton scouts it, but also gives level 2 to the Demon Hunter. Here comes KraV. 3 skeletons and 5 ghouls. A detonate could help, but I don't think it'll be enough.
Oh, there's reinforcements coming. 2 more ghouls. Needs the craziest immolations. Maybe we have to revert the changes and bring back the old immolation from after the patch to help in this regard, because that is classic undead right-click Tree of Life.
It's going to be at least 1 ghoul so far falling. 3 is 100% going down. A second ghoul probably going to die as well. KraV is obviously going to be very happy with this trade, especially if he only loses 1 ghoul. Micros it away. The aura helping out a ton. And KraV is in a fantastic position now. Very well microed there to only lose 1 ghoul.
Yes, sir. Are we going from one of the longest games of the tournament to one of the shortest games of the tournament? That was maybe a bit of a gamble that didn't pay off for Jens, and he has to pay big time.
Maybe not a necessary gamble either. Generally, Jens is a player that when you see him expand, you know that it's a guaranteed timing. He does it when he has enough space. He does it when it's not possible for his opponent to punish it. He's very, very strong in this regard. But this, as you mentioned, it was very much a gamble Tree of Life. There was no way for it to 100% get up if KraV decided to cancel it. So maybe a slight strategical error. I don't think Jens needs to make risks like that versus KraV.
Don't think so either. It's more of a reactive playstyle than a proactive playstyle, but then you can think you might lose out on the necessary seconds that you need to get this expo up. It is, from our perspective, very hard, but this is also super hard for Jens to deal with, as the DK is just going ham on these poor wisps.
And we have 6 ghouls coming in from the main base for KraV as well. He has 10 ghouls in total, so he rebuilt 1. 11 ghouls have been built overall, which is actually a lot of gold investment. Could delay his tier 2, or it's going to delay something at tier 2 with that big of an investment into tier 1 units. But here comes the pressure again. Wisps on the table. No tier 2 buildings yet to be canceled, but the lumber might be hurt a little bit for Jens.
Yeah, maybe a lot. We still have 7. That's all right. Demon Hunter on the way to level 3 with another ghoul kill. Oh, this time. Is he chasing all the way with the boots? He really wants level 3. Stops for a second. Now, there we go. That's more time for the DK and the ghouls in the main. These poor wisps, man. They just want to hang out, but they're not allowed to.
I feel like there's actually only been 1 wisp killed so far. Oh, you can see, yeah, is 1 or 2 wisps have died maximum, which is very impressive. Jens finds, I think, 3 ghouls in total. And we do have Lich, Tier 3, and Slaughterhouse on the way. No Naga second for KraV, which might be the hero to continue this pressure. Sees the Tree of Life, but I guess it's just going to be a frenzy timing to try to deal with that Tree of Life. No potential for a cancel any longer.
That's right. Hunter's Soul is also rather late. No gold for a second hero just yet. And then... Oh, Lumber is actually fine. That is so fascinating. You called it out. Wisp's not dying. I thought, okay, because they're running around all the time, he must be short on Lumber, but Jens is a little Lumber magician. KraV pulls back. Lich is coming. Tier 3 on the way. And then... I don't know how to hold against Frenzy Destros.
Yeah, on paper, KraV should be able to just be playing passive, creep level 3 Death Knight, maybe get the shop in his expansion, maybe his Merc Camp, and then just Destro Frenzy Naga third with Orb and go, go, go. On paper, that should be a winning strategy for KraV. The one mistake he can make is maybe trying to be too aggressive or losing a few too many ghouls on his way to Tier 3. So both players should be passive. Maybe Jens should be the one looking for damage right now.
Okay, but it's also not too easy without Fork Lightning. He still has some green camps around his main. Doesn't want to expose his main to any odd pushes that KraV might be going for. Seems fine. We got the flute, which is always sweet for Fiends and Destros. Maybe it's just Ghoul Destros, actually. Then could be the time to shine for Dryads, but we don't have them yet.
Yeah, no Tier 2 buildings online just yet. Ancient War really, really nicely positioning for the Naga to continue creeping. The Demon Hunter is making space for the Naga to creep, and also, very importantly, delaying the creeping of KraV. If KraV is not level 3, he's still going to need to creep it by the time he hits Tier 3. So every second that Jens can buy with this Demon Hunter is buying more time for his lures, buying more time for his expansion.
And buying more time for Leon, who is still not here. We are still looking for Leon. What now? Naga level 3 is almost a guarantee with solo creeping. 2.7. Yeah, this lines up real nice. Plus a shop. What's missing is Tier 3. For KraV, we got the orb. We're getting upgrades. His levels are a bit disappointing, actually. But we pull all the ghouls. Some of them still hurt. And we march across.
It is mass Dryads, it seems like, for Jens, which is typically what you have to do just to hold the expansion. If you go Tier 3, maybe it's a little bit too greedy. I was going to say, could we see a Tinker third? But I think Naga these days is probably the best choice. I think Tinker is never necessarily that good for these pushes. And we do have a shop creep for KraV, hoping for, I'd say, greater mana, probably. Greater heal also going to be nice. And now KraV, no doubt, has to push next. He could creep a couple more camps if he wanted to, but all this is giving Jens more time to pump out those Dryads.
And Ancient Protectors. That one at the expo opens up the main a little bit, but that is protected by Moonwells usually. This time there's only 2 and a couple in between, and the 2 in the main are empty already. KraV is taking a pit stop. Doesn't even get a level here, but a very potent item.
Yeah, sometimes it's too important to pass up these big creep camps, especially if they're on your way to your opponent's base. He's going to get close to Lich level 3. It does unlock Fork Lightning finally. 48 supply versus 50. Jens yet to break upkeep, but should do so soon. He's getting Adept for the Bears, but that will just be for GNL Bears for Rejuve for now, which isn't a bad call, especially with the Moon Juice getting lower and lower with every Coil Nova.
Still no Lich level 3, only 1 heal scroll, mana potion. Oh yeah, second heal scroll now. Nice shopping trip for that Naga. Moonwell won't finish, but the AP at least is in the right position. Same for the shop. Beautiful shop position. Love that build. What now? Or as our intern says, what's now? It's a very, very valid question. The Demon Hunter is burning some mana. Dryads backstabbing.
Yep, 57 supply for Jens. Is that a supply advantage enough to hold on? Fiend gets nuked down, mana burn. The mana pot actually didn't do anything there, just got burned away immediately. Archers being torn down by the Frenzy Ghouls, but Jens just needs to hold. He doesn't need to trade favorably, he just needs to live with his expansion still mining.
Ooh, 10 food advantage still. Dryads without too many fiends can survive. Demon Hunter, careful, got potions, all of them. Oh yeah, he can survive for so much longer. Heal scroll used, Naga in trouble, got that frost armor, and also a little bit of healing. Time for the invuln now. A kingdom for Rejubear.
How about the Demon Hunter? A ton, but just pretty much heroes left in statues. They can do a lot, though, to be fair.
Level 4.
Fiend does die, level 4. That's a nice find for Jens. Doesn't have staff, by the way, so the Demon Hunter will either have to TP or run away now.
Bro, is KraV just dead?
He doesn't have much left, and it's going to be hard to break that Ancient Protector with just heroes. I'll tell you
Yeah.
that much.
And like the tree, like the AP is one problem, the tree is another problem, the Shredder might be a third problem, the Demon Hunter has a potion, has this Moonwell, and now we backstep, and how do you get out without a TP?
Naga going to need that potion of invulnerability. Maybe focus fire on a hero, but without any nukes. The mana burn at 75 exactly is going to make the Lich not be coiled, and it will go down. The Naga now perhaps going to fall. Yes, and the statue's out of position. And that has to be it. GG is called, and Jens with a much quicker game 2 than game 1.
God damn it, this guy is good.
So impressive. Every time, so impressive.
Yeah, this game was amazing, a lot of pressure, but yes, Mr. Jens proved again that he knows how to play in this matchup. His defense was spectacular, and yes, he advances with 2-0.
With that, he is safe for tomorrow. He will be facing the winner of Cash and Death Note. Banger match coming up. And I didn't expect that he holds this to so, like, seemingly easy. Obviously, it's not easy because you got to micro so hard and all that setup has to be thought out and then also executed. But he was under quite some pressure after this early game and the initial expo cancel. But he's just a master in getting these bases up.
Yeah, Mr. Jens is ready for the interview. So
Mr.
whenever you feel
nice.
like, Mr. Neil.
Yes. I have to change the name because it currently says Hawk and we don't want to confuse our players. But wait. Where's the Discord? Boys? Jens is here. GG, man. That was impressive.
Yeah, GG's. I'm happy with the result. KraV is
Okay,
not-
to start the interview, Mr. Jens, I have one short question. In game number 1, you made 100 supply army, and my question is, how many control groups for army do you use? Do you need to like 3 or 4?
No, that was 3. I think 4 is too much to handle.
Okay,
3 is
so
okay. Yeah.
100 supply fits into 3 control groups.
For Elf, yes. If you play like Undead Gargs, you need like 4 or 5 maybe.
Okay, perfect. And one more question from me is like your 4v4 experience helped you with those late game fights when you control like huge armies?
I think there's something that you can do a lot in 4v4 that you apply on 1v1 games, which is just perfect macro. Like never forget putting wisps on the expo. Always have Shredder. Always look out for the Shredder for it not to get sniped. And in 4v4 there's a lot of like Shredder sniping and equal aiming, so I guess yeah, it can help.
Okay, and also one more of my question is like, I know that you like to play Keeper, of course, and is Keeper versus Undead very map dependent? Because on Tidehunters we kinda know there is a Keeper map, and can you explain us a little bit more why Tidehunter is a good Keeper map versus Undead, and why on Springtime you decided to go for another hero?
Yeah, Keeper is good in Tidehunters. It just is like maybe in some maps you just play certain heroes like Warden, for example, in certain maps. In Tidehunters I like Keeper because I can just hold the expo way easier. I feel like if you get a map in which you can creep the expo first, like I did on Springtime, I think the H is better there, in my opinion. I'm not really sure about what other people's pro players' opinions might be, but in my experience, that works for me. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Carson, any questions?
Yeah, I'm wondering about on springtime. You went for the Demon Hunter and then went for the Fast Expo. And then obviously it's really, really hard to defend that fast expansion when you don't play Keeper. Is it like almost part of the plan for him to cancel your Expo, but you're able to do damage and then rebuild the Expo? Or how do you generally defend that fast of a Tree of Life with Demon Hunter there?
Yeah, I think if Undead comes over, there's no way of saving the tree.
Mhm.
There's like two situations, of course, if he comes or doesn't come over. So if he lets me get the Expo, it's a really early Expo. And if he comes over, I can do damage and also force him to not creep until level 3. In my experience, having an early DK3 is a huge problem for me. Like I can lose archers, I can lose wisps pretty easily. So I would rather make the undead waste mana before level 3 rather than just letting him play his game. I want him to like play my game, right? So
Yep.
that's the plan for me.
That makes sense, yeah. And like you're sort of considered the best player in sort of South and North America currently from that region. Are there any players currently that you think are really competitive with you? Are there any players that you're maybe pretty even with these days from this region? Or are you just the best by far? I know you're gonna say that you're not the best by far, but is there anyone that you're like that's like a new name or an old name that's still competitive with you?
And then I respect a lot of players. There's a lot of elves, especially. Now that Hitman is playing elf, I also respect his elf. I think he's like super weird style, but it works.
Yep.
Yeah, I will always respect my fellow elves. Like I like to play Hitman. I play a lot of against Cloud. I think Cloud is improving a lot. He takes
Yep.
games out of me. I like playing people like Pato. It's always challenging. So I would never say that I'm better by far, but it's mostly because the hardest thing the hardest thing in an RTS game is to be consistent, and you never know when you will have a bad day or your fingers just don't work when you want them to, or like bad micro and you lose a hero. So I respect everyone. I've lost games on ladder to 2k MMR humans because they tower rush me and I'm Warden,
Yeah.
so I don't really I respect every opponent, really. I think there's a lot of talent.
For sure. Yeah. And I'm wondering, like, there seems to be some connection between StarCraft 2. Obviously, those that don't know, I think you were a Terran player in StarCraft 2, a very, very high level. And there's other players like Happy, Starbuck, the Hitman you just mentioned, Cruncher. They all played StarCraft 2, and then they came back to Warcraft 3, and they were a lot better for it. Do you think there's something that is that makes StarCraft make people that play Warcraft and StarCraft much better at Warcraft when they come back? Is there something about the game that makes you a better player, or is it just a coincidence?
Yeah, no, I think there's definitely mechanics that you transfer from one game to another. I think if you play StarCraft, transitioning into Warcraft is way easier than doing it the opposite way. So StarCraft is just like you need to become like a robot. You do the same thing every game, like build orders, perfect build orders, right? I'll also have really low money always. So if I make a macro mistake, it's very, very rare. It might be like I'm tired or I'm like just sandbagging whatever on ladder maybe.
Yep.
But yeah, macro, StarCraft helps a lot for sure.
Very nice. Well, congratulations. Well played as always. And we'll see you tomorrow versus the winner of Death Note and Cash. Do you have a preference for who you'd rather play between Death Note and Cash for tomorrow?
I think both would be really great to play against, but I think I prefer Cash because last time I played Cash, he beat me 3-0, and I want the revenge.
Love it. Well, congrats. Well played. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
See ya, Jens. What a god gamer. What a freaking god gamer. Love this guy. The basically boss of W3Champions in the chat saying, I fall in love with Jens. And who cannot? It's he's just also so different than all the other night elves. There's also a lot of samey night elves, like for example, Kao and Life are pretty samey and colorful as well. But Jens just doing his very own thing, and he owns, and I love it. Very smart guy, very humble guy. Not without the call out though. At the end, I wanna get revenge for last time. Just all around, 10 out of 10.
Yep, great player, fantastic guy, and seems to be pretty knowledgeable in the game. Like, has an answer for everything and is very solid in sort of flowchart styles and macro games. And yeah, I think he's very well respected by everyone. He's everyone that I talk to about Jens is like, yeah, this guy's damn good. So
as so often with these melee players, right? They seem to be cool dudes. Shout out. Yeah, we unfortunately have the situation that Leon has to play a game and is unfortunately nowhere to be found. Maybe he read the schedule wrong or something came up. We don't really know. But then we kind of have to give the dev win to Sonik, and that means Leon is out, as much as that hurts me.
Yeah, it hurts a lot. Definitely Leon, the crowd favorite. I'm sure that he just maybe misread the schedule. But yes, it happens, and we have two amazing series ahead of us.
Exactly. Death Note versus Cash, dude. I'm having a tough time calling this. Like, who's the favorite here? Letter-wise, should be Death Note, but Cash has been grinding a lot recently. Got a camera for this tournament only, by the way, so big shout out in that regard to Cash as well. Hopefully everything's working fine. And Death Note, he kind of disappeared for a while, and then he turned up again, and oh my god, what a monster he became.
Yeah, he's been grinding a ton on ladder. He's been at the top of W3Champions ladder for a long, long time now after a short break. And, Cash, very similarly, is very high ranked right now as well. But he took even longer of a break. I can't even remember the last time Cash was consistently playing. It feels like years. Dare I even say like 6 years or something. It feels like it was the Night Elf patch when Cash was playing last, and he wasn't playing Orc at that time.
True, he was Night Elf. Yeah, he wasn't around for the Dream Hacks, right? Not really, at least. Some Gold League, I think he went to like BREC or something. Such a cool character. I had the big pleasure of traveling to China with him for WGL. What a lovely, lovely fella. Especially in the evening hours. You're gonna have a great time with a Cash around you.
Yeah, he's always been a guy that's been nice and in the community and always open to like answering questions. As an Orc player, I know a lot of people that have like messaged Cash about things, and he's always been willing to help out people and coach people. He's been a guy that's played all 4 races as well. His off race is really, really solid, and he's also one of these Russian players that have very, very good English. So he's been a staple of the community for a long, long time.
Yeah. For sure. So do we know the maps?
Yes, I have. I will recopy and paste them to you.
All right.
Yes, and about the Death Note, maybe I can say something that I got the coaching with Mr. Death Note. Very, very interesting experience on stream. And yes, he was teaching me how to play Human Mirror because yes, Pala Rifle in the Human Mirror doesn't work, so I was forced to learn Archmage, Footman, and yes, he understands the game in a big detail, like on tight hunters, you need to position your Archmage in front of the lab, and then you press your Water Elemental, and Water Elemental appears on the top of the lab. It improves your creeping by half second. And yes, he knows details like that. I saw that he's a little bit like in between 2 farm tag and 3 farm tag versus Orcs. So yes, definitely, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be interesting. And yes, Death Note is back. Death Note is playing so many games. He's in a good shape. And yes, the same with Cash. Cash is back and they are very active.
nice little banter between them. We have the maps, gonna be Hammerfall. We got Cash on the broadcast. Love to see him back. Awesome fella. Ready, boys? Also, Death Note seemingly in a good mood. I can't wait for this game to unfold, man. Orc versus Human, amazing. GG, have fun both. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Is it the duo of Soul 8man and Carson?
Yes, Mr. Neo. This broadcast has started with Orc versus Human and with Carson and Soul 8man on the mic. Mr. Carson, we're excited for maybe another flavor of this matchup.
Yeah, this is my favorite matchup in the game. I love watching Orc versus Human for the exact reasons why Autumn Leaves was exciting earlier between Tacio and Leon. It always comes down to the last units, the last bit of mana. It's always the Orc desperately holding on at the expansion, or if not, it goes 2-base, 2-base, and we have like super late game stuff. Or, you know, we get Pally Rifles, which you would be a fan of. It's just such a great matchup with so many different strategies. Love it.
Yes, maybe Pala Rifle is not what Mr. Death Note likes to play. This, according to him, not good enough strategy. And yes, on the bottom right, there is him. He's opening with the Archmage Footman, most likely. On the top left, we see Mr. Cash, and it looks like Headhunter Opener. Like, Warbeard is on the way, so just Headhunter Opener. Okay, so far, very standard.
Yeah, I know whoever we have to interview at the end of this series, we're definitely going to ask either of them about Pally Rifle, what they think about it, why Death Note's not playing it, if Cash is happy that he didn't have to play it, because I wouldn't expect it in this series, as you mentioned, but standard for now. Expansions on Hammerfall, very, very strong. If you go towards the Golem, you can pull that. You can get a nice item like Claws +8 or something. Ring of Regen's also game-winning in some situations, and quick level 2. I would be surprised if Death Note didn't go for that expansion.
Well, that depends of the opener, right? We have 3 farms. Okay, that makes sense. And what do you think about expanding as Human versus Orc on maps without Mercamps, right? Because usually on Last Refuge, maybe we see expansions a little bit more often, but here on Hammerfall, you pull the Golem, you creep it, and then what? The Orc is on you, you start losing Peasants. The game can be hard from this point.
Yeah, I think maps where there is mercenary camps expansions are so good that as an Orc player, you have to veto them. If you don't veto maps like Shallow Grave and Last Refuge, sometimes even Springtime, but that's a little bit better because there's no dispel on the priests. I feel like Last Refuge and Shallow Grave and Terran Stand are, dare I be Orc bias and say auto losses versus humans. So veto those maps. You're totally right that it's really strong.
Okay, and now decision by Mr. Death Note. He's producing more Peasant, Carson. I think is going to be the expansion play, as you mentioned.
He's going to get the Golem, hoping for a Claws or Ring of Regen. Ring, not ideal, but still it's okay for the trades, I suppose.
Yes, and you are right, Cash wanted to click on the Archmage, but for now so good. Another Peasant is in the making. One Lonely Wolf on the bottom right, looking for this red HP Peasant. And yes, Mr. Death Note, he is expanding.
A player's forces are under attack.
Oh yeah, Cash going for a third Headhunter as well. Oftentimes, if you do want to pressure the human, you can go for either an early Grunt and creep level 2 and then harass, or you can go for extra Headhunters. Cash decides to go for the third Headhunter. You can even get +1 early against an expansion. It can be very strong. So Cash seems to be well up to date on what the standard meta these days are. He pivots around to the main base, realizing there's going to be no Arcane Tower with how early the expansion has come up.
Yes, it opens the opportunity to harass human economy, and you need a lot of lumber to make an expansion, Arcane Tower as well. So definitely this militia uptime hurts the most now. Cash tier 2 is slowly on the way, and yes, he will prepare probably the big tier 2 timing, but for now, let's see how much economic damage he can deal. Wolves are confirming where the Archmage is, and Cash tries to be sneaky. The Arcane Tower just started, and piercing damage is pretty good versus towers under construction.
Yeah, if all those Headhunters in the Farseer get in range, he will cancel that tower, but sometimes it can be a little bit too much damage taken. Cash wants to focus on keeping all of his units high HP. That way he can continuously kite and pressure the Footman and the Archmage until Death Note is out of resources to defend the Peasants. Then Cash can commit in and try to deal damage to the expansion. So it's wise, I think, to not overcommit for that cancel just yet. Death Note so far, though, is probably happy that his Town Hall's up and wasn't delayed by that long.
Yes, he lost some Peasants, he lost a Footman right now, but yes, as you mentioned, his economy looks good. He expanded, he has the Arcane Tower ready. And now, Mr. Carson, give me your prediction. Is it going to be Firelord, or you think Cash has time for the Altar Hero?
Yeah, Firelord is not too uncommon on this map because of how close it is to the expansion. And then obviously you'd go into double Bestiary Raiders. The only thing I worry about for Cash if he were to do that is he hasn't done much damage to the Expo. So he hasn't delayed the tech at all for Death Note, which should be coming up pretty soon here. But it wouldn't be the craziest thing. But if you don't do much damage, you tend to lean towards Torn Chief in second as well.
Yeah, definitely Tower and Chieftain gives us more time. But yes, economic damage is slowly here. Level 2 on the Farsi will help a little bit. And yes, Mr. Cash, what are we going to do? His tech is done. Death Note is, yes, it's Fire Lord, and Death Note is going for defend. He's not attacking. Death Note is going to try to hold this as well as he can, but can he do it? We are going to see a lot of militia pulled, I think, and yes, Death Note versus Cash, let's go. Arcane Tower is under pressure. Is Arcane Tower going to die? I think so. And how are we going to stop this?
Spawn has yet to do a lot of attacks, so it's very far away from splitting currently. One head in her trade for the Arcane Tower is a trade Cash was willing to make. Militia called from the main. Still, Death Note has not teched, but he does have Defend online now. That helps out a lot, but it does not help the Militia that are falling. Trying to focus down that Lava Spawn, but it's probably about 4 or 5 attacks away from splitting, and a second Lava Spawn will be summoned pretty soon.
Yes, Death Note is clicking on the lava spawn with his Archmage, and I think the poor lava spawn is not going to split. We'll see about that, but a lot of militia has fallen. Double Beaster is almost ready for the Orc. The Raiders are going to join this party soon. Of course, remember, Death Note has double base income, but is he trading efficient enough? Definitely there is no tech for Death Note. That's a good news for all of the Orc fans, and actually Headhunters are dying slowly, but another wave of this attack is in the making. The Raiders are going to join us soon.
Yeah, the continued pressure is going to be very, very strong. Death Note trying to get more towers up. Another Arcane Tower is almost done. There is a second Lava Spawn just now available for Cash. Spawns it. Could go for the tower cancel, but it would be too little too late, unfortunately for him. Death Note, though, is seeming to stabilize slightly. He's finally teching, but he just lost all of his Lumber Peasants, and now he's teching. He's going to have to rebuild a ton of those.
Yes, and the pressure is going to continue, and yes, the first Raider joining the party, and Snare is halfway done so far. There is no ultimate map control, because let me tell you, when Ensnare is done, every footman away from like the towers is going to die basically. Same with the Archmage. Human will have to turtle in towers, and maybe he will be able to hold until tier 2. Then there is a big power spike with MK. But for now, it looks good for Cash. He has the supply advantage, he has tag advantage. Archmage of Death Note is low, but Death Note is making more towers.
Almost level 2 on that Fire Lord, will now get it, and that means he can actually kill the Footman quite a bit easier if he goes for Incinerate. And yeah, third tower coming up for Death Note. Doesn't have very much lumber right now. He doesn't have very many peasants on lumber. He's still not even building them at the expansion. I do fear for Death Note. Harassing in the main base actually with Defend Footman. Damages a lot of things, but doesn't get any kills. But still a good idea from Death Note. He does need a lot of time and space to get his macro on point though.
Yes, but the time is clicking, so level 3 on the Farseer, that's problematic, even though we have 2 Arcane Towers. I mean, with 2 Arcane Towers maybe, but those Dire Wolves are going to need... They are very strong. And yes, when the footies are dying like flies, Mr. Carson. Look at the supply! 45 for Orc and 24 for poor Human. Yes, the pressure continues.
This is extremely difficult. Cash could just go to the main base right now. I don't think he quite realizes how exposed it is, but the Town Hall also not being blockaded by too much Ensnare. Archmage has to TP into the back of his Expo, which might keep him safe, but Cash is looking to dive. He does manage to get to the back. I think the Archmage is safe, just barely though. He's on an island, but he's far away from those Raiders. He moves back in. What do you do with that Archmage?
Yes, the famous caster cares, but look at this, Death Note is surrounded the Fire Lord as a revenge, but even if Fire Lord is going to die, the Raiders are here in this base. And look at this, actually Cash decided it's like, okay, I did enough, let's not lose Fire Lord level 3, let's just heal. And let's get ready for another wave. He's upgrading melee damage for the Raiders. And yes, the next wave of attack is going to be very deadly. Archmage level 3 is going to be Tavern Revive. Shop is ready, but is 1 Arcane Tower enough? I don't know about that. Death Note has 1 Lumber. 1 Lumber, Carson.
Oh, and now the Archmage ensnared out of position, and it's going to die. And the next target for Cash is going to be just clicking down that Town Hall. He's going to get a ton of gold, and that Town Hall has no way of surviving. If the Archmage lived, maybe Death Note could grab like a Panda and try to hold on or hold out till he has a Mountain King, but that is 1-0 in very dominant fashion from Cash.
Hot damn, he was almost a bit insecure in the lobby saying, yeah, I need you to misplay to have a chance here. But we look at this 10 minutes later and Cash is freaking owning.
Oh, yeah, he made the Expo look not good at all on that map. Maybe the Mercenaries truly were missing for Death Note. I mean, it's a very standard map to expand on, but that Firelord pressure was just very, very potent. It comes down to micro at the end of the day, though. Can you defend the Firelord initially with taking not that many losses? Either you micro well and don't take a ton of losses, or the Orc kills a bunch of militia, and then it ends up like that. So it really comes down to mechanics at the early tier 2 stage there.
Fascinating. Fascinating how this went wrong so quickly. Hot damn. Nice little match. I hope that Death Note can recover, because both players are able to do a lot more late game. This is, I guess, the stage that Death Note wants to reach. And we move on to map 2. Speedrunning this. Match points for Cash.
Oh yes, it's a map that Mr. Death Note picked for himself. And also we can try to expand on this map. There is no Mercamp. But yes, let's see. Mr. Death Note, maybe he'll come back to my favorite 2-farm tag, because I can't even say that Polarfield my favorite because nobody's playing it anymore.
Yeah, I say for a long time that Pala Rifle is dead, and now people are finally following the call of the Prophet. It has been abandoned against Undead, and now, well, Death Note never really been a fan. Leon has never been a fan. It is for people with integrity, you know? That's where the Pally Rifle won't shine.
Harsh words, Mr. Neo, but maybe that's the sad reality. And yes, I'm a big fan of 2-farm tech, because then you don't need to worry about all of this what we saw in game number 1. You are not really, you can't be really pressured that much, you don't need to worry about expansion, you can just sit in front of your base if Org is harassing, because you have fast tech in your favor, and also you don't need to worry about your footies to make impact with them, because you produce only 3, you skip defense, and you enjoy the easy army that is Rifle Caster later. But yes, the devil is in the details. It's Farseer versus Archmage again, the same opener in game number 1, and now let's count the farms.
Let's count the farms. If you ask our co-caster, they have to be fixed. I'm not that sure. Maybe Twitch chat can let me know if farms should be fixed or not, and that it's a blatant oversight by Blizzard to not address them patch after patch after patch. But so far, it is the 2 farms that you wanted.
Oh
we'll
yes,
see.
I love it. Simple and efficient. And it has rifles later, so almost like Pally rifles.
Almost. It's an old man with long hair as well as a hero, right? Kind of the same.
Yes, so definitely we're going to see more defensive play by Mr. Death Note. After you tech, there is a space to make an Arcane Tower, but of course, in this build, your tech is the most important thing. Cash is crossing the map. For Orc, there is a nice level 2 creep road with double green in the middle, but it's of course risky. What if your opponent is just going to expand straight away? So that's why Cash is crossing the map. Mr. Death Note is going to expand tech soon, and they're going to meet in the middle, maybe. Not really. There's going to be a small, but still, Creepjack. And yes, Death Note is taking already. And where is your tech, Mr. Orc?
Well, not coming yet. He wants some headhunters. Almost to surround by himself with the creeps here for Death Note. Losing a lot of HP. You don't really want that shop too early. A couple of more units would be good.
That feels bad to lose that much experience on the Archmage, but look at this. Maybe he lost experience, HP, but experience went to Death Note again, and Cash with the last hit here would be huge, then Archmage would be level 2. So yes, the game is still open, but Death Note with unnecessary errors at start.
Yeah, it feels like he's one of the players who is a little bit shaky at times, or who doesn't have the greatest consistency. He can be an awesome player, top of the region, but some days he's a little bit off, and unfortunately it looks like today is not one of his top days.
I'm rooting for Death Note even more now, because you know who else is shaky at start? It's me. But I'm also shaky in the mid game, in the late game, so I hope that Mr. Death Note is going to show us the difference. And yes, you know, it's Warcraft 3. 2 seconds out of position and your Archmage is half HP, but don't worry, the power of 2-farm tech is going to be online soon. We have beautiful Blacksmith on the way. And yes, sadly, Mr. Death Note can't do too much yet. It's basically they're reversing, you know, the roles.
Yep.
Human is going to harass now and stop Orc from creeping. Sounds crazy.
Indeed, relatively slow and fragile start. Then the roles shift, as you say. Murloc again lasted. With all these slippers, Cash might be thinking about a Blade Master, but that's of course items for the shop. Archmage can be super happy about items, and rifles are casting, as you said already. Water Elemental almost dispelled. 2.3 fast here after this early game. Not too bad.
Not having level 2 really hurts. You don't have this sweet Brilliance aura. And yes, what Cash is going to do? Remember, when MK is going to be out from the altar, then it's going to be a game changer. But it's a long way. And the first rifleman is joining the party. Cash is doing smart move. He crossed the map because there is no MK there yet. And he's stealing Mr. Neon. A very important, vital creep comes. So the MK creeping will be slowed down.
Evil Cash. That's not gonna be too easy. Not enough water elementals. Mountain King is only halfway, and I think Cash is smart enough to retreat, as he knows now that the rifleman is coming. That means the Mountain King isn't too far off. Puts in a little bit of damage, seizes the opportunity, has a chain lightning, but mana is too valuable. Whew, this is a rocky start for Death Note, and in the lower bracket, KraV is waiting.
Well, it has to look a little bit rocky, right? Because we are making only 3 footies, but yes, it's more shaky than it should be. And look what Orc is doing with all of this map control. The big Ice Troll Warlord is dead, and the item is not that meaningful, at least for the start of the game, because we have Ankh healing wards that would give us immediate impact, like Heal Stone or Mana Stone would give us this additional regen. And Ankh is for later.
Ankh, the best item a typical Night Elf player can find, of course. TC coming out with Ring of Regen, very nice. On the other side, Mountain King wants mana. Gets an Inbu Potion in this matchup, probably not too bad either. Surely Death Note stabilizing, getting a bit more pressure on the map as we wait for the Shaman. You don't want to face this Archmage and the Water Elementals without Shaman. And that's the little dwarf learning a thing or two.
Hey, and look at this. Militia is here, but Creepjack is coming. Farseer level 3. That's quite dangerous. Death Note is going for the surround. Is he going to get it? It looks like surround to me. Defensive stomp from the TC, but Farseer needs to die because he has the Ankh. And look at this. Human army is quite low now. Farseer in a good shape. So yes, the Ankh is carrying this, and Death Note is running back. Let me tell you, Mr. Neo, this game is looking even worse for the human player. But of course, remember, he has MK level 2, he has Brilliance Aura, he has the Priests. So he can still recover. But this is getting out of control.
And the money situation will also get out of control. Cash immediately after this fight slaps down a Great Hall, playing very well so far. Just don't overextend, and then this should be his game. But of course, Priest, if microed a little bit, can do a lot of healing. Did we get a single D-Spill out from Mr. Death Note?
There will be time for D-Spill. Now he needs to heal his army, so the priests are not even on adept training yet. Yes, they are just busy healing, and man, when human is running back from Orc that expands, it means that something went really wrong in this game. We have 3 magnificent priests, and Orc is just, you know, he's keeping human hostage. There is not that many camps around, maybe the natural expansion for the human I love the pressure from KraV.
Yeah, it's just one of these days where things just click and every move after the next seems to be the perfect one for KraV at the moment. TC level 3, Fastia level 3, even keeps the slippers because he had no time to go to a shop just yet. Maybe now. 2/3 of the Expo and Death Note is in no position to pressure this at all.
Yeah, and for KraV is a very easy logic. There is nothing else to creep for the human, so he has to be on this obvious position. And the creep jag is here. MK has full mana though. That's good. Are we clapping? There is bash even. There is no clap, there is just bash. It's an interesting question. Why? Maybe he felt that he was behind. Stop! What a beautiful stop! The human army is just dying!
Holy moly, the lightning shield! Maybe Death Note felt that with only level 1 Brilliance or he doesn't have the mana, it was all desperate and maybe sometimes you need a little luck. KraV playing phenomenal Warcraft, man. All this experience shown here today. Period of Vitality against the hero focus. A couple of Headhunters falling now as he wants to take some more creeps away. Supply is narrowing down, but this TC has way more Storms and way more Lightning Shield. But that was a sweet disco.
Yes, this is true, and human is teleporting back, losing one more priest. The supply for Mr. Death Note is very low, and supply for the Orc is going to grow rapidly because of the expansion.
Exactly. 3 production buildings, we mix in grunts, we got the upgrades, we got brute strength, we got lightning shield, of course you saw that. KraV in a prime spot for the winner bracket semifinal versus Jens, and then we get the rematch that Jens wanted so bad.
Okay, on the bottom right we have very emotional moment. Can human creep the red camp in minute number 10? Let's see about that.
I mean, with rifles you can basically creep everything. You just need 2 of them and maybe an Archmage Water Elemental.
So the rifles are losing some HP, Mr. Neo.
Yeah, I see, but therefore we got priests.
Okay, and this Magnata River is doing fine, but yes, MK is back and MK can actually tank. So that's fine, but look at the Orc army, 53 supply, pumping the units. We have 1 heal scroll and speed scroll to the Expo, to the red camp. That's interesting.
Ooh, boy, right on, onto the priest. There's no TP. This might be the end of the line for Death Note. Mega stun! Chain lightning on top and the lightning shield as well. GG. Cash 2-0 Death Note.
Perfect play. Perfect play from KraV. That was yeah, that was good. That was a very well played game. There was one small thing, but other than that, that was pretty much perfect from KraV. Extremely well done. No notes on the KraV side of things.
Well, there was one Death Note. That was clear.
Dead note.
Exactly. Holy smokes. I did expect KraV to be strong because he's rising in the ranks like almost no other player recently, cracking 2,625 MMR. Madman has a win streak of like 40 games or something. Question is if the interview is working now, because I would love to hear KraV and Carson nerd out over Orc.
Okay, I'm working on it, asking Mr. KraV. And yes, I will inform you, Mr. Neo, when I know more. And yes, try to pull him in, but maybe there is technical difficulties. Mr. KraV is ready.
Mr. KraV is ready. I'm not ready because I was glazing over him so much and his amazing play. I didn't even change the name yet. But he should be there. Let's see if it works. Mr. KraV, GG, can you hear us?
Hi, yes, I do.
Awesome.
We can hear you, perfect. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Mr. Carson, this is a high MMR Orc. It's all yours.
Well played. First of all, that was extremely well done. Starting with map number 1, Hammerfall. The Firelord second. Is there some reason you go for this? Is this what you always do against fast expansion, or was there something in game that triggered you to go for this Firelord second?
It was special against Death Note, actually. I never go Firelord, usually. Yeah.
Usually
so,
TC second?
Yeah. But anyways, it wasn't best game from him. He probably was nervous like me. So
for sure. Yeah, and then game number 2, only like pretty much a perfect game on Northern Isles from you. Honestly, there was really no mistakes. The only thing I have a question about is you saw 2-farm tech and you went for shamans. Is that normal for you? I see a lot of players skip Spirit Lodge and just go for raiders and grunts against rifle caster. Do you like the shamans against 2-farm tech, or what's the thought behind this?
It's all about lightning shield. I think it helps a lot in the fight. I
Yep.
mean, with the damage.
Yeah, makes sense. So you've been practicing a lot recently. You're at like the top of the ladder right now.
That's not a lot. Look at
No.
other people.
True, but more than you were in the past. I don't know how long of a break you took, but how do you feel your shape is right now compared to maybe last time you were pretty active?
Still have to practice a lot to get in shape. I don't think my shape is good right now.
Yeah. When was the last time you were super active? Was it like years ago? I can't remember. Was it when you were playing Night Elf?
No. It was like 10 years ago.
10 years. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I thought so. I thought it'd been a while. Well, it's nice to see you playing Orc again, and it's nice to see you honestly owning Death Note today. Saul, do you got anything on your side?
Yeah, I have one specific
Thanks.
question, an idea for Mr. Cash. What do you think about this? So when you know that human expanded on Hammerfall, I was always thinking, why to not make Orc shop close to the tavern in the middle, so you have access to the items quickly? Like, do you think it's like a bad idea because he can cancel this in the like mid game, or what do you think about this?
It can be an option, but orcs usually don't make it. You know, you don't really have time for that.
Mhm.
You always try to hard micro to not lose any headhunters, so not really big window to do that. And also, if you lose shop in the middle, it's really rough for orcs, you know.
And last question from me, like Death Note doesn't play Polyrifle, but you met, I saw Lemes on ladder, maybe you met some other Polyrifle players. Like, do you think that playing versus Polyrifle is harder than versus Archmage? Because now there is a lot of talking in the community how strong Polyrifle is versus Orc. So do you have can you compare Archmage and Polyrifle?
You cannot win Polyrifle as orc. No matter
Hell yeah,
what you
Cash.
do.
Hell yeah, Cash.
No matter what you do. No option.
Understand, thank you.
Thoughts, Saul? Thoughts?
True.
All right, Cash, we let you go. You're done for today. Tomorrow, you're up against Jens. He says he wants revenge against you. Your thoughts on the match?
No idea. Just want to play my game. My best game, but I guess I'm not really good at tournaments. I nervous a lot. Not sure why. I have no idea. It's just what it is.
All right. Let's see if you're nervous too.
You did very well, Mr. Cash. I haven't seen any nervousness in your gameplay, but you say that you can be much better than that.
But,
So
but
show us.
shaking like that.
It's the first time after a long time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, take care, mate. Have a nice evening. Celebrate a little. We see you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Dude.
Fucking awesome to have him back, dude. Freaking
I mean, he literally played perfect. Like, he says like he's nervous and he's not playing good. He literally, like, maybe there's going to be more difficult people than Death Note in this tournament for him. Like, Jens would be a good example. But as an Orc player, I can tell you that he played perfectly.
What do you know, man? What do you know? I
True.
think Cash. I'm pretty sure Cash got a lot of fans today from his play, from like the way he acts in the interview. It's just I had a lot of fun with him 10 years ago. We have a lot of fun here now. It's good to have Cash back for sure.
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of people that might not actually know him, or at least know how good he was back in the day, but he was always known as the best European Orc player in, like, what we call it the dark ages of Warcraft. But, you know, he was really, really, really good for such a long time. So the fact that he's not even back at that skill level yet is very exciting.
It's fascinating.
So are we living in the no dark ages? What kind of ages of Warcraft 3 we have now? KraV tournament brought so many players, so it's a golden age of Warcraft 3?
Well,
It's the romantic era of Warcraft 3, we'll call it.
Is it the romantic era? Or is it not?
I don't know. I'm trying to remember my my 2 semesters of music school, the music history that I failed.
Well, whatever era this is, I am personally convinced that it's the W3Champions era. Some call it Reforged era, but screw that. We're only here because of the people that created and maintained W3Champions. When we were in the truly dark ages with Reforged, no multiplayer, 3 servers barely working, nobody to track your stats, nobody to put you in a league. There were a handful of people who put this together and gave us a platform to play. They created the profiles for us that we can track our wins and loss records. For me, more of a loss record. For other people, more of a win record. They put us into leagues with great algorithms and mathematics behind it that I could never comprehend. Then they were done with the basics and they improved on it, bringing us 2-2, 4-4 FFA custom games. We were all of a sudden able to play Banjo Ball on a ladder, which we had never before. And it's all with a little bit of an add-on that you can download from W3Champions.com. Couple of megabytes, download it, install it, easy peasy. And it looks like the good old Battle.net that we all love. Shout out to Kenshin and the boys for making this work. There's a lot of stats that a couple of people misuse for balance wine, but that's also all right. You can find many, many different game modes there, one-on-one primarily, but of course also Direct Strike, the big hype mode from like half a year ago, still very, very active. If you don't want to play on Battle.net because you have to play with noobs or people that are way better than you, you're on W3Champions, you can find your true strength with lots and thousands of other people on 30 different servers. Not only 5 than on Battle.net, 30. With a disconnect protection feature and good conditions for everyone. And if you're not into playing yourself, you can watch these games with Flow TV. Every single ladder game of every single mode and even the custom games like this tournament can be observed for free in the launcher. Shout out to Fluxu, who made the servers and the Flow TV. We got the W3Champions finals back, which I think after day 4, we can say is pretty damn good to have them back. And of course, if you're a coder and want to help out, you can do that if you can do C#, .NET, React, Rust, TypeScript, or Node. We're also looking for people who spread the word about this wonderful server at social media. If you want to help with graphic design or UI, UX, that is also lovely. Reach out, hit the Discord, reach out to the people that are at the top, at the top of the server list. And if that's not for you, but you have a shit load of money, you can make sure that this server exists for a long time, or even it's just $1 or $2. Some servers cost $5 a month. Other servers are way more expensive. Every dollar helps via Patreon, PayPal, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin. And if you're looking for, or if you're watching from China, then also Alipay and WeChat. Very, very important to maintain this wonderful platform that we got.
Very well done. Very well done. And very well timed as well, because just like that, we have vetoes done for our next match, which will be KraV against Deathnote. Of course, it will be starting on Tidehunters. KraV's loser pick is Concealed Hill, and Deathnote's loser pick is Hammerfall. So we have, unfortunately, only 1 series left for the day instead of 2, but still a great match. Human versus Undead, a banger matchup these days.
It's true, it's all about the early aggression, and let me tell you, Mr. KraV can bring you the aggression, and who knows, maybe he picked Concealed Hill, because even versus Human, he may play Gargs, happy shoutouts, that sometimes, yes, you can play Gargs versus Human as well. Interesting games ahead of us.
I'm so curious what KraV is playing, because he can play Lich and Cryptlord and Dreadlord, and also DK, of course, and also how Deathnote is playing against it. He was always heavy involved in the discussions, and I actually don't know what humans can do at the moment to beat Undead, if I'm honest.
Well, there is one strategy called Pala Rifle, but for some reason, nobody's playing it.
It's dead, Carson, it's dead.
Yeah, for Human against Undead, I'd say Pally Rifles is definitely more figured out, because there's just been so much more game tape of Happy. obviously. For the Orc players, we just don't have game tape of Orc players winning, and I think me and you, Neil, are on the same page of not agreeing necessarily with what the top Orcs are doing, so we need more games in that regard. But for Undead versus Human, I think KraV, and he already showed it in this tournament against Lemus last weekend, that he knows very well what to do. But of course, we don't got to worry about that. Death Note is not going to play Pally Rifles. I'd be very, very surprised. We all would be. But yeah, there's lots of options. We saw recently in the Ancient of Wonders Cup, we saw 2 different styles of Undead players. We saw Cryptlord first from Happy, and then we saw a lot of Dreadlord from Labyrinth. So we see contrasting styles even at the top level for the Undead side of things. So I think KraV has lots of options. Death Note, maybe more or less we know what he's going to do.
All right.
Yes, definitely. Players are in the lobby. The ping looks good. The map is ready. And ladies and gentlemen, Human versus Undead. Very explosive game at start, so buckle up. Maybe some one base by Death Note. I think I saw him playing some Rifle Caster. That's exciting.
Alrighty, everybody. This is the last game of day 1 of the final weekend of the W3Champions finals. KraV versus Death Note on this patch is 1-0 for KraV, historically 15-4. So I would say KraV goes into this as the favorite. But we have seen a couple of favorites fold today, guys. And is it gonna be the same again?
Tidehunters to start us off. We'll see. I mean, it's been a long journey for KraV. We've seen so many games of him on this stream, and going into this match, you know, maybe we could argue that he's even earned his spot in the next round of the lower bracket with how much he has grinded. But it's going to be a difficult task. Death Note, you know, not with the greatest showing, to be honest, against Cash, but Cash played so well that maybe we need to give Death Note a second chance.
Is it Mr. Apeman's turn or my turn?
I thought it was Saul, but I'm not sure.
I thought so too, but I'm also
I'm
not
ready,
sure.
guys. Just call my name and I'm here.
There he is. The thoughts on Undead versus Human on Tidehunters, Saul? What are you thinking?
Tidehunter, doesn't matter the map, the non-stop aggression is going to be here. The hero choice for KraV interests me the most, and it's going to be Cryptlord first. So definitely a lot of big details, and yes, we can see 8-minute long game with tier 1 versus tier 1. We can see some craziness, we can see level 3 creep road by Death Note and playing one base. There is a lot of options. Tidehunters is one of those maps when you can creep level 3 very nicely, because you can creep this in the way of your opponent base or expansion either, because you start with the lab, you go to the middle of the map to creep the green camp with the turtles. Your militia is going to do the rest with the sea giant, and then you are in the middle of the map with level 3 ready to go. And yes, the lab creep for Death Note. It opens a lot of doors. Of course, he can still expand with some a little bit other creep road, but yes, it's not going to be straight up expansion.
Yeah, this is very, very strong opening for Death Note. I definitely agree with exactly what you just said. That creep route is fantastic. Death Note, I like that little water elemental spawn above the high ground there, but
yeah, he's the master of this little move. Yeah. It gives you this extra second, and when you do a lot of moves like that, you have plus 10 seconds, and it's important in Warcraft.
Yeah, very, very important, especially in a matchup like this where it can come down to that 10 seconds, whether or not you cancel the gold mine, which literally can decide the game. So these things do add up. I feel like this matchup, maybe Human Mirror, this makes a big difference. For Human creep routes especially, it does come down to these little tiny things. Expansion for KraV as he creeps it out, gets Gloves of Haste, and he will be going for the gold mine. We'll see how defensive KraV is. He was previously always hugging that ziggurat, hugging that gold mine, playing super defensive until the expansion is secured. We'll see how easily he's able to do that in this game.
Yeah, that's a very good point, and as we can see, even if he hugs this ziggurat, maybe it's not going to be too much. Because yes, this is a pretty like wide base layout because of the trees. But yes, we will see about that. And yes, militia to the sea giant camp. It looks like so far one base for Death Note with level 3 creep road. I hope KraV is going to be ready. He's sending some units back, but it's going to be level 3 Archmage. And yes, indeed, one base for Death Note. Interesting. Rifle caster. Is KraV going to respond with one base play as well?
Yeah, That is a good question. Crippler, of course, is not going to be as strong as the Archmage on one base, but it's still playable. Level 2 means Impale available, and he's got the mana for it currently. Just a Nerubian. Now the Goldmine being upgraded. There's a second Water Elemental, at least mana for it soon. So this Goldmine is not as safe as it may seem, but for now, KraV is actually able to zone the Archmage away. Very surprised this Goldmine is not cancelled yet, but there's still time.
Yeah, there is still time, and I like what Mr. Deathnote is doing. He's positioning his army very smart, because one Impulse around may stop this aggression. Deathnote knows about it. He wants to be here for as long as possible. That's why he was very conservative with his Archmage positioning, and the Water Elemental's damage is here. There was one surround attempt, and look at this. Archmage is just away, and Water Elementals are going to start connecting to the Undead expansion. And Mr. Carson, you know how fragile buildings are versus piercing damage when they are under construction. I think that expansion is going to die, but Mr. Deathnote needs to retarget.
Another Water Elemental summon. There could be an Impale used, but unfortunately KraV not able to surround that next Water Elemental. Needed better targeting with the Nerubian Tower. I think it was possible to defend the Goldmine there, but it would have taken outrageous perfect micro from KraV to do so. So, you know, nice from Deathnote to secure that Goldmine cancel, but I think one is all he's going to get.
Yes, but it's still important because, as you mentioned, it was kinda late, but it went through, so still expansion is not going to be up for a long time, and tech is almost done for the human. And now the question is, what kind of aggression we are going to see? If it's going to be like 40 supply aggression, is he going to wait for some casters? We'll see about that. So far, Deathnote is trying to find a way how to cancel this expansion one more time. Maybe some cheeky stuff of teleportation to some footman is going to appear close to expansion out of the sudden. KraV is in defensive position, he's looking for this Impulse around, but for now, Deathnote is keeping him in a distance.
Yeah, nice try to find his way around to that expansion, but KraV was there. He's continuing to scout. Love the Ghoul to the right of the Goldmine as well, clearing that location. And then, of course, the main base scouts the leftmost location, and then KraV's army is at the center most common position, so the Goldmine will be secured, but forced to be passive for a long time in order to secure it. Tier 2 done for Deathnote, Mountain King, Arcane Sanctum, and Rifles as expected. And eventually, is it just some sort of timing from Deathnote? Is that the play here?
Definitely that's the play, and yes, it's going to be Rifle Caster Aline. And what is very interesting for me, what Undead reaction is going to be for that. As we can see, KraV is not rushing his tier 2, right? He's making Graveyard and second Crypt before tagging, because he understands that the push is slowly coming. So he needs Fiends. Usually Undead will produce a lot of this range army, and they will just sit in the towers with slow tier 2. And yes, there is no creeping, just pressure. Interesting from Deathnote, and this creep jack is okay.
Level 3 for KraV. Does go for level 2 Impale. Oh, Mountain King comes out of Fog of War, lands a Stormbolt. A couple of footmen are going to go down, but Ghouls are also being focused quite quickly. More footmen being pressured, but Deathnote just trying to delay and get some Ghouls where he can. He's still powering up for his push, so this is all gravy for now, and then eventually he'll call the Militia and he'll go for one big final push. I wonder, will he power build a workshop? There's plenty of real estate in the center of Tidehunters to do something like that.
Well, that's a good question. The workshop depends on the amount of towers, right? And as we can see, KraV is investing into a lot of them. Also, the lumber situation, we have a decision to make. Are we going for 2-0 upgrades on our rifles or for the workshop? So far, rifles with zero upgrades. But yes, usually when your opponent has a lot of towers, you will produce this one workshop. But for now, army of Deathnote is very, very tiny, because he decided to fight a lot with KraV. And look at this, Mr. Carson, tier 1 still for the Undead. It's not a mistake, he did not forget. He's preparing versus this tier 2 aggression.
Yeah, the question becomes, I guess, does he want to break upkeep, or does he want to eventually tech? He's pulled everything. He's just waiting. Level 2 for the Mountain King. Here now comes Deathnote. There are a couple of Militia, but it seems like KraV is as prepared as he possibly could be. If ever he was going to hold a push like this, it would be with the current army he has. He does break upkeep to 51.
Well, 51 is the favorite number of the Twitch chat, as we know, definitely. But yes, to start complaining. As we should do, because KraV is going to pay extra money, but he's like, okay, I need everything what I can produce. It's going to be very important. And in this situation, Mr. Carson, Workshop looks very tempting.
He's got the peasants there. Like, he could do it. He's trying to get at least a tower up for now. There's no way he's going to break those 3 undead towers. It's hard enough to just break a Nerubian, but to break all 3 of those without that workshop, I think, would be a tall task. And the longer it takes him, Death Note, to establish himself here, the more time KraV has. And he could just continue building Fiends. He's even going tier 2 now, but he's getting close to 60 supply. That's a lot of Fiends.
And it's a nice example why this tier 1 staying for a long time on tier 1 is important, right? Because even though Human prepared a deadly push, it doesn't work that well so far. One of the Fiends is in trouble, but Archmage needs to reposition. And this game is not looking good for Mr. Death Note. For the Human player, Undead is clearing, and look at this, KraV is immediately pulling back. He understands that he needs to use his towers, he needs to fight on Blight to get the extra regen. He's not in the rush, he has 2 beetles scouting the Human expansion. And let me tell you, Mr. Carson, like from player to player, this situation in the Human shoes, it feels bad. You can I expand? Not really. He'll try to creep MK level 3, and maybe he's actually expanding. Look at this, he understood that he can't break the Undead. He'll still try, it's an important game, but I'm a little bit worried about the amount of supply that KraV can just produce.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult from Death Note from here on out. I suppose one thing that could go Death Note's way is he is expanding. Maybe KraV will be over-aggressive to try to stop that expansion, and then Death Note can kill a bunch of Fiends, because I think currently Death Note is stronger if they fight out on an open field, despite the supply slight disadvantage. So if KraV doesn't wait long enough before actually trying to kill that expansion, that's how Death Note could even up the game, because level 3 Mountain King is there, and KraV has to be passive for now. For quite a while, in fact.
Yes, this is a pretty good point, and yes, the map control, as you mentioned, belongs to the Human for now. We have level 3 on the MK, that's very, very deadly. But the problem is, look at this, expansion is on the top right for the Human, and now Death Note would love to creep the bottom right of the map, so he needs to kinda split. We have double heal scroll early, Death Note is staying on 50 supply, that also helps. But look at this, 2 beetles, Fig beetles are going into the expansion, and there is no Arcane Tower just yet. But look at this, Death Note immediately with the Priest, he's anticipating this, and we are going to see the first dispute.
Nicely done. Dealing with those beetles before. Ideally, they kill 1 peasant. No, they do get 1 peasant kill, so nice from KraV. I mean, that's free damage. He's going to give a little bit of experience over, but still happy to do that. Death Note Heal Wards continues creeping. The Crypt Lord is definitely going to get to level 5, which is a huge upgrade. And for KraV, double Temple and Slaughterhouse. He forgot to rebuild his altar, or else he might be going tier 3 right now, actually. So he's going to be a little bit delayed on tier 2.
Okay, and if you give time, KraV, what KraV is going to make, Mr. Carson? Something we love to see. Something exotic and something exciting. I see double Temple of the Damned in production, and Ghoul upgrade. Why Ghoul upgrade? He wants to upgrade his skeletons, because yes, Necro Wagons are coming.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very strong for KraV if given enough time. Death Note does have a farm at the lab, so you could reveal the main base. It's not a bad idea to burn 1 reveal, maybe 1 at each base, just to make sure there's nothing hidden, no surprises, just like Necro Wagon could be. And for Death Note, he goes tier 3. He's getting a 2nd barracks and a lumber mill, so it's going to be like Inner Fire Priests. I do wonder how this is going to match up against Necro Wagon.
Actually, Mr. Carson, I feel like a professional caster in this moment. Why? Because 1 year ago, the new balance patch hit, Happy was celebrating that you could play Cripple on the tanks, you can cast them on the tanks, and Happy had this period of playing Necro Wagons versus Human in every game. And let me tell you, from all of the contenders, players that played versus Happy as Human, I was very impressed about Mr. Death Note, because his Necro Wagon gameplay is quite impressive. Of course, now in this situation, maybe he will just have very little supply, but he understands this perfect ratio. of casters, dispel, mortar teams, and so on. And yes, KraV wanted to lane, but as you mentioned, the map control belongs to Death Note for now. But KraV is almost 80 supply, Monka S.
Yeah, with a lot of fiends, so he's kind of in between two strategies, right? Like, you would think he would go maybe Banshees with statues and destroyers and then try to hit a strong 80 supply timing, ignoring sort of the high-tech units like, you know, Master Trained Necromancers. But now he's got a lot of fiends, and he's still going for Necro Wagons, so he's not going to have the most efficient 80 supply. Like, look, he doesn't even have statues right now. He's got 2 wagons, 4 Necromancers, 0 statues, and a bunch of fiends. I don't think this is the greatest army for KraV.
Definitely the numbers are in his way, and 80 supply for now. He's going to creep one more camp. Are the Necromancers joining him? No, the Necromancers are in the base, still waiting. So the position of KraV on the map, basically he's going to lane again. He doesn't have a TP yet. Okay, that's a little bit dangerous position to be in, but he's just pulling back on foot. In the meantime, red camp goes to the human, and we have Captain America mask, plus 5 agility, plus 5 strength. Hem of Valor is on the Archmage. Should be on the MK, right? We need some tankiness. Oh yes, it's...
No tier 3 for KraV is making me a little bit worried. So he's going 88 supply, and like, okay, he doesn't even have a statue yet, dude. Like, he's just building necros and wagons. Like, he's gonna surprise Death Note maybe, but he's gonna be very much all in. He's got 1 push and he's got to make it count.
Well, what I will tell you is that it's very weird. Undead on tier 3 has nice things to add. We have Leech, we have Orb of Corruption, we have Master Training for Necromancers as well. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Carson, sorry for not knowing this trivia question, the Disease Cloud also unlocks on tier 3, am I right?
That's a great question. Yeah, it must be, right? It is a tier 3 upgrade.
Yeah. Or Abomination, so...
Yeah,
he's lacking a lot of this, but maybe he can just play mass units and it will be enough. Let's see about that. I'm very surprised that KraV let Death Note come back to this game, and let's see if my words are true about him being pretty good versus Necro Wagons. Let's see about that.
Supply nearly even. Of course, lots of Dispel available. The priests are master trained. How's the positioning going to be? Death Knight's only level 1. There's going to be a lot of summons. The Blizzard and the Clap combo is so strong, but Impale is there to counter for now.
Yes, but you need a lot of Impales to cancel this Blizzard, and look at this, the AoE damage. Mr. Death Note is like, okay, you play Necro Wagons, no problem. I actually like it. And where are the destroyers? There is no destroyers, Mr. Carson. Look at this, after amazing start of the game. The Necromancers may be the trap, but the game is not over yet. But beautiful Club and Blizzard. This AoE damage is clearing the Undead army.
Oh my god, yeah, Death Note had double heal scroll as well, which he was able to burn through and use. The Mountain King getting low, but the Blizzard and the Clap have killed everything. He had 1 push to do it, KraV. But now the supply is even yet again, and an easy peasy hold. Meat Wagons are going down. I mean, KraV goes tier 3 now, and the Ghouls in the meantime killed everything at the expansion. Okay,
so in the hard times, if you can't fight the opponent army, what do? You start laming. Mr. Death Note is teleporting back. MK has enough mana for 1 bolt. 1 ghoul goes down. And you know what Mr. KraV is doing? KraV is like, okay, this army doesn't work without tier 3, so let's go tier 3.
Yep, he still has 2 bases, and he has delayed Death Note for now, so Death Note's going to be stuck, I guess, on 70 supply for a while. But the issue becomes Mountain King's almost level 5, Paladin level 3 will be right around the corner, given 1 more fight. That's the thing about Necro Wagon, is it gives so much experience that the human heroes are absolutely insane. DK still not level 3. I mean, the Crypt Lord's getting closer to level 6, but does that really have that much impact? I'm afraid it does not. So tier 3 is going to be the final play in the playbook for KraV this game.
Another trivia question, Mr. Carson. Are you ready?
Yes.
Are Obsidian statues available on tier 2 on tier 3? I don't understand why there is no Obsidian statue in this army.
Yeah.
Those Necromancers, they need some mana, they need some HP. Definitely interesting choices by Mr. KraV. He's making Obsidian statue now. But yes, it's going to take a lot of time for it to go online. He's going actually for adept training on the Necromancers. Well, I respect Mr. KraV. He played Necromancers many times in his life. But for some reason, he's committing to this weird tier 2 composition that just doesn't work.
Yeah, I really feel like KraV could have just gone for a quick 70 supply timing, the happy way of playing. You know, you just get quick Frenzy, try Hero, a couple of Destros, and then you push with Frenzy Duels, and you probably would have just won, but he was a little bit too fancy, I feel like, in this game with the tier 2. It was like he went for a tier 2 Necro Wagon timing, but it was later than a tier 3 timing would have been because of how long it takes to get online.
Okay, because we have a little bit of time before the next fight, because yes, Mr. Deathnote wants to produce 80 supply, Mr. KraV wants to wait for tier 3 goodies. I will share a story, Mr. Carson,
yes.
if you don't mind. So I was playing Undead, my goal was to get 1800 MMR some time ago, and my best matchup was versus Human. I had like 65% win rate or something. And people were asking me, Sol, what do you do versus Undead that you have a high win rate there? It's your best matchup. And I said, I do 70 supply timing. And they said, but yeah, but what if Human plays this? I said, I do 70 supply timing. And what if Human plays tanks? I do 70 supply timing. So yes, it's a very universal and very strong thing. You just expand. And when your ghoul frenzy gets online, you cross the map with all of your ghouls. And yes, I think I'm with you in this game. Definitely, Human was so behind, it would be better. But yes, Mr. KraV maybe wanted to fill the Necromancers. Maybe actually he doesn't like to play this Ghoul Frenzy timing. So maybe he felt it will be too late, you know, because he overstayed on tier 1 for a long time. It's easy to judge when his Necromancers did not work, but now we have the tier 3 goodies. We have Lich with the Orb, we have Necromancer Master Training, and the Disease Cloud is online.
Yeah, and people might be wondering, how do you get back in a game if you're in KraV's position? I think the answer is sometimes simple. No matter what skill level, Impale, Coil, Nova, the Archmage, or the Paladin, or the Mountain King, kill a hero. I think that's what KraV is going to be fishing for in the next fight. He's got level 3 Impale, he's close around the corner from having level 2 Death Coil, and then he just unlocked the Nova with the Lich. So I think hero kills can be a good play, or maybe catching the Priest out of position with a big Impale. That would allow the Necromancers to carry. So one or the other.
Yeah, for me the biggest problem is MK. Let's compare second heroes for both Undead and Human. We have Death Knight with level 2.7 and MK almost on level 5. So MK Club level 5 is going to be amazing. Supply favors Undead, and he's in position to start summoning skeletons. Mr. Carson, I don't know what to do with this Archmage. Maybe Mr. KraV has an idea, because this Blizzard is going to hurt.
Very, very tough, especially if that Paladin gets level 3. It's going to be even more difficult to hero focus. One barracks was killed earlier by beetles, and the second one dies to the meat wagons, but this could be the final fight. Main bases are going to be out of gold in about 1 minute. Cripple on the Mountain King delaying the fight, but level 5 is a insane upgrade for Death Note, who has 1,300 gold in the bank currently.
Yeah, look at this. KraV is like this general in the army. He's staying hold, though he's not summoning skeletons just yet. Okay, he's going in. This is time. He's spreading Disease Cloud. Nice Impel, but Blizzard Club, amazing as well. Heal scroll used by both players. This is a huge fight if I ever saw one.
Knight needs a potion of vulnerability, but there's too much focus fire. Impale now lands on the Mountain King. Is there a Holy Light available? No, there's a potion of vulnerability available. Archmage is in the middle of everything. Needs to be careful of the next Impale. Okay, Death Note TPing out. All 3 heroes for Death Note are at risk of dying right now. The TP, luckily, is safe in the back. If that TP was mispositioned, one Impale could have decimated the entire human army, but Death Note gets back to safety and is very much in a fantastic position. But look at the supply. Somehow, some way, KraV I guess he cut off the production. There's no way for Death Note to produce units.
Yes, we are going to start playing zombie apocalypse game. So there is huge army of zombies attacking your base. And with brave 3 heroes, Paladin was staffed back. Okay, that was very important. What MK can do, we'll see about that. He got actually Holy Lighted. I think he dispelled the staff effect in order to Holy Light his MK, but it's not that important. But Mr. Car, we have level 6 Archmage, he's repositioning. Okay, he repositioned to this expo, he's like, okay, I don't like to be here, but with the meat waggles, You have so much siege damage, the main base of Mr. Death Note is dead.
I would love to see maybe a hero reinforced for a TP. Like, Death Knight is now out. Like, Death Note has no way of producing units. His barracks just got up. He's building riflemen. And he's going to run out of supply. He's going to run out of his castle soon. The Blizzard is doing so much damage. But I fear for Death Note, how does he rebuild his army? There's the ultimate from the Crypt Lord.
Yes, we have the fight of the ultimate, Mass Teleport versus actually quite good ultimate of Crypt Lord. Death Knight is back. This is funny. 24 minutes in, the second hero of the Undead is on level 2 and Lich is dead. So hero level advantage is huge for Death Note, but he is very scared of this Undead army as he should. And as you mentioned, he can't produce a very valuable army. But remember, the Brilliance Aura is here.
Mana pot used, and good impales, but impales aren't much without follow-up damage. Death Knight 1 kill away from level 3, but he's only losing units right now, KraV. Lich hopefully reinforces in. There it is, finally, yet again. We do have Coil Nova Impale available once more. 71 against 64, still KraV with supply advantage. And Death Note is supply blocked forever as his castle goes down.
Castle goes down, but Goldmine is empty anyway, and we have all of the upgrades, right? So yes, it's still an open game, it's not a deal breaker, and Club Blizzard combination was amazing as well. Death Note is coming back with supply, and yes, the undead heroes are under leveled. We have Lich on level 1, which hurts me, and yes, another Blizzard Club combinations. MK got level 6. I would even skip the ultimate thing. Just bold Club, it's the way.
Oh, the Blizzard is insane. If only there was an Impale, if only there was a Mana Pot, maybe KraV could find a hero kill. Paladin, careful, staffed out. Archmage also low. Mountain King also getting hurt. There's no heal scrolls. And Death Note still struggling to find production right now. He's got a ton more gold in his expansion. KraV's is going to run out in 40 seconds. Death Note has 5,000 left still.
Yeah, we are missing the shop, Mr. Carson. Yeah. We are missing the shop at the human expansion. We have the Mass Teleport, and yes, maybe it's the way. Maybe we should start laming. You know, when you have the ultimate, there is a lot of things to do. By the way, for the viewers, 24 units is the limit for Mass Teleport. So I don't know how many units Mr. Death Note has, but he needs to remember that. And yes, he is going to the Undead expansion. Is there a mechanical critter? We'll see about that. But yes, there is no point to lame if the main, if the expansion is going to be mined out. The only player mining is Mr. Death Note. So he's entering this no hurry mode.
He also has no way of producing units, but at least he was able to buy heal scrolls, which is more important than units at this point, and potions of invulnerability. KraV has no way out here. He has one Impale, maybe Hero Focus, but Hero Focus goes both ways. Death Knight getting quite low. Paladin, can it be coiled before it dies, but gets level 4 and skills Divine Shield to save his life, and KraV is back into a corner. I don't think he can get out of this one alive.
Well, supply is even. There is still a lot of undead army, but mana is low. Lich with level 2, nicely done. And Blizzard Club is criminal. As you can see, Death Note is not afraid of Necromancers. Necromancers should be afraid of him.
There'd be more summons. Blizzard's still doing tons of damage. Mountain King at least doesn't have mana right now. Oh, Nova lands. One more Impale and maybe a Mountain King kill, but I don't think he's going to have the opportunity. The Mountain King's about to have a Stormbolt. That will kill the Crypt Lord with the Holy Light in combination. An Abomination comes out of nowhere, but KraV has barely anything left. He's about to lose his Lich as well.
I just want to see Paladin level 5. Maybe no Pala Rifle, but Paladin level 5 is going to give me a lot of satisfaction. And yes, human army is huge. I mean, human heroes are huge. And where are the undead heroes, Mr. Carson? They are dead.
They're going to take a long time to get out of that altar. GG is called in 27 minutes. That was a very interesting end to that game. I'm amazed KraV was able to make it so close after a disastrous mid-game and early game. But well played, Death Note.
What a ridiculous game. Unlike any other, I think, W3Champions Finals at its best. This was very unorthodox by KraV for sure. It felt like he had Death Note's number. What a great defense that was. and then he lets it go and he doesn't tech and he doesn't have the statues. Like, what the hell is going on? And then rightfully so, Death Note is punishing him so hard for his mistakes. And then it almost turned around again, but my lord, the savior of the human race, the Archmage, with 15,000 damage in the last fight. That was just ridiculous. It didn't matter to Death Note if he hits friends or foes. At least we hit something. And that was wonderful. And then the hero levels do it in the end. But Grande Warcraft Gaming, IMO.
Yeah.
Yes, and the less experienced player would never go for Blizzard Retrain that quickly, but Mr. Death Note knew there is a lot of low HP units. Let's just Blizzard them.
Unbelievable.
I wonder if he had a statue in that first fight towards the center of the map, I wonder how big of a difference it would have made. Because obviously against the Blizzard, you have a little bit of a counter to that in the AoE healing of the statues. I wonder if that would have been a make or break situation. Just one statue, especially two statues, could have helped with that timing. But it's so unorthodox. That's like a must build unit most of the time. It's like an orc not buying heal salves, not building a statue.
Okay, the players are asking for a little bit of a break. Of course, we're going to give it to them. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. What a lovely tournament, man. If you like what you see, you can reward the players yourself at Match Arena. We're gathering funds once again. 6,280 bucks are in the pool. You can grab and equip yourself with some profile pictures that we have up. Paladin, rifles, Firelord, Panda, and a dead rifle. All up for grabs. Cracking 6,300 would be quite amazing if you want to help out here. Like so many of you have. Shout out to Izzy, to BH, to Soft Ice Cream, Rigor Mortis, Wait for It, Kratos, etc. But especially to Kleine Schildpad with the 2,500, Fajerk with the 1,000, Max It Out with the 600, 765, goddammit, Mr. Riza as well. So many people have contributed, so we are able to bring you this, and I think the games surely make up for him now.
Yeah, 100%. The games have been fantastic today so far. I mean, the one-sided series, I suppose, was Casper vs. Death Note, but everything else has been super duper competitive. And now Concealed Hill is going to be our next map, a map again that might be difficult to expand on.
Ooh, I think it's my turn. I don't know, and I don't care who of you needs a break, but my god, I want to get my hands on one of these games between the two.
I think it's me and you.
Let's have fun, guys.
We have had some great games at the W3Champions finals and dream hacks that we were able to cast together. Hopefully this is one of them.
Yeah, we had the anti-curse. Every time we cast together, it would always be the best game of the tournament. So far.
And now we say that, and it's going to be a snoozer.
Yep, that's how it works. The anti-curse.
Anti. Up your ante.
True. Okay. What will the heroes be? What will the choice be? One base on Tidehunters from Death Note means one base on Concealed Hill is even more likely. We had the pull of the Rock Golem at the lab on Tidehunters. Probably could have the pull of the Rock Golem at the lab here on Concealed Hill as well. For KraV, Crypt Lord probably likely, but this could be a map you could choose to go Death Knight on.
Or even Lich. If he is sure that this is no Pally Rifle, a Lich is always an option. He was the self-proclaimed Lich King when he broke through the top 16 in Europe, and Undeads just love that hero. Whether that's Happy or 120 or Labby or KraV, there's a lot of love for the Lich, but it's an important match. It's a fight for survival. It's his last chance to stay in this tournament, and then you go for a Crypt Lord.
Yeah, KraV has been very successful with the Crypt Lord throughout this whole tournament. Again, just to point out how long of a road KraV has had. He's been with us for, this is our second weekend now watching him. He grinded all the way through to get to this point, and it could all come crashing down in this last map, potentially, or he could tie it up, make it out of the lower bracket. It could be a story for the ages if KraV can grind this out.
He is a guy for a lower bracket run, man. That is exactly what he's made of. We got a couple of supporters coming in, but I didn't want to interrupt you. Mr. Brappy with the 19-month. Rogan Hulk Hogan with the 29 on WrestleMania weekend, huh? What a freaking great timing. Culver, Soul Best Man with the €5. I can only sign that. Copilot 93 with the 44 month. More buds. You all are freaking amazing. If you want this weekend and the entire rest of the month with DWCC and Grubby's tournament ad-free, this is your time to sub, everybody.
Archmage ring, and importantly, some experience. KraV will go straight for his expansion with 3 ghouls. Finds 2 critters as well for beetles and skeletons. This should be a pretty clean creep for him. Not the easiest expansion camp, but he's done everything in his power to make it as easy as possible for Death Note. I see a counter. 4th farm being built. I guess he has to. It'd be too far to run over to KraV's Expo to punish it for now.
I mean, you can always go for like staff and stuff, but then you need to have something to staff onto. Not sure if that's provided here. I see a yellow dot, but I think that's the map or some doodad. Yeah, interesting by KraV that he goes for this expansion. But it is the tactical switch by Death Note, which I also didn't expect. So I apparently don't know anything about this game, and I'm quite excited what these guys have to offer.
That's the level 3 Archmage, and soon enough, in a couple of seconds, there's going to be boots and staff available for both. Would be surprised to see, if neither of them got it, but I think they both will look for that staff of teleportation. Footman is now going down to the bottom right of the map, so staff of teleportation is on the table. KraV looking for level 3 on the Crypt Lord. Archmage already achieved that goal with not the best of items, but importantly, expansion being built. 3 ghouls from the main base actually are going to potentially sneak by the trees. Love that movement from KraV.
Yep, I love the movement by both, actually. There is the staff on the footman. Then KraV is sneaking through, and both try to get behind enemy lines. KraV has a staff as well to support the footman, but first and foremost, he has to take care about the bottom right-hand side. It's the big cancel culture once again.
Yep, under pressure. Goldmine was canceled, but still Death Note could take a ton of damage. Footman go to the main base. This is a 3-screen action right now. Crypt Lord defends the expansion. Ghouls continue killing peasants, but haven't done a ton of damage just yet. And KraV's main base is really under a lot of pressure. Footman traded, but 2 ghouls so far have gone down the main.
That goes into lumber, and then you might not be able to build the haunted gold mine once again. KraV needs a big moment. Got that impale locked in. Staff's on cooldown, but unable to connect as we still have a footman fighting on the right-hand side. We still have the footman fighting in the north, and it's all just chaotic.
Yep, Crypt Lord now staffing to the expansion of Death Note. The town hall is finished. The tower is almost done, but is being attacked right now. Immediate repair, but there might not be enough peasants to defend it. Just barely going to get it up in the main base. Still pressure continues. No gold mine rebuilt for KraV, and the Archmage comes back to defend, but this is a difficult amount of summons to defend right now.
This is so stressful. It's close to 11 p.m. here in Central Europe, and for Death Note, it's like 1 or 2 hours later. I always forget which it is, but chat will tell me in a bit. They also told me WrestleMania isn't this weekend, and I was completely wrong. So screw my weekend plans. But yeah, ultra chaotic. I have no idea where this game stands right now.
Goldmine finally being rebuilt by KraV now that he's dealt with a ton of footmen, and more peasants are falling. Tier 1 for both players. The lumber was damaged, but KraV was able to get enough to rebuild the gold mine, and it's just summons here at the expo, but he's got more beetles available to him, and the Archmage is struggling to heal up.
I mean, there are fountains, but that's relatively easy to track. The big beetle was just clicking on that old man. In the meantime, Footman is getting scouted by the ghouls, so it's also not easy to staff onto it and it gets punished. And now, how much damage can you do? I mean, Expo is up.
It's tough. There's always more mana for the Crypt Lord. He's about to level up as well, but he's going to have a ton more mana. That's the strength of Crypt Lord. You can just have these super strong beetles. There's another set he can summon in a second. Ghouls are defending that footman. He's afraid of the staff of teleportation, but there is nothing Death Note can do at least to stop this haunted gold mine from getting up. The expansions for both players and tier 1 for both players are a reality. So many peasants in production as well. Archmage staffs back after healing up at the fountain. Can he defend these summons? There's still mana on the Crypt Lord.
Dude, this game is crazy. I don't know if Death Note is able to clean this up. Chat informed me he's living in West Siberia, so it's 3:40 a.m. for him. I did not know this, but he also had no problem at this hour, like playing at this hour. He seems to be in a great mood. Maybe he's just a real gamer being up at night.
I suppose if he plays any sort of tournaments these days, he might have to reset his sleep schedule. So he's probably been here before. Ghouls have been here before. Dying in the gold line of the human. 2 water elementals are pretty strong. Finally has Death Note dealt with the pressure. How many peasants have been lost? I really don't know. KraV mining on 2 bases finally.
Oh my god, both take a heavy beating, and it's still so close. We got 4.6 and 4.3. Death Note is teching already. Can produce or reproduce workers on the left-hand side. You would think, but then there's 4 ghouls again trying to kill your workers. And I can't... When was the last time Death Note was not defending? He needs to do some damage at the same time as well, but he's a bit overwhelmed.
Yeah, ghouls are going to fall, but KraV is going to be the first to level 5, it seems like. This almost might be the better game to go for level 3 beetles, honestly. A lot of the time, you go for that high-level impale to carry you later on, but I'm afraid to say this might not go much later on if this pressure continues. There's tons of ghouls in the main base. KraV could pull even more, but more ghouls dying. Death Note with those boots of speed chasing a couple down to the south of the map, but peasants still not fully mining at the expansion of Death Note.
This Crypt Lord is just made for KraV's playstyle. Beautiful Warcraft, beautifully chaotic. We got the text running pretty much at the same time. It's of course also experience, but yeah, I agree, man. Beetles level 3 would be quite fantastic. And then soon we get the burrow upgrade, and then do burrow and unburrow and be even more annoying. But to get there, you gotta get more kills. But so far, these kills are only going to Death Note, and he's also getting scary close to level 5.
Level 3 water elementals, of course, would be as equally impactful. Very strong against ghouls, and there's nothing but ghouls right now for KraV. Second crypt on the way, tier 2 for both. Is going to be there in about 30-40 seconds. Crypt Lord has to staff out earlier rather than later. He does manage to get out. Now he's got to heal up, but it is daytime, so no fountain access for the time being. It will just be ritual dagger healing.
Ridiculous. Quite some action, and now maybe we can have a breather. Maybe we're creeping a bit, but it doesn't really make any sense to creep, right? You're so close to level 5 already. KraV, oh my god, how many ghouls are these? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of 12 ghouls. He pulls all these ghouls and he still has a good lumber economy. That's crazy.
Death Note sees, but what can he actually do to defend? He's trying to heal up and get more mana. He's got 2 water elementals available, needs to continuously spam those on cooldown, but all KraV needs to do is continuously kill peasants, and then eventually his tier 3 timing will be so much stronger than Death Note's, and a couple more kills, and then we do have level 5 Crypt Lord. We'll see if he goes for those strong beetles.
Okay, no, Impale it is. Trying to get the kills. Gets rid of 2/3 of the HP of every single peasant. And what's this expansion good for? If you're not mining. Water Elemental's hella strong, but he had to summon the level 2 ones. Is now getting the big upgrade. And now they hit like a truck.
Cane Tower helping out a lot. Crypt Lord is finally out of mana. Militia called. And lots of ghouls are going down. Maybe KraV has finally been defended. But just killing more peasants. Staff is nearly off cooldown, so the Crypt Lord doesn't have to be too careful any longer. A couple more ghouls might be falling, and finally, Death Note has defended his expansion. As soon as he hits tier 2, he's got a Mountain King out, but KraV is going tier 3 double Slaughterhouse and Temple of the Damned. This is probably just the 70 supply time in this game. I hope he doesn't go Necro Wagon.
That is so ridiculous, man. There's so many corpses here, and it seems like KraV isn't done yet. He wanted that kill, he gets that kill, but maybe he has to pay the price now. Stormbolt, any reinforcements? Doesn't even have any units. He has one lousy footman. Keck. KraV plays around the cooldown of the Stormbolt very well, and now it's time to heal, but guess what? He has the temples up, he gets the slaughterhouses up, or at least he's trying to, because there's an Archmage with huge water elemental.
And actually is double Temple of the Damned, so he is looking to go either Mass Banshees or something. Oh, TP might be forced. He's trying to staff out. Gotta be careful, but he manages to get out of there. And KraV saves all of his tech buildings, but I think that was a full scout from Death Note. Very important.
I agree. He must know. This is not getting ready for Banshees. This is KraV. By the way, how huge this base is, man. I can't get it on one screen, really. Now, with the max zoom out, lots of Blight. Of course, Mountain King kind of lost the way. They're scouting a little bit. So what's the... Oh, it's Gargs. It's different. It's Gargs, Statue, Wagon, Necro.
All right. Maybe expecting Griffins? Because sometimes you will see Mass Griffins versus this tech.
I think he can creep like crazy with the 2 Gargs.
True, go for the fountains early on. That would be quite nice. Of course, the Death Knight was under-leveled for a really long time, map 1. But with this lab, and then if he goes for the Red Drake at the fountain, it'll be DK3. He's creeping with the Crippler. I'm surprised by that.
Yeah, me too. Bit of an oversight here. Could give solo experience to the DK. Gargs might also be a nice solution to a potential Zeppelin, because Death Note has nothing. And let's see what he's going for to fight with. Death Note is pulling the Archmage away, healing up already a little bit, then sends him back. Whoopsie. But yeah, he's got to get ready for quite a big push. We got the Necro still hidden, quote-unquote, in the base. And a full tier 3 push. Death Note, I don't think he's ready yet.
Definitely not. He buys a Sapper to maybe... This could be nice if he supply blocks KraV at 64. He could definitely kill 2 Ziggurats. And then KraV will be stuck. He won't be able to hit that 70 supply power spike. At least he already built his Lich. So he'll be able to get his Lich and his Orb online. But this Sapper will connect. I don't think there's anything to stop this right now. So nicely done from Death Note this play. Staff back. He's got to get this Sapper connected. Does, just barely.
Super important. Gets him stuck at 63. Archmage cannot die, of course, but I think damage is done. He could just TP and be over with it. Got the staff now as well. Water Elementals do the job. In the meantime, now, there's no KraV pressure anymore. And Death Note can mine, and he's at 1600. Shredder has to go to work very, very, very soon. We get messed up.
And now KraV rebuilding. Those Ziggurat space is going to be stuck for now. And yeah, this is going to give Death Note the time to go into those Griffins. Lumber is low, but Shredder will return a bunch if he's stuck. Shredder, no!
No!
Return the lumber. Okay, there we go. Finally, now we can go into production. He needs to work, as you mentioned, overtime. And KraV, he's hitting his timing despite only being 60 supply. It's still going to be very strong for KraV, though.
That's right. Chat informs me, by the way, that the other chat was lying and it's not 3:40 for Death Note. It's rather normal time, like 1 or 2 hours.
A lot of misinformation today.
Unbelievable, dude. It goes back and forth and back and forth. Not the same, not the right WrestleMania date, not the right time zone for Death Note. What are we even doing here? Well, I can tell you that we got quite an amazing game and Death Note still needs, like, stuff and he goes for another Sapper.
He's trying to lame his way into a victory. This will supply block KraV even further. Is he going to trade his main base for the expansion? Like, how does he defend this if not? I think he's got to lame.
That'd be crazy. He is not giving this up. And the laming is done. But yeah, this is the army. It's ridiculous. It's an MK and a bit of peaceful.
Very, very few unit Griffvery finishes. There is enough gold for tons of production. Unfortunately, the Paladin didn't make it out of the altar. Oh, Mana Pot used. Mountain King, big potion of vulnerability, but it will soon run out. Death Note has a shop available. Shredder fighting back. Dragonhawk dealing with the Gargs, but what you see is what you get. Death Note's army is tiny. Mountain King barely does die. There was a potion, but wasn't able to use it.
Holy moly, KraV is surviving on map 2. That was a nail biter, super sick back and forth. Lots of expansion cancels, peasant slaughter, everything. No big celebration, no guns from KraV this time, full focus. And off to a deciding game 3 on the first day of the finals.
Yes, KraV understands the big game is in front of him, but the same with Mr. Death Note. In this game, I was like, okay, those sappers that are connecting nicely and killing acolytes when you are supply blocked hurts a lot, right? Because you can't remake them immediately. But yes, KraV this time went for the sharp timing, and he showed why it works quite well.
Super chaotic, right? Like both games so far. Insanely chaotic. That's what happens when you play Necro Wagon. That's what happens when you play Crippler. That's what makes this matchup so exciting. But we go into, it seems like, Hammerfall, which could easily be more of the same. I think the real issue for Death Note was he just needed to get a Shredder earlier last game. He needed to maybe creep the lab right away because he just wasn't able to get enough production quick enough. So hopefully, for Death Note's sake, he can clean up the macro side of things.
Oh boy, one last ride, everybody. One last ride. KraV is ready, asking Death Note if he needs the break or not. What a beautiful, beautiful series this is. Two players so close to each other. KraV, of course, very unorthodox. Two different approaches to hold this. By Death Note, both are ready. GG, have fun, gentlemen. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. KraV versus Death Note. There can only be one. The winner of Hammerfall will survive. It is Death Note's map pick as he won the neutral map. And who's it gonna be? It's definitely me and Soul 8man bringing you the last map of the day.
Yes, welcome everybody. It's going to be all decided on the Makrura map because yes, Hammerfall has 4 Makruras. That's amazing. On the top left we have Mr. KraV representing France and Undead. He's opening with the Ghoul opener Ziggurat in front of his base. Interesting base layout. Usually the first Ziggurat a little bit more to the back. Maybe he's afraid of this one base pressure. We'll see about that. Mr. Death Note with his altar on the left, so maybe he will clip the Makruras, the first camp. We'll see about that. And there is no polar rifle. It's going to be Archmage Footman opener. Standard versus standard. Let's go.
So far, so good. Is it good or bad for you, by the way, when a Makrura is dead? Or dies?
That is a part of life, Mr. Neo. It's a part of life, the silker of life. Life would be boring without moments like that. We need to appreciate the magnificent Makrura that even Archmage footies, they need militia support to handle this magnificent creature. But on the next map, if it's going to be Hammerfall in the next series, Makrura will be awaiting us, so don't worry.
He is like Jesus, he's always coming back. Crypt Lord again, no Lich, Dreadlord shenanigans, normal stuff. Also Archmage, no Mountain King first or any experience that we haven't seen before. The road is more of the same, but if it's more of the same of what we've seen in the past 2 games, then I'm all here for it.
Yes, the thing that interests me is the altar position of Death Note. As we can see, he is like, okay, it wasn't a mistake. He's pulling footy to the left, right? So it looks like Makrura creeping.
Okay. This wonderful, wonderful creep. It's always a little sad when it dies, but it's always putting up a good fight. That's for sure. So, what's the Crypt Lord doing? Are we expanding? Usually expansions would be 3 o'clock and 12 o'clock at this position. Let's see if we go by the norm.
Yes, so Undead is getting ready for the expansion. Sacrificial School is here and Double Critter, so the same on Concealed Hill. Maybe Double Critter is a good good luck charm because yes, with Crypt Lord you can have both Skeleton and Beetles ready for the first camp. Mr. Death Note is done with Makrura. He got Gloves of Haste, and yes, it looks like he's going to creep level 3, and maybe it's going to be one base place again, like on Tide Hunters.
Okay, wouldn't mind that either. There was another crazy, crazy map. We got Illusions, good for scouting and confusion. The can help with creeping as well, and it soaks up damage. And Death Note pulls the militia to the left-hand side. Not pulling the Golem, which is more or less the norm, but the same camp as KraV. So basically a mirror match.
Yes, we have our answer. It's going to be Expo versus Expo. Death Note made farm number 4. He is producing more footies. He's not going to take quickly. And yes, indeed, an interesting expansion position for the human. Maybe he just wants to stay away from these undeads. And yes, keep them on the distance, but Mr. KraV is crossing the map. He wants to hug Mr. Death Note expansion.
Yeah, usually last weekend he was hugging his expansion and that worked well. But maybe you can just hug the other expansion and that's also working well. Spread the love. But there's nothing to hug.
Yeah, nice adjustment by Death Note. He's like, okay, I'm a little bit out of position, and you know, if our opponent wants to attack my expo, I will just pull back my militia, and I will attack his expansion. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 Watt Elemental is what we need. to cancel the Haunted Goldmine.
Okay, that's an easy one here, but this is something that you should calculate in. Stay safe though, and that's not that easy to do. We got an Archmage with an Impale being surrounded right away, but you get the Cloak of Shadows, and he is safe for now. But can we reveal? Can we buy dust?
Yeah.
Can we do anything about it?
One ghoul is already at the lab, and yes, reveal from the lab is here. The duration is quite short, and another reveal, yes. I don't know if it's worth it to get that much HP, but the idea was to force double reveal, because believe it or not, reveal cost gold. And it was actually trivia about Soul Apeman, one of my suggestions to buff reveal from the lab, because I think it's too expensive.
Well, sometimes it's good to not know everything, you know, it's, otherwise...
But dust is much just better, you know, it's competition. But ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about the reveal when this amazing game unfolds in front of our eyes. Mr. KraV is remaking his expansion, Mr. Death Note finally is starting his. And look at this, slowly but surely, Criplord is creeping into level 3 direction. Beautiful ritual dagger, that's what we need.
Also big
And ladies
mana.
and gentlemen, yes, big mana is here, but not level 3 yet. But look at this, Undead army in the middle is quite big.
Okay. Death Note is trying to distract, but KraV is not interested in fighting. Just wants to go to the bottom again now. Oh, wait a minute, there's no TP anymore. Can he get him? Archmage is speedy.
That was a game-winning surround, no!
Oh my god, Death Note, you poor
He
somebody
missed the
opens up the surround. Impale hits him again from downtown. That surround
Oh
is
my-
also not blocked.
Another, no!
Oh my god.
Mr. Neo, you don't need coffee, you just need some Warcraft 3 and emotions are there, mamma mia! What a move, and remember, with Archmage dying I think would be done. But no, Archmage survived, I don't know what happened there, and Death Note is back. Death Note is stuffing to his expansion and the shop is being power built. He'll be in the good shape soon, but look at this, KraV is not wasting any time, he's creeping. Another Goblin Laboratory.
Ooh, he burned the big mana potion on those Impale attempts. It's a huge weapon gone. He gets another! Are you kidding me? Gift from the gods for KraV. Death Note.
Yeah, but experience to the Archmage is still level 2 blood Criplord because the Footman, Brave Footman stole the level 6 creep, Mr. Neo.
Oh, sick. I didn't even see
Disaster.
that. Yeah, I mean, disaster, great item. He can still get level 3. It's a little bit of both. It is surely a roller coaster of emotion.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, that's what high-level Warcraft brings to you. And yes, nice regen on the Archmage. Both players are attacking. So far, so good. And are we going to see some Zeppelin play? I don't know if Mr. Death Note likes to do the Zeppelin play, you know, some droppings. But versus melee army that Undead has, Zeppelin can help you a lot. You are protected from surrounds because you can just pick your unit and fly away. And yes, there is no anti-air so far in the Undead army, but for now, Mr. Death Note doesn't like, and their Impale was so juicy, a lot of red HP units, but usually with Impale you would like to kill at least one unit, so even though it connected nicely, no impact.
Ooh, we might get the first calm moment of the game. Water Elemental will be killed finally. Alright, we get another scout in. Yep, everything is ready here. He's healed, we're tacking up. Oh, we are not tacking up. Now we are. Death Note in that regard a little bit behind. KraV was already tacking for a while, Graveyard up as well, and more production buildings.
Oh yes, and the question is, what is KraV going to produce? The early game was okay, but is he going to do 70 supply timing? He's going for +1 Fiend upgrade, so probably no Necromancers in this game. Quote me later.
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't mind that. A more normal game, maybe, when everything is on the line, when your tournament life is on the line. This $3,000 tournament, you want to survive longer than just round 1. And for both players, they can't allow any mistakes anymore. MK on the way, tier 3 done. Arcane towers everywhere, towers in general everywhere. And we need to heal a little bit.
MK is out from the altar and is already busy killing one of the beetles because yes, they have, you know, unlimited uptime. So those summoned units can be quite annoying. Look at Mr. KraV expansion. He has 3 towers, so yes, definitely he is immune to laming. And yes, that's why we either creep or get a Zeppelin as human. And Mr. Death Note is just creeping. I like it. And as we can, he's expecting Necromancers, Mr. Neo. Early Arcane Sanctum, at least one, okay. But yes, this is not very standard, and Mr. KraV is surprising his opponent by playing very standard. He's even going for a web to protect his destroyers.
Okay. Yeah, Death Note's tech far ahead. Sorry, I misspoke before. We might even get some breakers in with tier 3 control magic. Take the beetles away. This is what Leon suggested earlier this week as well. And KraV feels like he needs to find some damage. He's ahead in supply, but he's down in levels, especially second base, and it's not that clear yet what he's going for. We only have 1 slaughterhouse, not 2. Oh, we have another fight. Is that the moment KraV wants to fight? Rather not.
Well, he has supply advantage. He broke 50 supply for a reason, so maybe he is in the fighting shape. We'll see about that. He's making more upgrades. He is going to hit a very clear 70 supply timing. But what works for Mr. Death Note is his tech. Look at this, KraV. Still not on tier 3, while Human is already making knights. So I don't like this 70 supply, and maybe Mr. KraV is like, okay, I'm actually late. Let's make Temple of the Damned, ladies and gentlemen. The Necrovagons are back.
Or is it Banshees this time?
Well, I was wrong one time with the Finn's upgrades, but now I see the Ghoul upgrades, so I think it's going to be Necromancers again.
Oh, wow. Then Death Note, of course, has a great read. Impale is not leading to any kill. DK getting storm-bolted, but not enough units to surround. Statue coming in. Clap is magnificent. No TP for KraV.
This is true, and defensive Impale is the answer, but maybe Bolt will connect, we'll see about that. Death Note is busy with the Sasquatch creep. That makes sense. Ring of Region on the MK will help a little bit before we have too many. Oh, the Bolt dodged with the Burrow, and yes, footies are dying. Footies are very fragile, and they actually fit experience. We need some hero levels. One of the footies denied. He's actually denied 2 footies now because he's like, yeah, this undead doesn't need any more experience. And yes, Exhume Corpse upgrade is on the way. We are going to see Magnificent Necromancer soon. KraV is still on 63 supply, so he's not banking. And they're creeping, but the bigger camp, the red camps, goes to the human.
Yeah, that was a nice little sector for Death Note. First the shop, then the red spot, pulls the Archmage to the side, solo experience for Mountain King and Paladin. Exactly what you need. Lich can't level yet, didn't step out of the altar. We get a lot of upgrades, which is of course good technology, but not mass, which you will need down the road. Can't allow any mistakes anymore here, of course. Double heal scroll, Wand of the Wind, amazing items for Death Note.
Yeah, and actually, when I think about this, I like those upgrades for both Finns and Ghouls, you know, because it's going to benefit the Skeleton Mastery, the upgrade. You are going to have Skeleton Archers, or Skeleton Mages and Skeleton Warriors, right? And they share different upgrades, so maybe Mr. KraV is making the ultimate Necrovagon army with upgraded summons. That's beautiful.
Love the upgrade technology. Nice little insight here, even though you said you don't know that much about undead, but you proved differently once again. KraV doesn't have any heal scroll against Clap. That's a problem. Death Note gets another red spot. That's also a problem. And what else? We get Griffins. That might also be.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Twitch chat is saying that they have the same upgrade, so maybe I'm wrong. Need to check it later. I thought that the archer, the mages have the pierce, the range damage, but it's not important. What is important that Coil Nova connects, and yes, item and the double Wand of the Wind, and there was a ghoul run by the way on the bottom left. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the game is still open.
Today is
and we are getting in. into StarCraft 2 mode, the map is crept, and yes, the better unit composition will win now, probably.
Today is fake news Friday. It's okay to lie. Doesn't matter. Couple of kills here, but not too many. The towers do a good job. Oh, and the ghouls are running straight into him, but nope, can't catch. KraV is so broke. He doesn't have an invul, no heal scroll, no protection, nothing. Feels like Death Note is very well equipped, but he needs more units as he wants to transition into Griffins now and is holding on. Now it starts.
Yeah, Ultimate Army versus Ultimate Army unit composition. And my question is, if and when Mr. Death Note is going to retrain to Blizzard again, he's giving all of the experience to the Paladin. And is it going to be enough to get level 3? Probably not, but yes. My question is, are we going to see amazing Club Blizzard combination? I hope so.
For Death Note, that would for sure be the right call. Water Elementals won't do much anymore. Destroyer upgrade is done. This is 80 food, KraV push now. Oftentimes, the pusher on this map has an advantage because he's with the back against the shop and can get new Invul Potion, new heal scrolls, whatever you need. This is oftentimes the human, but not now. Now it's KraV with this exotic Necro Wagon technology. Both players putting on a hell of a show, but I gotta say, it feels like a curtain is about to fall.
Well, they can disengage, of course. There is no TP on the Undead though, so it's going to be a little bit harder, but yeah, human has unlimited like healing, mana. We have Inner Fire Gryphon, which is amazing. I mean, not now, but the potential is, so definitely the unit composition is unlocked. You know, the tech tree is unlocked for both. They can produce almost every unit in the game on demand. So the question is, who is going to use them better?
KraV is scouting on the right-hand side. Nice. Oftentimes the third base is the stalemate breaker, but from a push to KraV into a push by Death Note, supply, as you said, even Necromancer down. That's a lot of skeletons less. And this, oh, the creeps wake up. This is not a great spot for KraV to be in.
Yes, but there is no Blizzard, Mr. Neo, so maybe Mr. Death Note is a little bit like, I should have Blizzard, but wait a moment. We have one destroyer in the air, we have a lot of skeletons, they're getting dispelled quickly. Disease cloud is being spread. And correct me if I'm wrong, that this human army is not feeling that well here. We are fighting in the undead base.
Yeah, not great, man. The Griffins are getting wept and kills. 2 of them going for the priest. No more dispel for you. But the fiends are also suffering. Death Note getting out of there. Getting his ass whooped a little bit in this fight. Couple of missed positions immediately punished. And a huge bank for KraV as well.
This is very true, and the green camp that was attending the last fight was the literally last creep camp on the map. So no more creeping, welcome StarCraft 2 mode. And yes, no retrain, just Water Elementals. That's interesting for me. In game number 1 on Tide Hunters, this Blizzard, I think we can agree all that it was carrying the game, but in this situation we have only Water Elementals for now. And Mr. Neo, what are we going to see now? Because nobody has the incentive to push. Are you ready for 1 hour long game, Kappa? Of course, I'm kidding. Of course, it's going to be a little bit faster than that. But yes, for now, they are just regenerating mana. They are regenerating HP, buying some items and preparing for the late game.
Well, Soul, a 1 hour sitting game with you as a co-caster doesn't sound that bad actually, but yeah, we have a tech transition as well. We get anti-magic shield, kind of nice against Stormbolt, Holy Light, nuke, and of course Griffin attacks. Plus curse on Griffins is amazing. I was wondering a little bit if he's not going for cripple, but he is now. There is Dispel, of course, you can counter it with breakers as well.
Okay, is it a misclick? We have a Banshee upgrade. Mr. KraV is like, okay. Let's add Banshees to the combination. With Orc, sometimes you get, you know, okay, Destroyer was scouting, 1 second. With Orc, you go for the Shaman's Witch Doctor sometimes, you know. With Human, you go for Priest and Sorks in the same army composition. And Mr. KraV wants to follow the lead. He wants to get, ladies and gentlemen, Banshees and Necromancers, or it was just a misclick. We'll see about that. As you mentioned, KraV is slowly accumulating the bank, but same with Mr. Death Note, and they're going to play a game of chicken. Who is going to break the supply first?
That's right.
And Blizzard is here. I love it. Blizzard is back.
Oh.
Oh.
3 heal scrolls as well. KraV gets 2, plus of course the healing of statues, which is also very helpful. With anti-magic then, if he anti-magics the Fiends and Necros, how good is it really? It's gonna be
versus Gryphons, you can protect your mechanical units as well. The Ziggurat is ready. KraV has 20 supply unlocked, 1000 gold. But is he going to? Look, he has a burrowed beetle on the right expansion, so he knows that Death Note is not expanding. And yes, he's going for the master upgrade for the Banshees, so we're going to see. Beautiful, beautiful combination of the casters. We can see Destroyer is kind of baiting this Gyro. And there is one Fiend waiting to web. It means that players are bored and no web, sadly.
Well,
Like,
not in range, at least. KraV is breaking upkeep. That will mean that he has a little bit less gold than his opponent. He could have mined out, but that was more than a minute. Expansion 1, it's like 3 minutes for Death Note. Same amount for KraV. And nobody is even trying to get a third base.
Yeah, the question is when Death Note is going to realize that his opponent is breaking the supply, because then he needs to start producing, and you know, the buildings are not like Mercamps. On Mercamps, you just click the button and unit pops out. But with normal race-specific buildings, you need to spend some time producing them. But yes, he's reading the game nicely. He's already producing, and look at this, he's killing his own peasants to make a spot for more fighting units, because yes, Mr. Death Note has enough lumber. He's not making additional farm yet, he's just producing. KraV with 100 supply.
Wow, how many Banshees is that? 2? That's not too many. That's not too much anti-magic. That's at max 2 possessions, of course. And Death Note is only at 90. Huge push coming. Probably the last of the day. And we have no mortars, no fragmentation shards. Griffins have to do the AoE alongside Blizzard. And Clap, of course.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Midwagons are a little bit in the back. They need to start dropping the corpses for the skeletons. Look at those Gryphons, they are ready to strike. The big fight is ahead of us. Nice Impale to start, so much damage.
Stormhammer upgrades doing a wonderful job. Militia coming in. Blizzard hitting so hard. 10,000 damage on the Archmage for now. Stops it with an Impale. Destroyer might be falling quickly against the Gyros, which is not completely correctly targeting. Level 5, level 5, level 4, or huge level ups. Impale again, but how long can he keep that Impale stun lock up? Not too long, I guess. Licha triple! Oh, damage dealer gone. The Cripbot is not looking too healthy either. This was probably the second last Impale. New Griffins are coming in. Death Note with good micro in this crazy fight. Macro as well. Blizzard, Clap, hold.
Amazing fight by Death Note. He had a nice start of the fight. He also used Blizzard Club very, very efficiently as well, and now he's just chasing with the Gryphons, and that is running away with the Aura. But yes, Death Note did not trade too nicely. He is, KraV did not trade too nicely, and now his expansion will be stopped. He's saving one Obsidian statue with the Destroyer morph, and maybe the Undead base is going to help, but I think Death Note will just disengage and will go for expansion cancellation.
Alright, huge raid by the Viper. Thank you, mate. We have the W3Champions finals, the best players of the ladder in one tournament. And this is the last map, deciding about who can live another day and who's going to be eliminated on day 1. It's a crazy, crazy game, as you can see. 23 minutes already. And this might be the final moments of that day. But KraV, he might have lost the fight, but he got that expo up.
Yes, this is very surprising for me that Death Note did not see it. Maybe the vision from the flying unit, it wasn't enough. And yes, they have similar supply, even though that undead heroes are a little bit underleveled. The additional gold is very, very sweet here, but yes, Death Note is now fixing his mistake. He's not going to let it go, and yes, he has even double staff of Sanctuary. Yes, he's ready for big fights, for big trades. Lich is back though, so KraV, are you ready?
He must be. Otherwise, yeah, this Haunted is gone. He knows that there's no third base from Death Note. Thank you, Frenchcraft, for the raid as well. Messi cheering for KraV, probably. So, is Death Note pushing into this undead base, which is, you know, as you said, not that easy? Or what's he going to do? Because even the expansions will be mined out in just like 15 seconds.
Well, Mr. Neo, maybe we'll just sit in our bases and think about this. That's what Death Note did. He's like, okay, he's not mining. Let me go back to safety and think about this. What I can do. He definitely wants to buy more items, or maybe not. He sold something with the Paladin, but didn't buy anything back. They are broke, Mr. Neo. 57 gold versus 43. Doing math on stream, if you add amount of gold for both players, you get 100.
That is correct, and that's not too much. We do have the 2 Banshees that can still possess, which could be a difference maker. Plus anti-magic and curse. We have Cripple, we have Frenzy, we have Inner Fire. We got so many tier 3 spells, high level heroes, and Death Note is pushing for the win. Jesus Christ, an amazing day comes to an end. KraV cannot summon the main. He is doing that. A couple of production buildings to squeeze out a little bit more supply.
And both players, they have late game like tools, right? A human can use stuff of Sanctuary, Undead can possess, and has a lot of mana to spend. And yes, Mr. Death Note is going in.
Oh, Destroyer killed immediately. The Inner Fire Gyros, they're untouchable, but now they're kind of useless as there's no air to attack anymore. Lich! Holy Light, get baptized and get wrecked, my dude. Coil on the Abomination, but that doesn't do too much. Entry kill for Death Note on the finish line now.
The orb is gone with Lich dead, and then I'm afraid there is nothing to stop the human. Beautiful Blizzard Club combination level up on the Death Knight, but he can just run away faster. It's not the key to victory, and Mr. Death Note is marching, he's chasing 28 supply for the Undead versus 65. And I think that, yes, it's going to look even worse from here.
Crazy. He has to give up this second expansion attempt at the left-hand side as well. That was the only way to win this. No mana for possession anymore. No mana in general. The DK is about to fall. The coils are somewhat meaningless. Level 5 on the Paladin, who loves to nuke this Crypt Lord, or these undead heroes in general. KraV, the winner of the wildcard, the winner of the qualifier, has been eliminated, and Death Note is staying alive for tomorrow.
Oh boy, we had some long games today. Jeez, it's 100 supply, not once, but twice, maybe 3 times when it comes to KraV. But unfortunately, it was not enough in the end. The human army is definitely better than your army. I think when it gets to a certain point, what are you supposed to do? Inner Fire Griffins with Knights and human Tri-Hero against like Fiends? It's not going to work, unfortunately. Necro Wagon, it was fun to see it, but Death Note had all the answers. And just to confirm, is it... So Death Note will now play the loser of Jens versus Cash and vice versa? Is that how the bracket works out?
There is going to be a cross from one part of the bracket to the other.
Ah, okay.
So, yep. That is then Jens or Cash versus Sonik, and Tacio or Hawk versus Death Note. But yeah, I think KraV there in the late game couldn't really do much anymore. He probably lost the series on Tidehunters and not on Hammerfall.
Yeah, it was it's such a weird series to think back on. It's like an hour and a half of like Necro Wagons bashing their head against the wall. But KraV has his own unique style for sure. So you got to give him credit there. But it just seemed like, I think Saul pointed out earlier in the series, Death Note's really, really good against Necro Wagon, and he seems to not be scared of this. He seems to know exactly what to do, despite it not being the most orthodox sort of build order.
Yeah, feels like KraV wanted to surprise Death Note, but then 3 times the same surprise is at some point not the greatest surprise anymore. Death Note was so ready already. That's why I was quite hyped to think about a Banshee transition, which would have done better, I think, in game 3, but he went back to his Necros, and Death Note stood there with Priest and Inner Fire, and the Griffins were ready. It was just the perfect counter.
Mr. Death Note is ready for the interview, Mr. Neo.
I am ready as well. Boys, take over. I shift Death Note into the channel. He's currently muted, but welcome, Death Note. What a series, man.
Death Note, hello.
Mr. Death Note is muted, so he just needs to
Oh
unmute.
yeah. Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for.
Congratulations, very well done. And I have the first opening question. Do you like to play versus Necromancers? Because it looks like you know what to do. Blizzard, Club, some priests to this pool. Do you like to play versus this composition?
No, I hate it with my whole heart. I really hate it. And probably KraV know it.
Okay, so what is the annoying with Necromancers? The fact that they can siege your base and you can act quickly, or what do you don't like about this?
Annoying fact that human priests can't really dispel well, so when you play against Necromancers, you should turn off priest
Healing,
healing.
yeah.
Yes. Without it, you just cannot dispel. So, and try to split them, you need a lot of scrolls. Scrolls are the biggest part also. Because against Impale, high level, you need a lot of scrolls. All the time, 2-3 scrolls. And that's a huge case. If you can transition to Gryphons, but Gryphons can die against push. That's why in last game I played this first Knights and then slowly transition into Gryphons. Something like that.
Yes, definitely the push on Concealed Hill was pretty deadly from Mr. KraV, so I liked your idea to transition to Gryphons a little bit slower, and it definitely works. So congratulations,
Yeah.
Mr. Carson, Mr. Neo, any questions?
Yeah, I'm wondering, in the past, human players obviously did not like playing versus undead. That was the long hated matchup, human versus undead. Nowadays, it's changed a lot. It's a lot more expansions from undead. Human plays a little bit differently too. How do you feel about human versus undead these days with this meta?
I feel pretty good. It's maybe my best matchup right now, and it's probably human strongest matchup, of course, right now. So, of course, it's much better than previous, but I actually prefer to play against DK1 base than current meta. Even DK1 base one point 27 patch, for example, when everyone says that undead has advantage against human. I still prefer to play against one base undeads than two bases.
Yeah, for sure. It's a lot different these days. You don't tend to play a lot of paladin rifles against orc or against undead. How do you feel about the strategy? Obviously, it's about to be nerfed massively, but currently, do you feel it's not viable, not good, or how do you feel?
I just don't like it. And power rifles is not human, is fifth race.
Yeah. Right.
And I saw watching that a lot of low MR players is crying about power rifles, that they stole P like this. But actually against very good orcs, it's kind of hard to survive early stage if they know how to pressure.
Yep.
Because some orcs know how to pressure, some orcs don't know. For example, Soin, when Soin is playing against power rifles, he stay 100 or 1000 range away from you and don't use 100 range at all. That's biggest mistake for a lot of orc players. That's why they're struggling against power rifles so much.
Right, yeah, because before the range upgrade on rifles, you can just kite and never take damage, right?
Yeah, because you need to abuse this 150 damage as much as you can in early stage.
For sure. And
But overall, I'm fine if power rifles get nerfed. Because again, I don't like this strategy. I don't like to watch this strategy. But it's good if it would be viable, but not so strong. But I don't think it's so strong.
Right.
Something like that.
Yeah, just nerf it and forget about it.
No. I think it's viable because any variation of strategies is always good, because Warcraft, when it's all about like micro, don't want like nobody wants. It should be like macro like multitasking, a lot of strategies. You want to be like outsmart your opponents. And I like that against Polar Rifles, like players, for example, Happy wants to play Decay, but he can't. For example, he forced to play Creep Lord because Decay is so bad against Paladin. But then, if you know that he will go like Creep Lord, you will have another thing what you can do. You like can Creep Mercamp first. So this kind of mind games, which I want to see more in Warcraft, because Warcraft 3 now in like in highest stage, like in highest level, it just become to execution of the strategy and only micro intensive in most matchups.
Yeah, makes sense. You've been practicing a ton on the ladder. Your stats are insane. Do you feel like this is the best shape you've ever been in Warcraft, or is there some other point in your career when you feel you're stronger? Because you've definitely been playing really well recently.
I actually think I'm not my best shape in like 2021 probably was my best shape when I have like positive win rate against like a lot of top players like Infi, like 120, like Soin, Focus. If you look at my like games, I have like, I don't know, for example, 11 wins, 10 losses against Infi. So I have like insane win rate against them. But then I switched to Age of Empires, but then game become to not really what I like, and then I back to Warcraft 3, and now I finally like get my shape back and try to improve more.
Yeah, welcome back. Very nice games. And if you don't mind asking you about your series versus Cash, do you think like you don't like to play versus Orc because like you tried expansion? It's not that easy to keep the expansion up on Hammerfall. Like, do you think that it was just execution, or you think that you could like play another strategy versus Orc?
No, my early game was kind of good. It's also very item dependent, because this item in Expo is very, very important. For
Ring
example,
+5, you had a bad item.
it's insane bad item. If you want like get, for example, Ring of Regen or Close, you can. Ring of Regen is for sure the best item. So you can like pressure Headhunters heavily and go like all the time on front. Like, but anyway, I didn't play my best against Cash, and I don't like honestly this matchup. Like, if look at all matchups is my unfavorite matchup to play.
So tomorrow you might be up against Tacio if he's losing to Hawk. Can you beat him then if that happens?
Yeah, yes. I can beat Tacio or Hawk. I don't think it's a player in like this cap who I cannot beat. So I will try my best.
All right, dude. It was a great showcase, great interview. Thank you so much.
Thank you for inviting me, and see you then next time.
See you
thank you,
tomorrow. Show my best game.
GG.
GG, mate.
Bye-bye.
Dude, I can't remember the last time we had winner interviews and people actually wanted to talk. They actually want to tell something. Isn't that amazing? I mean, okay, Pato want to tell me how I suck at this game. That was fine. That was also fine. Man, so lovely, so lovely. What a day one. A long day one, but also an awesome day one. We recap the bracket real quick. Tacio beats Leon 2-0. Is up against Hawk tomorrow, who struggled in the first game against the ultra aggression of Sonic's Warden. Unbelievable Warden game, but then boom, boom, back-to-back wins on Tidehunters and Hammerfall. So that's our winner bracket there. Jens, one of the best performances so far that we've seen, especially on Tidehunters, defeats KraV 2-0, and then upset of the second upset of the day with Cash throwing Death Note down in a very good performance. Tacio Hawk, Jens Cash tomorrow as the opener of the day at 6 p.m. Leon unfortunately had to forfeit. We still don't know really what's up there. Maybe he didn't know the schedule really, but he wasn't available when he was supposed to be available, and that is Sonik moving on. And Death Note and KraV went to war, with the winner being Death Note. So Leon and KraV eliminated, unfortunately, but our 6 remaining players will put on a hell of a show tomorrow and on Sunday.
Yeah, no undead left, unfortunately. KraV was the last one, but we saw lots of KraV on our way here. I was going to think, like, if he won that last match, like, oh, this is his 5th interview we've done with him so far. What do we have left to ask the guy? But nice try to KraV. Unfortunately, no undeads left. But I'm just looking at the bracket, and I'm thinking, like, Hawk is probably going into this was maybe the big favorite if there was one. But honestly, if Cash can best Tacio, I feel like with how well Cash played against Death Note today, I think Cash might even be the favorite in this bracket, which is crazy to say, but it will be a difficult task. I think Jens is a tough opponent for Cash. And then obviously for Tacio, it's going to be a big struggle. He's got a whole day to prepare. He knows what Hawk's going to do. Hawk is not the most unpredictable player in the world. So Tacio can prep, and maybe he can have a good showing, because he definitely played well today, but it's going to be a tough match for him in particular.
Definitely, I'm excited for Jens versus Cash. For some reason, I'm cheering for Mr. Jens. He showed me the 100 supply Night Elf Micro. That was beautiful. And yes, it's 6 p.m., right? Tomorrow.
Exactly. Yeah, 6 p.m. is where we start again. A bit of a shorter day tomorrow. But yeah, this is going to be our bracket. Once again, thank you to the people of W3Champions who are providing this amazing platform. We couldn't do any Warcraft esports without you guys. Not in Asia. I mean, they have KK now, but they get all their features from W3Champions. Nor in Europe, nor in the Americas, or even intercontinental. This is only possible because of these guys. Check them out. Support them if you can for all the 30 servers that we have on the world. We need a bit of support here. Patreon, PayPal, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, everything available. If you want to join as a developer, contact them on the Discord. Or, if you just appreciate what they do, go to the Discord and send some love. That goes a long, long, long way. Developing and maintaining a community is oftentimes a thankless job. So spread some positive vibes, maybe. Because they deserve it for sure. Just like my co-commentators for the day. Mr. Carson, it is always a little early for you, but you are here for many, 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 many W3Champions finals, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yep, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. It's been a lot of fun. These games all delivered today as we expected them to, and I'm just as excited for tomorrow as I was for today. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Can't wait.
Mr. Apeman, you might be the intern for this tournament, but you're doing an all-star job in front of the camera, in front of the microphone, behind the scenes. Thank you very much. You will be back tomorrow. I don't even have to ask the Twitch chat.
Thank you, Mr. Neo, for your decision, and I will be happy to come back tomorrow because the games are amazing. If you ban me from internship, I will be still lurking in the Twitch chat. Don't worry.
All right, everybody, follow these guys on their channels, Carson C, and of course Soul Apeman, Twitch, YouTube, everywhere. We see each other tomorrow, DWCC Wildcard Qualifier at 1 p.m. and then the big second last day of the W3 Champions Finals at 6 p.m. Thank you very much. Take care. Bye-bye.